Hello, everyone, and welcome to Week 2 of the North American Challenger Series. I'm your faithful host, David Freak Turley. Joining me is my partner in crime, Aiden Zyrian Moon.
Yeah, not always as faithful with my color-caster, or my co-caster, but,
No.
you know, we can't all be David Freak Turley.
We can't all be. There would be only one of us, and that is me. Either way, though, last week we got our first look at the teams in action in the Challenger Series, and the field is starting to take some form of shape here. Now, to remind everyone, this year's Challenger is made up of best-of-2 series, so that means teams that sweep their series 2-0 grab 3 points, teams that tie grab 1, and teams that lose 0-2 get 0. With that in mind, here is how the teams are arranged. Apex and Team Liquid both went 2-0 over in Week 1, which gives them, of course, their full 3 points.
And Enemy and Team Dragon Knights split their series, each taking a win, which gives them 1 point in their column. And in 5th place, we have Dream Team and Ember with 0 points.
All right, so looking at tonight's schedule, we're starting it off with our Spotlight matchup, Ember versus Team Liquid Academy.
Yeah, we'll be bringing you both of those games. Then Seda will take over the desk as we pick up our second series with Game 2 between Dream Team and TDK. Then we'll jump into Game 2 between Enemy and Apex. And as always, you can circle back to watch Game 1 of both of those series by checking out the VODs on youtube.com/LOL Esports.
So now let's get ourselves into our first match, and tonight it's, again, Ember looking to take down Team Liquid Academy. Coming into the series, Ember was actually one of the more hyped teams in Challenger. They had this really cool sort of finance backing, like they picked up a lot of like really sort of well-known players. Right, it was like, all right, we're all about the infrastructure, we're all about doing it right, we're all about going hard, but they looked kind of weak last week.
Yeah, they played against Apex, who had 3 substitutes, and they lost 2-0. Yeah. So Ember right now has 0 points, but they weren't running their full lineup either. They were running Westrice in support off role.
Right, he's a top laner.
So he's a top laner, but now they're going to be able to run their full roster. Now they have Stunt, formerly Stuntopolis, playing and making his debut in the support role. Meanwhile, their solo laners Golden Glue and Solo have both been pulling double duty, and they played on Ember as well as filling in for Team Echo Fox in the LCS. And it remains to be seen if that will affect their game, because sometimes, playing with other players can cause you to develop bad habits, and it could affect their morale too, because their time on Echo Fox wasn't really that great to them. No. They ended up getting crushed by Immortals in 20 minutes, less than 20 minutes last week.
Right, so there's some rough things out there. We'll see if they can improve. Now, despite the possible downsides, though, Golden Glue still believes that there are benefits to splitting time between Challenger and the LCS.
Subbing in for Echo Fox definitely teaches. I get to bring back information to the Challenger scene of what LCS teams are playing, so it kind of improves our strategy and our draft and our gameplay, so it definitely helps us.
Well, I mean, TLA, they have a LCS team to go ahead and take knowledge back and forth from. I think they share coaching staffs too. So, Ember, they're going to need as much help as possible, because both of these teams, they had a lot of hype coming into this. And so far, TLA, they lived up to the excitement behind them. But Ember, of course, they had that 0-2 start. They need to bounce back.
Yeah, so Team Liquid Academy, of course, have actually made their own couple of roster changes here. The big one is actually that I Will Dominate has finally rode off into the pro player sunset and retired from competitive play. He's been meaning to for some time, and he's finally found that replacement jungler. And that replacement is Zeri, formerly played with Frostbite, but a good jungler nonetheless.
Yes, and the last time we actually saw Zeri play, it was with Frostbite during the Challenger qualifiers when they were knocked out of contention by Team Liquid Academy in a 3-0. But Voyboy, the Frostbite's manager, he made an effort to make sure that his new guys found all these new homes after Frostbite didn't make it in, so that they were able to keep competing. And although the team hasn't had a lot of time to synergize with Zeri, change has been a constant for Team Liquid Academy, and we'll see how this affects them again and how they incorporate his aggressive playstyle into their game. There's a lot of question marks here for me personally, because historically Team Liquid Academy have always had an immensely powerful jungler. They had Dardoch, they had I Will Dominate, and these guys are used to playing around that. So I want to see what happens when they have a jungler who isn't quite that level,
right,
how that affects their laners.
It'll be interesting to watch for sure. We'll see how the teams stack up here, and as we get ourselves into the game, let's check out the starting lineups. Spawning on the blue side is going to be Ember here, top lane Solo, jungler Contract, Golden Glue in mid, Law then AD carry, with Stunt making his debut on support.
And facing off against them is Team Liquid Academy on the red side. That's top lane Zig, in the jungle the new guy Zeri, Young Bin in mid, Fabi with 3 Bs and 3 Ys, don't get it wrong, at AD carry, and support it's Smoothie.
Yeah, speaking of players with weird names, I didn't realize for a while that Steelback actually intentionally has 3 Es in Steel.
Yeah, he's Steelback.
Yeah. That actually caught me off guard. I didn't realize it. Like the entire season watching EULCS, I didn't really recognize last year, but figured it out when he came to NA. Either way, he's actually not even in this game at all. But Fabi has a sweet name, obviously. And as the teams get ready, Champ's going to begin in a second. And it's okay, Ember can shake off their 0-2. All right, not the start they wanted, but here it's like, okay, well, now you have the real lineup together. You know, they initially announced that it was going to be with Glebe, and then a few weeks ago they realized, you know, Stunt, I believe they said it was like really obviously, I don't remember the exact wording, but it said it was a very drastic improvement when Stunt was in the lineup. So as of about a month ago, these guys think this is the lineup they're going to play with, this is the lineup that's going to be good, and Ember can now try to get some points on the board.
Did you see the Ember hype video where at the end it's like, you know, I'm here to win, so I'd fire Bao.
Oh, yeah, I like that.
So you like that?
Yeah, I love you. You're my friend. It's cool. But if I had to fire you, I'd fire you right away.
Yeah, like maybe that's what happened to Glebe, where they were like, okay, they're here to win.
Mean, that's the thing.
Ember is invested in this scene, and they're invested in the infrastructure, and they're spending a lot, so they want to win. So they're going to do whatever it takes to get the lineup to that point. So throwing Stunt in there is what they think is going to be the kind of magical formula for them.
Yeah, absolutely true. And of course, Team Liquid Academy, no slouches in their own, right? Of course, they 2-0'd last time around, and as you mentioned in the pregame, there are some big shoes to fill with both Dardoch and I Will Dominate now essentially off the squad, and Zeri stepping in, who's, I think, you know, next best man up, but is somewhat of a downgrade, and we'll see how well he can grow, because many players have gotten very good under the TLA tutelage, so it is something to watch for.
Yeah, they have a great infrastructure that's already been tested, and they share it with the LCS team, so they get to scrim the LCS team. So Zeri, you know, he's lost historically 6-1 this year to Dardoch, but he gets to scrim him now over and over and over again.
True.
So hopefully that improves him, and they're looking at some great picks here for themselves as well.
Yeah, first couple champions come through. Kalista, first pick is interesting because that gives away Poppy over to Zig, which is a very, I think, important champion to play here. Right now in 6.2 as we're playing on. Europe played on that last night. It means Shen is enabled. We didn't see much of him in the EU Challenger Series. One game across 6, no bans. He did win, though. He's a good champion. Yeah. But Poppy coming through, Rexa coming through, and then on the other side, somehow Alistar got down to second round blue side alongside of Victor.
Yeah, I'm going to jump over to those in just a second, because this Quinn ban on Ember side, Quinn is probably going to be showing up a lot. Quinn is incredibly powerful, and a lot of teams have caught on to, oh wait, she's still really good top, and people are trying to find out what counters her. And if you don't know yet, you just flat out ban her. Because people are playing Graves into it, and that's really the only thing that they feel comfortable doing. Yeah. So as we go down the lineup, so Kalista, Alistar, powerful combo. They have the wave clear here for Ember. It looks like everything's just coming together so far. But Liquid Academy, they have the Poppy top. They already gave away that it's going to be top or it's going to be support because they have the Rek'Sai locked in. But Ryze is still up. They still have all of these power picks available. And I think that this draft is actually lacking a little bit in terms of like people who are going for these gigantic top lane carries, except for the Poppy.
Absolutely true. So we'll see as that lines up here. Now Lux and Lucian got picked up now for TLA. They are waiting on their support pick at this point, allowing Poppy to be a flex pick to a certain extent. She can flex down to support, and Zig can still go to counter pick for the top lane. Otherwise, everyone else is in their basic roles here. Meanwhile, Ember have to fill out their lineup as well with a jungle and a top laner.
Yeah, I actually really like Lux, because Lux right now, there isn't a whole lot that actually counters her in lane that's meta. You kind of have to go like, well, what could I champion select that? Oh, Talon counters her. Like play Talon and do it. Well against her. Like Zed is really like pretty much the only one. Frost Queen's claim is nerfed on this patch though, and she was one of the best users of that. So she's actually fallen down a little bit in the tier list, but in 6-1 she was incredible. Of course, we are playing on 6-2. Kindred disabled, Shen enabled like you said, but Frost Queen's claim has been nerfed again. So.
Yep. And Ember right now are hovering. They were hovering the Shen. Now it's switched to Dr. Mundo, which is the more likely lock in here. Mundo top also did get some nerfs. His R cooldown is much worse early game, gets better late game, and also his E, his attack damage buff, also a bit nerfed. It's going to be Fiora top, Mundo jungle actually, as they lock in the last few champions. And now Team Liquid Academy have to make sure that they're okay playing Poppy into Fiora, which is usually okay.
Yeah, it's actually what people prefer to do now. They're like, oh, it's Fiora? Well, I guess we'll play Poppy into it. We already had it locked in, so I assume that's going to go top lane to go up against Solo. Make sure that you can keep him locked down. Poppy is incredibly strong. And it's funny how things actually developed, because it's like a Poppy, fantastic support, so Europe is like playing her in support. LPL is like, okay, we're going to try this out top lane. And North America, we're like, jungle, it's all about the jungle. And then everybody's like, actually, oh wait, she beats Fiora? Everyone just top lane, every time. And you just give her so much gold, and people are like, her base damages are really high, but they realize that when she gets enough levels, she gets that 2-second E stun really quickly. Yeah. So that's what people are looking for, like They want those levels. They want that experience. They want to be able to have that 6-second combo that they can lock you up in.
Yeah, and they're locking in as much cooldown reduction as possible as well so that they can get that second round of stuns up as soon as they can. Last pick comes through for TLA. It's going to be Thresh here for Smoothie. So basically the first time we're actually seeing both of these teams' full squads on display. This is the first week of TLA playing with Zeri, and it's the first week that Ember's been allowed to play their full lineup here with Stunt on the team here. So this is, you know, though we're in week 2, this is now go time for both these squads. You've got 4 more opponents left to play here. This is opponent number 2 of the 5 overall opponents they're going to have in the season, and it's just go time for these teams. They've got to pick up wins now.
Oh yeah, especially for Ember.
Yeah.
Because Ember starting off 0-2. If you start off 0-4, you only have 6 games left. So
Yeah.
the best you could possibly do is 6-4 and rack yourself up 9 points.
Yeah.
But there are already teams that are off to like 3-point leads already, TLA being one of them.
Yeah, so it's going to be an interesting battle of TLA sitting at the top of the standings, Ember sitting at the bottom, but both teams hoping their lineups look good. So you guys at home are always part of the conversation. Who's going to take game 1? Tweet at LOL Esports with hashtag MBRWin or hashtag TLAWin. Let us know who it's going to be, but we are going to get ourselves into this match very shortly. A best of 2. We're going to bring you game 1 and then game 2 right afterwards of Ember versus Team Liquid Academy. Ember looking to get some points on the board. We'll see if they can do it. TLA can defend first place here.
Yes, and TLA, of course, they have high expectations. They came into the challenger scene thinking that they were going to just completely wreck it. And then they had LCS roster issues. TLA became more of a farm team. This is where the other half of the 10-man roster, this is where the other half lives in Challenger. So they get this experience, they get to keep playing, but the changing of this roster is an inevitability when you have that 10-man roster is something you want to pull from when somebody's not performing.
Damage already dealt in the mid lane. Youngbin with an auto attack would trigger Thunderlords. Golden Glue just doing
Whoa,
things.
Zeri hasn't purchased.
Zeri didn't buy any items.
Yo.
That is not a good way to start. Thing is, he only got the trinket because it was automatically given to him via the fact that you literally get a yellow trinket if you just leave the base without buying. At this point, Zeri has to realize because he used the trinket, which means he looked at his items. So yeah, here's the recall. He won't be late. He's recalled in time that he can buy and then get up to the thing, but already a sign of nerves. Honestly, that Zeri is like, okay, we're in here. Here we go. I'm playing in the Challenger Series. I just forgot purchasing is a thing.
You know, the funny thing about Zeri being on TLA is that this guy lost against TLA in the finals of HTC 3-1, and then he lost to TLA in the Challenger qualifiers 3-0, and now he's on TLA. So they stopped him from qualifying, they stopped him from winning a tournament, and stopped him from making a name for himself. And now he has to make a name for himself on the people that had stopped him. Like, this has to be some type of identity crisis.
But at least
am I a jungler anymore? What do I buy?
At least they give him the respect of putting him on the team, though, right?
Yeah.
You 3-0 the guy, and you're like, no, but you're still the guy we want for the squad, so I can't hate too badly. But now we'll see what's going on here. So Zeri got a leash for the top lane. You got Poppy to help him out there. You're seeing actually different starts for really both these teams as Ember have sent contracts to more or less solo farm, while Laud and Stunt actually did Krugs by themselves and then walked into the bot lane here. So quite a couple of different starts here on both these squads. His contracts is Mundo, so he's got really no problems getting through the jungle.
Yes, Contracts, of course, very young player that's been having a lot of hype around him, but he didn't deliver last week. He got both Graves and Elise, very early aggressive junglers, and he wasn't able to perform on them. He got shut down. He wasn't able to affect the map at all. He had the most deaths in the first game that they played. And this guy, he came in, and I was pretty much convinced by everybody talking about, oh, he's really good. He's young. He's up and coming. He's going to be this great NA talent, right? He's like Dardoch 2.0. And I've yet to see that from him. And now he's on a jungler that's much less aggressive and doesn't have that strong of an early game. So waiting to scale up. I want to see what he's able to do in the mid game.
Well, the funny thing about his early game being weak is bot lane's already in a kind of a bad spot. Don't let the 14-2 fool you down there. It's not the worst thing in the world, but top lane is where we're going to look because Zeri has now cut off Solo, and Solo's on the wrong side of this lane. He's going to actually block the knockup. That was huge and allows him to walk away with a flash.
Sometimes you just have to hold the burrow. You got to play chicken.
Yeah.
Like, it's whoever uses their ability first. You should really just wait it out. Ooh.
But can Void Sharks play chicken? I don't know if he'll be able to.
Ooh.
Contracts. That's actually really smart by Youngbin. He trinket wards the blue, expecting Contracts to counter jungle it. And even just that action by itself got Contracts scared. And he's actually got to run away from Smoothie here. Slow's going to land. Not an easy hook for Smoothie.
Just for... Ooh. He's looking for range. Oh, he went
Solo,
back.
wow, in the wrong spot on this lane. It was on the wrong half, and he gets taken down. First blood goes to Zig already. bad things starting for Ember.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure if that was a necessary flash from Zeri there to get that knock-up at the end. So I think that was a little gratuitous because the flash from Solo had already been burned.
Well, there's a hook on the lot as well. Fabi dodges to get away from Alistair. I like that choice. Plenty of damage on the lot, but he's got to be careful of Ren damage. And he can hit that whenever he wants. There it is, Fabi low. And of course, Ember have healing, so that trade is actually not to TLA's advantage.
Yep. TLA, Fabi, he actually has had a great series so far. 11-2-2 on Lucian, and then 8-0-10 on Kalista. So he's been having a fantastic time. And then Zeri right here. See how it goes. Waits it out, and then...
Yeah, I think he might have gotten away.
Yeah.
Riposte into Q, got him pretty far out of range. There, looking for another attempt on a Golden Glue. Gets the knockup before getting stunned. Young Bin's gonna look for the bind. Good dodge by Golden Glue and all as well, but early lead to TLA thanks to that first blood.
Yeah, thing is though, is when the riposte is like that, you can take a step away, and then if you time it correctly, you just auto attack it. So if she tries to dash
you just
over
right click on her.
Yeah.
Yeah, good call. You're right. There's actually a play that Zeri could have made with better Rexa mechanics.
But still, he does get the kill over to his top laner, Zig, and this is the matchup that Poppy gets to dominate in the top lane. This is why she became so popular.
And look at this minion line here. It's going to get worse. This is going to push for sure. Solo does not have wards. Rek'Sai should just be in that river right now, killing her again.
Oh, that's going to freeze really hard, too, towards Zig. So Zig's in a great spot.
Zeri's moving blue over to Youngman. That's cool and all. But... like, if you're Zig, you'd be like, hey, bro, top lane stuck on my turret. Zeri, why even do Gromp right now?
Yeah, and because contracts can come up here and help break the freeze, or they can put enough pressure that this gets pushed to turret, just like this. And now the freeze is not as effective, and he has to break it. So it's unfortunate for Zig, because he had a situation where he could make more of an advantage, but they don't want to kind of sit on their hands and do nothing. So it looks like they want to be rather active here. But I do think that that's a missed opportunity. And even,
yeah, and as much as this freeze will sort of break in the sense that it's now going to push towards Solo eventually, it's still on the wrong side of the lane. It's past the river. Solo is still flankable, which is why you saw Contracts up here for so long, by the way. He's waiting around, trying to make sure he's around if something goes on, but still, I think a missed opportunity from Zeri.
Yeah, because it also, if you bounce the wave incorrectly, then it starts pushing back towards Solo. Like, and then that means Contracts can just come from the side. Contracts now has warded up the entire jungle, so he's trying to track Zeri's movements. Pink ward on the backside of the red.
Yeah.
People don't usually check that brush, even to this day. And then he's warded up both Raptors and Krugs.
I gotta totally agree. Really good stuff by Contracts here in the early jungle. Those three ward, like, if you can do this, this is really good. Now, to be fair, this exact play got Kez killed in Enemy versus TDK Game 1, if you go back and watch that. He ended up getting tracked, but these are like the god wards that like guarantee nothing could ever happen to you. So Zeri is spotted top jungle. They know all about this.
And I like that too, because what happened to Contracts took both Krugs, so took the big one and the small one, because the small one's worth a big chunk of gold. And then he went to Raptors, and he only left one Raptor. So making it so that that entire side of the jungle is pretty much useless to Zeri, but he still got the information that he was there. So Contracts is now going to walk over to this side of the jungle. And there it is.
Zeri already made the trip. Smited the wolf as well, which spots Contracts. Contracts knows the wolf was just smited because you can see the health bar on the wolf spirit. All said and done, Contracts kills the trinket ward, and you can see that Zeri rushing swiftness boots doesn't have that same tracker's knife.
Yeah,
it does run really fast.
Contracts is trying to basically flood the map with vision, still holding onto his trinket, not pushing it over to Sweeper, and putting his smite onto the Raptors as much as possible. And it actually happens very early now, since vision is rather scarce. Wolf Smite and Raptor Smite are worth so much that people are actually prioritizing Wolf is almost #1.
Yeah, Wolf Smite's super good. It's weird, because for a while, people didn't really like to get it, but it's probably still not very good in solo queue, but in competitive, it's super strong, absolutely. Yes. Bottom lane still being pushed in. You're seeing actually a huge lead for Smoothie and Fabi, by the way. These guys did play together last week as well. But Fabi had qualified for Challenger playing alongside Matt. And Smoothie brought down from the main squad, replaced with Matt.
It's another Thresh player.
Right. I mean, he's obviously very good, but this dual lane is already crushing.
Yeah, but Fabi is surprising me. Fabi's a player that, and I've said it before, like gatekeeper of Challenger, right? Troll and solo queue, people aren't taking him too seriously. Comes to competitive, and he's just having a blast. He says it's so fun, but he's performing so well. His games have been crazy. Like, I just added up his score, and he was 19-2-12 last week.
It's pretty good.
He's been dominating, and that's the thing is TLA, when we saw this team before, we're like, oh, okay, Dardoch and Matt are a big part of this team. They're like the heartbeat. They're the shot callers. Fabi is doing an amazing job, and he's been this great plug-and-play aggressive AD carry.
Yeah.
He's been showing that his champion pool is not just the whole Vayne, Raven thing that people thought he was.
Sure. Yep, winning lane by 22 CS against Laud and Stunt, who are good players in their own right. So really nice stuff here. Smoothie and Fabi both getting credit for the good laning phase here. The rest, and of course, they've done this without any jungle intention at all. Zeri got Zig first blood, otherwise been playing the ward game alongside Contracts. And every other lane is basically equal in CS. That's the one lane that's like straight up winning without intervention.
Yeah, that's where this lead is coming from, plus that kill that went over to the top lane. The top lane is even to this point. And it's a strange matchup when you have that Poppy Fiora, because it's always who can really duel the other. It depends. Is there a wall nearby? Then Poppy can utilize that.
Yep.
But Scuttle fight. Oh man.
And of course, Zeri's top of a ward. Has Smite, and Smite battle goes, I believe, to Contracts actually, as they do the fights back and forth. Contracts would have to flash if he needed to. Dragon gets aggroed. He's going to keep taking damage while regenning. He's hoping to buy time for his team to make them do something. And the thing is, TLA, yeah, they eventually force a flash, but they can't lane if they sit there trying to get Mundo.
Yeah, it's actually a pretty good idea to just waste time, because you know you're going to back pretty soon anyway.
Yeah.
With the blowing of the ultimate there and the flash. Who said this the other week? Somebody said Scuttle Rebuttal.
I have not heard that before. It wasn't me. It sounds like a Rivism.
Yeah, it sounds like a Rivism. I heard it the other week and I was like, so good. Like, yeah, I guess it was Riv. It was Riv. I got confirmation on that. It was so good. He's going for the Scuttle. TP comes down. It's a Scuttle Rebuttal. I love it so much. Every time I see that, I now think of that.
Well, it's good. You should. Riv is really good at coming up with little clever phrases.
His brain just works in a way that mine never could. He just has these things that just like, oh, I connected these dots. And it's just fascinating.
One thing that Riv likes to do is just swap the first letter of two words. Just say it out loud. Like like David Durley instead of David Turley. But like he can do it for any word off like at the drop of a hat.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
He just has trained himself to be able to like transpose those letters really cleanly. It's a really random skill.
I do that by accident.
Yeah, no, he does it only on purpose.
I do it on accidents because I'm speaking too quickly.
Yes. We've all been there. Well, Zeri has been to the bot lane now. He's looking for a gank. Of course, right now, minions would probably see him go between those two brushes, so he has to wait. Contract similarly looking to the top lane here. Golden Glue does not have any offensive summoners. We're going to go behind Youngbin right now, who is out of mana. He's going to push in for quite a bit of damage here, and Youngbin's got to be pretty careful on this one. Good binding dodge by Golden Glue, and Youngbin has the flash, but it doesn't go very far. The shield is enough to stay alive, though. Contracts will not get that kill.
Wow, so they got the flash out of him. Youngbin didn't go too far. I was actually a little bit afraid for him because Contracts still had a lot of HP, but he didn't have flash. So if he had continued that dive, he wouldn't have had a way to just abort and get out very quickly. Of course, TP to the bot lane, though. Zig on the backside.
This could be all kinds of dangerous. The knock up onto Laud. They want the Clips to flash away, then pulls in Stunt's going to knock the team with some more. A wall slam by Zig gets one, and now Solo in the middle of this fight. Knockback goes on Alistar, so now Solo is alone. He can try to pick up Smoothie. Good flash by Smoothie, outplays the Q, but still, they've picked up Zeri, who overstays a 1-for-1 in this fight, all said and done.
And meanwhile, you see on the top side of the map, Contracts is actually just trying to maximize his time. More wards down. He's just continuing to ward, and now he's going to go push top lane and try to get it into this turret.
That's really smart. He can deny two waves by shoving this wave in, so Contracts had ganks mid, he burned a flash, and then knowing where to go right away is solid. Zeri is a good gank for the bottom lane and a good first blood for the top as well, but dying in a fight that I think they should have been farther ahead in. That dive didn't end up being worth much for TLA.
Yeah, and so what ends up happening here is Smoothie gets aggro first, and then when that happens, your timer is actually the support's HP. So they're waiting, Smoothie's taking damage, then they're buying time. Laud throws Stunt back in and hits Zeri. Now Stunt gets thrown out of this, and they think that they can take on Solo here, but Solo ends up getting a great Vital here. Right at the end, a fadeaway Vital flash out. So it ends up being a 1-for-1 at the end.
Yeah. And you can look at this gold score, and Ember are actually winning in money overall. They're down kills, they're getting wrecked in the bottom lane, but look at the farm that Contracts has. He's done so much to outperform Zeri here, even though it's like 0-0-0. I realize Zeri's gotten two ganks off, but Contracts is rich and he's warding super well.
Yeah, I'm actually interested to see the gold difference here. He's 600 up.
Yeah, which is the entire reason this game is not just entirely TLA's right now.
Yeah, he's 600 up, which is the difference between Fabi and Laud.
Right.
So he's making up, he's compensating for that. And now they're 200 gold ahead. But yeah, he's farmed the jungle, and he also got that top lane wave so that he shoved it into the turret. So Contrax is just playing the map in a smart way. See, I just did it. The Mart in a smap way.
Good job. Good job. Good job. Proud of you. You're learning.
No.
You're learning from Rib.
No.
Oh, nice smite. Zeri steals that one away. 92 gold to him. It's actually a really large gold swing. The funny thing is that actually brings the gold close to equal here. Golden Glue has to run back away. Ooh, Zap doing her best impression of Rise. He says that, by the way.
Yeah, and also a Jinx ability.
Also true. Rise did it first.
We like onomatopoeias.
Is that really an onomatopoeia? I guess it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I guess you're right.
It's the sound it makes.
It sounds like Zap, I suppose. Well, yeah, no, I'm with you on this one.
Good.
Now. Okay, Laud and Stunt in the bottom lane, holding up best they can. Down 36 though. Fabi and co doing better and better over time. The mid laners have really not had much going on in their various lanes. They're mostly just chilling, occasionally getting hit up by some junglers, but it's been a fairly equal situation. Fabi, hook on a Laud would have been pretty risky. Laud, they're all taking some damage. Stunt's pretty pained as well. Bit of cooling damage, but all is okay.
It looks like Zeri's just trying to get Zig ahead in this matchup so that Solo doesn't become the split-pushing beast. And they're going to go for another play. Here's a TP, too.
Puts the riposte as best he can. Does not get the knockup, though, as that was Zeri timing it properly, but taking a whole lot of damage. He's going to have to drop aggro. Now, Youngbin is here, but there's no turret, no minions in range of the turret. Solo on the wrong side of this fight does not have flash, does not have ulti. Has very few tools to escape
Zeri has
this.
to be careful.
He's going to take plenty of damage. Nice Q. How long to riposte is up? Gets it just in time to block the ulti. Zeri gets a knockup back in, though, and Solo kills him again before Zig can get the stun. And Golden Glue goes in, misses the ulti, though, and Zig will get away.
Oh, in the bot lane, though, we do have some action going on here.
And it's a pretty big dive. Here we go, up onto Smoothie. Alistair gets a double knockup. That is huge, and Contracts got in behind. There's the first kill picked up. Now Smoothie's going to be next. Easy Ren kill goes over to Contracts. 2-for-0 in the bot lane, a 1-for-1 up top. Ember ahead.
So what's happening in this game is Zeri is trying to make plays, and both times Solo has gone 1-for-1 in those trades. You think that the numbers advantage from TLA will make it so that they come out with a 1-0 or a 2-0 or 2-1, but they go even on that. And then Contracts finally makes his first big play of the game besides taking CS, comes to the bottom lane, comes from behind, and it looks like it's a great situation, but that from Stunt and the Alistar ulti, these supports are doing a great job of taking turret aggro and making sure that they hold on to it for the duration of the gank. Very well played there. That gets them bottom turret and 2 kills for 1, actually 3 for 1 overall.
Yeah.
In favor of Ember.
Really, really nice stuff. TLA now on the back foot. Looks like, I mean, as much as like Zeri has 100% kill participation, right? He's getting these ganks off. These ganks are getting kills and blowing summoners. Like, that is accurate and a fair statement, but he's overstaying. He's getting chunked out. He's getting killed off, and learning his lessons around riposte or not is just not actually working out as well as he would have hoped for Solo. Getting a bit of damage on a Zig. They just trade blows and walk away. But now, Ember starting to make their first play. Stunt and Laud have swapped up to the top lane here. They're looking for another turret to kill, which has given free roam for Fabi to knock down bot outer. This will probably be a turret trade. But the first turret of the game was earlier going to Ember. And they look to keep the pressure on. And Zig is alone here. He's now got Zeri with him and Smoothie coming in as well, so that should be okay.
It's 3v4. If they can pull off a tower dive here on Ember's side and actually create an advantage, they still might lose bottom tier 2. Somebody has to go answer Fabi. So right now, Ember has to decide, do we 4-man dive on 3 people? Do we run mid? We need to send somebody bot, though,
yeah.
Or we seed this turret and we give up this advantage. Because Fabi, he's got good items right now, and he went for Zerker's Greaves. He's not going for those Swifties.
That's weird. I actually don't think it's a good choice on Lucian, but it's up to him right here. Gets just a million damage as bot tier 2. Really just a late call by Ember to just not realize that Fabi is still pushing. They showed 4 people top. Solo late to the party. This turret dangerously low on health. This will die to the next push.
Yeah, it's an indecisiveness there. When you see that happen, you have to say we dive top and we take the risk, or we call it off, we siege top with 3-on-3, and we send one person back to deal with it, because they just lost 80% of that turret HP to Fabi. And like you were saying, yeah, the Ionian Boots of Lucidity are a little good on Lucian. You hit that 40% CDR alongside the Essence Reaver.
Yep. Yeah, I think an incorrect choice there by Fabi, but it's not going to really mean the worst thing in the world. Item efficiency is a nice thing, but it very rarely decides games, so I won't talk about it too much here. Lod getting some free time in the top lane, though. Contract's joining as well. I've come to realize that it's not the most important thing in the game. I know that, but still plenty of damage here on this turret. Contracts will tank up the hook. Not a big problem for him. Cleaver on a smoothie. Top lane tier 1 goes down. And the turret lead remains in Ember's favor, but there is still that weak bot lane tier 2 that Fabi had hit before.
Zig?
He's going to Q auto it. He's trying to play around that.
Oh!
Still didn't have the damage. Zig takes it down. Solo can't kill this.
No. Solo can't kill him right now. He's got 2 armor items, and he also has that sheen. So there's a lot of damage on Zig's side now, as well as tankiness and durability.
Easy pick up there. Did you know? Lod picked up Earth Arrow.
Did you know that if multiple people stand on it, it does not work the way you said it did?
Yeah, pretty sure about that one. Don't worry about it. Oh, he's going to kill that blue trinket. Yeah, good job. So, wow, Ember looking, honestly, significantly better.
I think Contracts is having a good game, especially in comparison to Zeri.
Yeah.
And that's what's making this look the way that it is right now. And the map movements, TLA, they did lose both of their shot callers in Dardoch and Matt. And then they had Dominated last week, who's a very vocal member and a team captain. And now they're splitting up the duties once again. Of course, a lot of teams subscribe to the democratic shot calling system, where everybody's just contributing information.
Yeah.
So TLA right now, the calls seem, with this new voice on the team, a little bit all over the place. Ember, though, they're still having that same problem, too. Doesn't look like they have like a solidified game plan of where they're checking certain parts of the map or where they're looking for weaknesses and then diving in.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good play, like the swap top lane, go knock down a top lane outer turret, but they weren't in a position to actually fully dive that when it did happen. Meanwhile, Stunt Contracts finding Zeri. Zeri ulted into the jungle, says, I don't want to be here. Just kidding, everybody. Knocks the ward down and hides away.
Take the lantern. But like you were talking about how that happened where Fabi got bot lane turret damage and they got almost nothing top, but that was a decision that Ember made that wasn't very good, and then they remedied that.
Right.
And then TLA abandoned their top turret in terms of numbers and lost that very quickly. So both teams had a back and forth where it was a decision that was made too late or not allocating the right numbers to the right position.
Well, as it stands, TLA trying to hold the scraps of their jungle. Thankfully for them, Contracts only has 2 Sightstone charges, so it's pretty hard to keep the wards up to get swept away by smiting raptor buffs and things of the sort. Young Ben has been able to wave clear pretty efficiently over in the mid lane, but is losing CS slowly to Golden Glue, who's up 30 CS already in the mid lane here. Yeah. Zeri getting pushed out, down to 1,000 health, and you can see Ember doing a really good job of just shoving so many wards into the map.
Wow, this is actually quite bold because they look at the backside, Solo's there, and it's a skirmish all over the place.
Stunt getting a 2-man knockup twice, and already they picked up Fabi. Now in towards the front lines, as on the side we have Zig just getting wrecked right now by Solo and Contracts, pushing forward, getting the kill. Young Ben's gonna be next. Flash pulverized by Stunt, takes him down. This fight is already a 3-for-0. Make that 4 as Zeri goes down. Smoothie, the only one left alive. Ember crushed that one.
Ember digging deep to try and get their first win of the Challenger Series and make it so they don't have that big goose egg in the win category right now. They want some points.
And this is the Ember squad that people were excited for. And the funny thing is, most of this game wasn't being won by Stunt coming in for Westrice. I mean, he's made some good plays, don't get me wrong, but bot lane was losing. It was Contracts getting a ton done in the early game, and now with this mid-game lead, they're rushing for a Baron.
They do have the Callista, and there isn't really anybody to answer this. Zig has TP in 3 seconds. Youngbin has TP, and he's up in 4. They can double TP to this, but still, 2,000 HP? No, it's going straight down.
Then down it goes. Small mistiming on Ren versus Smite. Not the worst thing in the world because no one stole it anyway, but Ember recalling 22 minutes with a Baron buff, and they've got so much to do now.
So the minion wave is pushed up by Fiora here on the top right, and Fabi, he gets blown up because what Golden Glue's been doing is just farming to get to this point right here. He's 30 CS up above Youngbin, and he's okay with being at that point in the game. Stunt picks that kill up, and also off on the side, something really cool that actually happened up here is Solo. What happened was Zig, he was trying to knock both of them away with Keeper's Verdict, and it knocked one of them away, but Zig actually used riposte on it and got the stun.
He walked in and basically walked into his face and hit riposte because that hit me with the hammer. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Got the stun, got a lot of damage off on Zig, and then picked up that kill. And now Fiora, he's at that 2-item spike. He's ready to split push. He's ready to do a lot of damage here. With this Baron buff, this squad can actually get a lot of turrets off of this. The wave clear,
Yeah, I totally agree.
They still have to deal with the Lux, but they've been showing that they have this Alistar. They're not afraid to dive with Alistar Mundo as a combination.
And so right now we're sitting at 4 turrets to 1 and 8 kills to 3. The first minute of Baron buff has been used up, and it's right now Ember taking control of the jungle. Run in and put some wards down. Taking over top side.
Wait, what was that?
What?
Who was he ultiing? What was Youngbin doing?
I think he was trying to hit Golden Glue off the bind and then missed. Because Golden Glue got Q.
He must have his minimap in the bottom left corner.
And he hit the minimap?
I think he might be a reverse minimap player.
Oh, man.
So I think that he was aiming for Golden Glue on the bottom left of the screen and clicked on the top of his minimap. I don't know.
I didn't see Youngbin cast the ulti. You just said, and I was like, wow, that binding, man, sure would be a good Lux ult right now. And then it didn't happen. And I was like, huh, that's weird.
Yeah.
And you're like, where'd the Lux ult go? I'm like, not at Golden Glue.
Yeah, I went somewhere else. But Golden Glue, I actually do want to talk about his build because this is kind of the new hotness again.
Right, yeah.
Relonomicon is back.
Right.
It was reduced in cost, and Frost Queen's Claim was nerfed slightly in terms of the cooldown and all of these other parts of it that over time. So Relonomicon is a great bargain buy now for mid laners once again.
Yeah. Has to run away from that one. Thankfully does dodge rest of the culling, but that QSS was vital. Now they push in towards the mid lane. They want something done here, but Contract's getting bursted out, and Ordio has been killed off by Zeri. They trade back and Smoothie goes down, but still Solo in the front lines. Heals up the team with the ulti. 3 kills for 1 already as they kite away from Lux and from Fabi's Lucian. It will mean at least the middle inhibitor. Good push with the Baron buff.
There's such a great distribution of damage as well as having a lot of tankiness on Ember's side. They have the Baron buff. They might be able to end the game right here. These are 25-second timers. They might have this Nexus at 25 minutes free.
At 25 minutes indeed. Already they've pushed in. 1 turret down, the second one gone as well, and no one's back yet to stop them here. Fabi nearly getting one shot by Golden Glue, and that will be the first win of the season for Ember. Took them just 25 minutes and change, and they've knocked this one down. TLA dropped their first game, and Ember moving up the standings.
And it looks like the acquisitions for both teams, picking up Stunt, although it didn't look like he did a whole lot this game, he did have a good performance for his team.
In the team fights, he did great.
Exactly. 107 for himself, being a large part of this game, only missing out on 3 kills. So they waited for those points. They waited for when Golden Glue had a lot of gold and could blow up Fabi. So despite Fabi being ahead in gold, it didn't even matter. And the fact that he was having a good laning phase.
Yeah.
So good play there from Stunt, having a good debut here. On the other hand, though, Zeri was kind of bullied around. Zeri was kind of pushed around the map in terms of vision, and he was trying things. He was trying over and over again to make stuff happen, and he was getting things, but then he ended up getting counter-killed. Those 2 dives where Fiora solo ends up with 2 kills both times, you have to go watch those again. You have to look at them and be like, wow, that could have been a play that we came out on top of, and because I got greedy, because I decided to keep following him, that ended up giving it away. So I think that Zeri is struggling here, and I think TLA, they're actually going to have a hard time bouncing back from this because they, like I said before, historically have always had a very good jungler in their midst, and now they have to deal with someone who's got the most deaths on the team. Their laners now have to worry about, is he going to enter my lane the right way? No, seriously.
Okay.
Because when I play with a really good jungler and I'm playing a laner, I feel safe, right? I feel like this guy's got my back. He's going to pick on the enemy jungler, right? Contracts is keeping track of where Zeri is.
Yeah.
So when you're keeping track of them, when you're fighting them, when you have that dueling potential, like just think of what Dardoch did on Graves, right? He's bullying people around. He's showing up to the skirmishes. He's got such a great kind of intuition of where the enemy jungler is going to be now. And Zeri seems like he's just lacking that little thing that means that's saying like he's going to be here now. He's going to be there now.
Right.
I know how to move him around the map with my movements. So it's just that next level he needs to get to.
I mean, I think a lot of it was nerfs. So we knew coming in that he is a very aggressive jungler, right? First item to swiftness. Got first blood at like 4 minutes into this game, right? He had made some good aggressive moves. And when I think back to the match they lost to TLA, when he was on Frostbite, him playing over aggressively, looking for an invade, getting killed invading. And this is him being a little bit nervous playing his, first Challenger Series sort of regular match of 2016 and being a bit inexperienced, and making some mistakes, overstaying, overpushing, not leaving on time. You're absolutely right. And the aggression bit him just barely, but of course hard enough to be a bit of an issue. Overall, it was just a well-played game by Ember, though. The early game was solid enough that even though Solo got ganked and got first blood in the top lane, everyone else held up as best they could. And then mid-game came around, contracts got huge, and then team fights were good for them.
Yeah, they seem to play their win condition where it's Victor, get to the point where he can blow up Fabi or blow up Youngbin, and then you're pretty much good to go. So I think that Ember, they had a much better and much more solidified game plan in my mind, because Contracts, he was on this jungler that's not super aggressive, but farms quickly, and then mid-game can just dive turrets no problem, and they just waited for that to happen. So good plan there, and they executed on it. They didn't get too caught up in the madness that was trying to be created top lane.
Yeah, well, good job by Ember. They took game 1. We're going to see if they can take game 2 as we step away for a little bit with the team strap for what that game 2 is going to be. We'll be right back with Team Liquid Academy versus Ember. A wall slam by Zig gets one, and now Solo in the middle of this fight. Knockback goes on Alistar, so now Solo is alone. He can try to pick up Smoothie. How long to propose Sun? Gets it just in time to block the ulti. Zeri gets the knock-up back in, though, and Solo kills him again before Zig can get the stun. The front lines, as on the side we have Zig just getting wrecked right now by Solo and Contract, pushing forward, getting the kill. Youngman's gonna be next. Flash override. They trade back as Smoothie goes down, but still Solo in the front lines heals up the team with the ulti. 3 kills for 1 already as they kite away from Lux.
Give me a fat beat!
Welcome back, Challenger fans. The teams are just about ready to hit the rip for Game 2 between Team Liquid Academy and Ember. And as you get ourselves ready for that game, I want to talk about a guy that helped Ember, I should say, specifically win that game, and that's Contracts, the jungler.
Yeah, pronouns are important. I say them all the time. But yes, Contracts, the jungler for Ember, helped them out so much in that game.
Yeah.
And by them, I mean his entire team.
Sure.
He was shutting down Zeri's jungling. Every time Zeri showed, immediately Contracts is thinking, well, I'm Mundo. Getting a gank is going to be really difficult, but I can take some farm from the other side of his jungle and ward it up and keep tabs on him and slow him down after that gank.
Yep.
So it's kind of like you hit this high point as jungler where you're going, oh, I got a gank. This is like my golden come. And then when you get back, you're like, oh, I leveled out because, well, of course,
Yeah,
my
300
jungle's
jungle
gone.
camps went away.
Exactly. So Contracts is maximizing his time, and I thought he did a fantastic job in that area.
Yeah, I think it's really just impressive stuff overall. Meanwhile, I got to point out on TLA is Fabi. I think he did very well in the lane. Of course, part of that credit, of course, goes to his support Smoothie. Congrats to the two of them overall, but Fabi's guy got all the gold. And they were, I mean, pretty hardcore dumpstering the bot lane.
Yeah, and despite him only having a 1.0 KDA with 2 deaths and 2 assists, Fabi's CS advantage was created just solely in the laning phase without any jungle assistance. In my opinion, this is the lane that you go to, especially when you have a Thresh for getting hooks and you're able to actually bully them with a Lucian. So I think this is the lane you play to, this is the lane that you try to dive, this is the lane that you try to get more of an advantage in, and even try to pick for in the picks and bans. Try to set them up on the right foot, because I think this is an advantage you can leverage.
I think picking for is an important part because trying to dive an Alistar lane is almost impossible. No matter how well you lane, he will heal everyone back to full, and then when you dive, he pulverizes you, and you tend to lose that fight. So I think if you can get some of those key defensive champions out of the hands of Stunt, that becomes a possibility. But you're right. It's an already winning lane. That is something you can definitely upset with the right champions. Totally agree.
Yep. I definitely think that Alistar is a very, very big pick right now. And everybody's maxing heal second because the W isn't worth that much anymore. Because of the fact that
track cooldowns. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Also, the fact that W got the change to the movement speed of it, so it's harder to actually get the combo off, and it needs to make contact now. So somebody flashes or Lucian dashes while you're Wing, it's just like Fizz Q now, right?
Right.
You have to make contact with them. So people are going Q into E, or like sometimes 3 points E max Q, because they go Windspeaker's Blessing a lot. And they just want that healing. They want to give the resistances and the trading potential. So he becomes very, very difficult to deal with. He also heals minions too, which is actually a little underrated because it just makes it so that your wave is going to push and that you can make a slow push actually happen. So I think he's very, very powerful right now, and especially in the right hands.
Yep, totally agree. So we got ourselves in a champion select. We can see the first sets of champions coming through. No ban on the Alistar, so Team Liquid Academy going to allow Ember to take this first round if they want. Corki comes in. That was a champion that I believe was banned this time around. I could be wrong, but either way, I think Corki is one of the best first picks in League of Legends.
Yes, I agree. Flex pick there, but also means that when you run a double AD composition, one of them...
Double marksman.
Yeah, double marksman. One of them is magic damage, primarily.
Right. Yeah,
so.
Corki is a 80 to 70% magic damage marksman.
Yeah, he's great because he's self-sufficient with an escape. He's got a playmaking ability with the package, which people will sometimes zone out when that package is picked up, and then it comes through, and you're just like, oh, I should have played back for just 1 minute, and then it would be gone. He's got wave clear. So he's taking care of a lot of these things, and he just opens up compositions to be like, oh, your top laner wants to run Graves? He can do it now. He wants to run Quinn? He can do it now.
Yeah. So. Well, Ember get two incredible good power picks for themselves, though. Poppy up in, we assume, the top lane for solo. The Alistar is back for Stunt. So once again, even if that dual lane is advantage, it is hard to make that advantage really stick against Alistar. He's always going to be useful. Of course, the farm doesn't matter on him because he's support regardless, but it means you can sort of resuscitate that lane being an Alistar support. Zeri gets the Rek'Sai again, and we're looking at kind of the same champ select here for Team Liquid Academy, just with a Corki added to the mix.
Yep, and that's the Lucian. So the Corki is already given away that is going to be a mid-lane Corki. They didn't want to give that over to, or the Lucian over to Laud. So Alistar picked up very early, high priority for Stun. I'm very surprised, though, that Lulu is not being seen right now.
Yeah.
Especially with the prevalence of double AD compositions. Lulu with double AD is pretty much flat broken.
Sure, but there's not a lot of room to get some of these ADs. I suppose if you're going for Corki Lucian, like a double marksman like that. But yeah, Kindred right now still disabled for this week's games, at least for Challenger. I'm not sure what else is going to be in a couple of days, but Graves getting banned. There's not a lot of room to run around there. Ezreal picked up alongside Victor, so Ember going to stay with the exact same laner they had before. Now Laud has gone off the Kalista because it was banned and is now going for Ezreal.
Yeah, Ezreal has become more and more popular, mostly because the tier build, people feel really good about it. People feel really good about the kiting ability now.
I mean, the 30 CDR Ezreal got better than it used to be.
Yeah, and the Q and all of that stuff. That
Iceborne's 20 CDR now as well. Like, a lot got better about
which
that.
made it so that Frozen Heart is pretty much something you almost never buy now.
I mean, it now is the tank buy, right? It is the I'm going to slow all of your attack speeds, not movement speeds buy. So, you know, situationally relevant, but no one's getting it right now in many of the roles because all the top lane tanks are fighting each other.
Yeah, and like Poppy's going to get Iceborne Gauntlet in this game and just try to slow. So this is a double Iceborne Gauntlet composition here for Ember. A lot of kiting, a lot of wave clear with the Victor, and they have engaged potential with 2 champions as well as Peel. So they have a lot of Peel here with Ezreal, Alistar, Poppy. It's hard to get in on this team, and they can pretty much fight the fight on their terms.
Sure, absolutely, and Ember's got plenty of damage for that fight when it does happen. So scary things to look out here for Team Liquid Academy. They've got some poke for themselves, and in fact, they've locked in now a Maokai for the top lane here for Zig. So some playmaking definitely available. Maokai could even go right to his glory, but can get in either way. And you know, Thresh and Rek'Sai also as frontliners with the double marksman behind them.
Yep, having the double marksman alongside the Maokai was something that we saw last year. Was people would pick Maokai and then they would go ahead and lock in 2 AD carries, and that was usually the composition that they would want to run with.
Right.
Sometimes they'd pick up a jungle Nidalee as well for a magic damage poke.
Yeah.
But right now with the Corki filling in that role, as before it wasn't so much. It was actually pretty split. Now it's just primarily magic damage from Corki.
Yep. Yep, and especially the poke kind of has been magic damage for the last couple of years now. So, but in the team fights, it would have been different. Now, either way, we're looking at the last couple of picks now for Ember. They need a, well, jungler at this point. It's going to be Dr. Mundo once again here. Of course, you could flex the 2, I suppose, but really we're probably going to see the almost exact same team comp. The only switch up here for Ember is Kalista was banned, so Ezreal came in. Otherwise, the same comp, the same type of stuff is available. Team Liquid Academy actually changing quite a lot for themselves.
Yeah, also the Poppy was the Fiora for solo last time.
Oh, you're right. I'm backwards.
Yeah, I mean, it was on that side of the map.
Right,
Poppy
it was the red side
in
Poppy,
the
and
top
it
corner.
trolled me.
Yeah, and so yeah, but there's still a lot of the champions that were played last game are going to be played in this one for them. So the Kalista banned away, and they're going to take the Ezreal. A lot of kiting here, a lot of potential to, even the Mundo is a great kite champion.
Sure, he's even got a decent amount of poke. Like, of the junglers, it's like, obviously Nidalee's up there.
Yeah.
Mundo's actually a respectable poke champion.
Especially against tanks, too.
Weird as it sounds. Sure, and you've got a big front line there, three melees, essentially, for TLA.
Yeah, and I think that the Mundo is a great pick into the Rek'Sai. As Rek'Sai, I feel very useless against the Mundo. I'm never going to have enough damage to kill him.
Yep.
Invading him is really kind of awkward because if he catches you, he can pretty much chase you down with cleavers unless you find a wall to go over and kind of ditch him. But you lose a lot of HP pretty much through the first like 3 items of the game because you're not really going for too much magic resistance right off the bat. So
yeah, it's not there in the build really.
Yeah.
Well, it'll be fun to watch for. Of course, junglers 1v1ing is not the most important thing in League of Legends. There's plenty of factors that take place. I know you're a jungler, so you're like, oh, I just duel this guy. And like,
it's because Kindred's disabled that we don't see it. No.
The most important thing is really how much farm the AD carry gets. Thank you very much. Could you please
What if I play an
your
AD
job?
carry?
No, you're playing a marksman. I'm the AD carry. You got to get your
Marksman's
terms
never
proper.
going to happen.
Listen, okay, look, considering the fact that actually, I think it definitely will happen because it's really dumb to say, oh, it's an AD jungler. No, there are physical damage junglers and magic damage junglers and tank junglers. But for example, and you guys are with me on this one, Team Liquid Academy are running a double marksman comp, not double AD, because Corki does like 80% magic damage. And
that's true.
As much as it's now splitting hairs, AD is essentially synonymous with physical damage because you literally buy attack damage as a stat.
Yes, he does build attack damage.
And what's
on
awkward
Corki.
is he buys attack damage items, although I've seen Triforce Rapid Fire Cannon, which basically doesn't. Like, Triforce has as much AD as it has other stats. Rapid Fire Cannon doesn't even have AD on it. So, like,
Unless you're Jhin.
There's more split. Yeah, I know. Like, there's more hairs to split with all this wonderful stuff.
I know.
Essentially, what it comes down to, as you keep trolling me, is I think marksman is the term that will stay. I'm not saying you need to call bot lane players marksman players, because Mordekaiser, I want to believe, is still a thing. I've played him some. I think he's fun. But as far as class goes, I think it's a double marksman comp.
Okay, it is a double marksman comp.
Yes.
Didn't
you watch Jat's League of Learning about marksman per game?
Yes, actually I did.
Yeah.
It was quite good. North America, we're behind the trend.
Yeah.
I think that we're going to start seeing 3, 4 marksmen per game.
I don't know if they can get 4.
I
don't think that would be a good comp. I would actually not want to play a Quinn Graves Corki Ezreal comp.
I would love that, and then throw Poppy in support or Alistar in support. But great.
I mean, I'm sure someone could play it, have fun playing it in ranked. I'm sure you'll get it at some point, but I just don't think it'll actually be optimal. The team is so squishy. Okay, fine, Graves builds like half tank, but like, I don't know. We're getting off topic.
Quinn
quickly,
would also build the same thing as Graves.
That's true. You should do Sterix Hex Drinker, huh?
Yep.
You're right. All right,
with
maybe they're
Sterix
more
Hex
durable than I
Drinker.
thought. All right. Well, as we get ourselves into the game pretty soon, the players have had to pause for a bit, and one had to go to the
In case you were
bathroom,
wondering,
etc.
we're
Yeah,
talking about items.
So
and
we're talking
agents.
about random crap, as we do have to have a brief delay for the players.
So it technically doesn't mean that that bottom lane role that plays alongside the support is not really the AD carry role, because when you lock it in like dynamic queue, it's bottom.
Yes.
But your bottom.
Right, which is I think intelligent. I actually think that was a really good choice. It's like, look, the design goal behind that is like there's 3 lanes of income, and the rules of gold efficiency and how item scaling works is you should probably focus them on one person at a time and not share that, and then also the jungle, right?
Yes.
So there's the 4 farm roles and a support who's not getting, and like they're supported in items with frost queens and things like that.
Yeah, and especially because it's just like, what lane are you going to play in?
Right.
Top, mid, bot, and then
Yeah.
there's a support and a jungle.
I'm down for that bot lane role not to be marksman every time. Like, that's fine. We've seen LCS games where we saw at Worlds, Def played Jace terribly, but he did it. And we've seen LCS games where we had Nidalee Soraka as the bot lane, and that was Shushe's old team. I'm blanking on it now, but they were pretty good, and they were in the beginning of season 3, and they played. Hosan
Dragonborn?
played Nidalee. Yeah, that was it. Dragonborns.
Yeah.
I blanked on the team name, but we've seen fun things out there. It's the exception more than the rule, but always a possibility, of course, for these teams. And either way, it's the bot lane carry role, just like there's a top lane and mid lane carry role. At some point, we're like going to go back to like full season 1 status where like Lee Sin Taric is like a legit bot lane.
Oh, man. I mean, that rework one day, Taric rework,
That's true.
everybody knows it's coming.
Mhm.
It's been announced. So.
And that Lee Sin
Wait,
rework where we give him eyesight.
This is a different champion. We're just releasing a new champion at that point.
No.
His identity is stripped
Lee
from
Sin
him.
the monk.
Oh, my God.
I don't know where that came
He's not unique anymore.
What do you mean? There are no other monks in the game. Not officially, anyway. I don't think.
That's true. I mean, like, I guess wouldn't
I mean, there's a
Udyr
monk
kind of
E
be like a
King,
monk?
but that's kind of splitting hairs.
Oh my God.
I don't know.
I didn't know I could love someone and hate someone so much at the same time.
I tend to do that to people. See, it's great because I can look at my Twitter feed like after LCS games, and there's the feed that shows at Riot Freak, and there's this feed that just tracks the word freak. And at the same time, there will be like 10, haha, that was hilarious, and 10, haha, freak, delete your Twitter account. Actually, it won't be haha, it'll be like, they'll mean it seriously, like, why isn't freak fired?
I ask myself that every day.
No, you don't. Don't give me that crap.
I don't.
Yeah, but yeah. So you can tell some people do and don't appreciate the wonderful sense of humor that is lame puns and bad jokes.
That's just something that you have to learn in life, is that you're never going to be able to please everyone.
I know that.
Somebody's going to look at a composition that I think is perfect, and they're going to be like, no. I hate that.
Sure.
They're
That's
not,
usually
not
me.
enough engaged, right? And like, yes. Not
We
enough
disagree on
engaged.
plenty
not
of
enough-
things.
Yeah, we do. But that's our own unique opinion as human beings. But of course, not everybody's going to like your opinion.
That's true.
That works for everybody. So
In
you got-
all walks of life.
Exactly. And you got to learn to be okay with that.
I know.
Don't change your opinion.
I mean,
just
some
somebody
people still
disagrees.
think the Earth is flat. Like, and that's their opinion. It's scientifically proven to be wrong,
Yes.
but it's still their opinion. And
And this is the North American Challenger Series. We get freedom of opinion here. You can say it, even though I don't agree with it. Have your opinion.
I mean, honestly, it like having opinions is fine. It's when people that make decisions that affect the rest of us
That's true.
have opinions. That's when it gets a little
When you
scarier.
try to put your incorrect opinion on other people and try to influence
Like-
them, and you're in a position of power.
Right. So I'll just say that I'm glad that people that make flight plans for airplanes don't believe the Earth is flat. And like at that point, now I'm fine, right? As long as you guys understand, we're good. My plane's gonna go to Tokyo. It's not gonna be a problem.
You actually
Like,
save a lot of time. Have you ever noticed that when you are flying to like some other place, and we'll just say you're going from NA to Europe, it's
Okay.
always an arc,
sure.
right? Because you're going, and if you were to track it on a globe, it's actually the
A
shortest
straight line.
distance.
Well, yeah.
It's a straight line over it.
But,
when you look
anything
at
about
it
the
on a flat
hemisphere,
thing,
it looks like this because of the perspective
Yeah.
that you have to place on the map.
it's great because you're just like, why don't I just go straight there? It's like, no,
Like,
that's
you understand
actually
spheres?
yes. It's like whoop, and it's great. I love spheres. The Earth is not.
I love spheres. Earth is not a sphere, by the way, Aiden.
I know.
We're going to move on because the game is about ready to go. We're done being dumb. We're ready to start talking about League of Legends and maybe being dumb doing that. Remember to share your game predictions with a G. Tweet to @LOLesports. Use #TLAwin or #MBRWin. And we have ourselves a game of League of Legends. It's more exciting than talking about globes. Here we go. Game 2 between Team Liquid Academy and Ember.
Debatable, but we won't get into that debate. We had enough time. Now we're getting into the game. Like you said, game 2, TLA lost game 1. Ember took their first game of the North American Challenger Series as an organization. They weren't able to get it last week. They were able to take it this week. And they're looking for those sweet 3 points so they can tie up TLA. And that's big because TLA is one of the teams that came into this week with 3 points. If you can stop them from getting out to a larger lead ahead of you, you keep yourself in a good playoff position.
Ember fans have to be happy about how game 1 went. We'll see if they can make it go even better here in game 2. This game is worth twice as much as the first one was. Jumping up from 1 point to 3 is a pretty big deal.
It's such a great way to think about it.
Yeah.
When you told me that, my mind was blown.
I'm glad it could help.
It was funny because I was actually preparing for the ULOL, and I was talking to the Harvard students, right?
Yeah.
And they play BO2s, and they have the same point system as Challenger. And when I told them that, their minds were blown. And I was like, I just blew some Harvard students' minds with what Freak had told me. It's like, I know it's Professor Kobe, but it's Harvard Professor Freak at this point.
Darn right.
It was so good.
I teach the youth of America things about math. It's not even hard. It's just conceptualizing.
It was great, though. And
I'm glad it went over well.
We actually haven't explained it fully to everybody, but it's the fact that since you win one game, if you split the series 1-1, you get 1 point. If you go 2-0, you get 3 points.
Yeah.
So if you're the team that's in Ember's position right now, this game is worth twice as many points as the previous one for your standings.
Yep.
So you can get 2 more points from winning this game.
Yep.
It's great. Math.
Stunt has 2 people to attack right now, and actually Lod's
coming
as well.
too. Whoa,
They've
whoa,
stunned
whoa.
Zeri, who smites it safely, and all is well for them. But Lod, takes some poison damage, but that's going to be okay. And this is what happens when you're TLA and you start on the greedy side of the map. You can get punished. Lod, making a smart play. I love doing this, by the way, on bot lane, is taking one or both of the parts of blue buff as I walk in, or red buff if I were ever going to be doing any of this. No, wait. Yeah, of red buff.
Yeah.
It's just, you get like half a level, and you don't show up to lane late really in any meaningful way, so it's just safe and free experience.
Yeah, bot lane, of course, though, Fabi and Smoothie were able to actually pick up both Krugs during that time that Lod was invading. Didn't get too much for it. They got some damage, but Smoothie gets to roam as a level 2 Thresh.
Oh, and a good hook by Smoothie, but he doesn't want to walk into turret range. That Flay would have really hurt him right there. Corrupting Potion, Gatling Gun definitely does some damage from Youngbin. Golden Glue is going to be pretty much equal because he had just traded well into Youngbin back a second ago.
I think Ember are a little bit ahead of the curve here in terms of pushing and getting all of their laners to that lane to push. This top lane, you see the heal from Stunt already taken to try and get these minions a little bit healthier, keep them healthy.
Yep, gonna make it pretty easy in this.
Yep, get Solo up here. Contracts is a little bit behind, but of course clearing his side of the jungle so he can hit level 3 and come on over.
And Contract staying near them to make sure all goes according to plan right here. Looks like a pretty easy lane swap in both these teams. Both turrets should be falling without too much difficulty here. No contest, no one TPing in, try to absorb XP. They're going to be happy just to trade.
It's the new lane swap. Junglers stay in the jungle. It feels awesome. I get to keep getting experience. I keep getting farm.
Yep. It's always fun how these things
Ooh,
evolve.
this isn't going to freeze, though.
No, way too many cash minis here, so Zig has to hard push this. It will not freeze. So the faster you push, the more likely, yeah, that'll be fine. So the faster Zig realizes to push this one, the higher chance that it still bounces off the turret. Another tip for the mid lane, great knock up there by Zeri. Golden Glue flashes just barely to safety.
Ooh.
And gets some harass back, but Zeri, just like last game, very aggressive, is getting flash burns on these ganks. Just this time, can he stay alive for these ganks?
Yeah, if Golden Glue had burned his flash in the previous gank to try and avoid the hook, then this one would have killed him. So good to hold that one. Also, his Death Ray back hit both targets. It was really actually quite sweet.
And definitely some good stuff. He had stunned Youngbin and then just, lined it up across the 2 of them. Again, another trade. Golden Glue doing a good job of always dodging away from the Foster problem. I haven't seen him tank one at all in these last few trades. Corrupting Gatling definitely hurts a bit, but otherwise he's totally fine. Both turrets have fallen. We had both teams try to bounce them. A tier for Ezreal, double longsword for Lucian.
Getting that tier as soon as possible, starting to stack it up, see when Lod actually transforms it. But Youngbin actually went exhaust this game on that Corki in the mid lane, making sure he doesn't get blown up by Golden Glue.
It's probably the best way of surviving the damage, to be honest.
It is. I actually think that this is pretty cool because if you ever jump in with the package, you have a way of making sure you don't pretty much instantly die to one person. If
You
set
guarantee
yourself
win the
off,
duel
so,
pretty much.
Yeah, I think that's actually quite interesting. I want to see how that actually turns out because Golden Glue, he's going to get an advantage here by being able to back and clear this wave with his upgrade and put pressure on Youngbin.
Also, he can Valkyrie Exhaust to set up a gank for Zeri and have a guaranteed knockup afterwards. Now, with Golden Glue missing Flash, as long as they have the mana pool just to go in, they'll have guaranteed lockdown on Golden Glue.
Yeah. With that Flash down, see what ends up happening there. Of course, the package doesn't start spawning until 8-9 minutes.
Nice hook, nice couple of attacks on the stun. But again, it's Alistar. Good luck actually doing any meaningful damage here.
With the heal.
Oh, wow, Lod, that's interesting. So Lod was trying to last hit properly under turret by auto-attacking caster minions once and then auto-attacking them again once the turret shot hits. But Sun had just healed, so Trample was dealing damage to the minions, and it actually broke the last hits. And Lod didn't realize it was going to happen. And I didn't either. I was like really surprised he missed the CS, but that's what happened there. Is
when your support is too helpful.
Alistar was too helpful. Yeah.
Oh.
Attempt to play on a Golden Glue Flash. Knockup Maokai came as well. Perfectly executed. Look at that, Team Liquid Academy. Again, first blood.
And Zig's the one with turret aggro, so Zeri doesn't even get killed in response there. First blood going over to Zeri. So, once again,
Yep.
not one of the laners, though, so we'll see. But
That's 2 for 2 on Zeri.
Yeah.
Zeri and Zig, to be fair.
Oh, yeah.
Making first blood happen. TLA are a team with some pretty nice coordination. That was a really sweet move.
Yeah, double flashes there to pick up Golden Glue and get that first blood for themselves. But only a 300 gold lead right now.
Yeah.
They'll get some turret damage, but not too much more than that. But Zig with the flash W as the burrow's coming through, so the coordination pretty much pincered in here. And yeah, first
I don't
shot
think Zig had to flash, to be honest.
First shot went on Zeri, and then Zig was able to get the root off and then take turret aggro from there. And when they got stunned up, Zeri doesn't die. So good move there from Zeri to get out of aggro. But yeah, he may have not had to flash, but it depends on how long you trust the knockup to be for.
Sure. Either way, it turned into a first blood kill, and you really can't complain about that too very much.
Well, if he dies because he doesn't have flash,
well, he should just be playing more defensively then. He shouldn't play as though he has flash. And you know, the 600 gold you got for getting first blood is something that you can easily allow yourself to lose 5 CS for, and you know, be in the advantage here. So, and of course they can repeat gank on a Golden Glue, who's still got a minute to go on his next flash cooldown. He has blue buff, which makes the gank even more sweet if they can get that one to happen. Shocker Snipe also this time around for Zeri. Got it pretty quickly, so.
he got it last time as
Yeah,
well.
I think so.
It just took him a while, right? He went Swifties, and then the build path was a little strange. But ooh, Contract. He's sick.
Zeri's waiting for him in the jungle. That one-on-one.
Oh,
Nice
smite!
play by Contracts to smite the red buff to heal himself, and he's healing now too much for Zeri. As Youngbin came across, of course, everyone away, but at this point they realize, you know what, the dueling can come down. Too much threat of Lod and stunt stopping this, so red buff will go to Contracts.
That was pretty sweet.
Yep.
Very, very smooth there from Contracts. Smites the red buff to get an extra burst of HP while his ultimate is on. Oh, that was nice. It was like old old Smite. Oh my God, Hunters.
The purple one.
Trailblazer.
Rangers Trailblazer.
Oh my God. You know what happens is I start memorizing new items like Hunter's Talisman, then Trailblazer just goes right out the other side of my head.
I mean, why?
Forget
You
it.
don't even need the word anymore.
Nope.
It's fine. Yeah, it's interesting because as much as, like, I want to talk about this as a topic, actually. We made a big deal over that smite. And I'll bet you the vast majority of the viewers are like, yeah, I knew that happened. Like, obviously, if you smite red buff, you heal. The thing is, having the presence of mind to do it while you're getting invaded out of nowhere is something that many of us will forget to do.
And
Whether you know it or not academically.
Yeah, and the funny thing is that only one person could benefit from the smite. So if Zeri had smited it, it wouldn't have given it to Contracts.
I did not know that.
Yeah, that's why, like, if you smite, like, I can smite red.
I knew it worked for, like, Krugs and stuff. I didn't know it worked for red that way.
Well, that means, like, if I went to red and, like, smited it and got a burst of HP, then I can't really go back to it and do it again.
Really?
I get, like, a double burst.
Really?
I believe that's how it works.
Okay. See, now I have to look that up. Did you know?
Yeah.
Stunt only level 5 cannot pop the ulti to save himself. Exhaust goes on a lot, and Stunt's now in the wrong spot. Ezreal comes by, hits 2. Solo had teleported in. Now, will he get attacked here? A nice stun goes on towards Youngbin, but he's going to stay alive. Solo just gets chunked out there. A lantern of safety and a 2 for 0 to TLA.
TLA, they're doing these tower dives the way they should be performed here, and they even have Golden Glue just trying to shove up the mid lane, and Youngbin had come up from the side. So there was even more reinforcement here, and Golden Glue couldn't get to this fight, even if he wanted to.
A beautiful 2 for 0. And at that point, why do you even teleport in if you know that you're missing a mid laner at that point? You're TPing into a 3 versus 4. And it just hurt Ember quite a bit there. 2,000 gold down, you're seeing... Oh, Youngbin get wrecked. Has to flash get away. Careful, that recall, buddy.
Don't back just yet. Yeah, if you're backing it, it comes up to you. It's like, oh,
just
hey.
kills
poof.
you. Whoops.
Oh, Smoothie, though. He throws down the ward.
Yeah,
the
so once they
TP
see
target.
Youngbin, cancel.
Lot. Woo.
Nord contracts and Golden Glue were on the wrong side of the map. Solo had no reason to TP in. That was a 2 for 0, and you give it up. Or Alistar runs into the team, headbutts someone away, and sacrifices himself. Yep. Ember too willing to fight there. I think definitely misplaying the defensive side of that dive, but not to take anything away from TLA. A great dive by them. Gets a 3-kill pickup.
And TLA, they're having
Overall,
a much better game than the last one. Of course, they went for some tower dives, and Zeri was getting picked up on the back of them. So now, a game where they aren't really having those types of trades go down. Youngbin, though, with that one death.
yeah, Ember did get taken out, but all is well right now.
Oh, also, to confirm, only 1 time per spawn can you get
on red buff.
Can you get any burst of mana from the blue buff or health from the red buff?
Makes sense. Now we know.
The more you know.
The more you know. Golden Glue, easy take on the Raptors here. Youngbin is 1 death here, but we're going to be okay. Only a 1,200 gold game, though. Ember, once again, are winning and farm in the mid lane and jungle, as they were last game, to make up for their sort of early kill deficit.
While also making up for the 80 carry deficit.
Just like last time.
Youngbin, whoa.
Wants in onto Lod. Does some damage, missed the skill shots in the end, though.
Nice little L play there. That was the...
He went for the long-range package, then realized that he slightly missed where Lod was going.
He's just cutting off his retreat.
He did. I mean, made him, jump over the wall towards the turret. And that buys him a lot of time to start playing for this dragon right here. So Team Liquid Academy, off the early lead, taking what they can of the map, and that will be dragon number 1.
And TLA, 1,000 gold lead, a little less than that for themselves. But Ember, they do have a composition that scales rather well. When they hit these item spikes on the Ezreal and also get the tankiness, it's really difficult to kill a Mundo Alistar and a Poppy with just these 2 damage threats on TLA. It'd be very difficult to actually take down this Mundo.
Definitely true. And Corki's not going to build for... Oh! 3-man stun, the knockback. Zeri's going to flash, but gets zapped out by Golden Glue anyway. Who's going to drop the stun towards Youngbin, make him run away as well. And here comes the chase. Here comes a lockdown from Solo. Youngbin has nowhere to go. And that's going to be 2 kills picked up for Ember, punishing for that invade.
And this is why Stunt's on the roster now. Apparently, you can come back from a deficit with that play. Great presence of mind, and also on the same page as the team. I'm going to go for this flash pulverize, and everybody's there to back him up, and they clean up, they even up the score, and they actually go up to a lead here on Ember's side by taking this mid lane turret.
Really beautiful stuff. 1,100 gold lead for Ember. They should be safe to recall as well as the rest of TLA is just spawning, or I should say respawning now. Contracts not even missing a beat, steals away the Krugs before he backs up. And this is a great mid-game yet again from Ember.
And it happened last time. TLA, they had a pretty good early game, and then boom, Ember, in the middle of the game, have a great team fight. They do a dive correctly. They get a little bit back and forth off of dives from TLA. But, man, that play from Stunt, full credit to that. That was a huge play. He only got 1 assist off of it, too. But it made the rest of TLA scatter, and that's when you were able to get those flanks off. Everybody's uncoordinated, and they can't push forward.
Yep. 2 for 0 plus a turret. Definitely a very good fight for them. Zeri, now just playing to give the blue buff over to Youngbin. Triforce is now done on Corki. That is something you can start really abusing and trying to really make an advantage from.
Yeah, and you can see Fabi's build. He's got the double, I guess the double blades.
Yeah.
Double BF swords, double long swords. This is the build that he actually did on MF as well when he goes for Essence Reaver and Infinity Edge back to back.
I'm honestly seeing a lot more of this now. Instead of like the Essence Reaver rush you typically see on these sort of attack damage casters, going from BF sword to Essence Reaver is only 25 attack damage, and it costs you like 2,000 gold, which is, do the math, not very efficient. I've been seeing a lot of double BF sword. I've even seen a triple BF sword start on champions like Lucian and Misfortune and whatnot. And then they combine other items later, and they really are just concerned with their early spell damage.
Ooh, Zeri actually unburrowed for the knockup, but that's, ooh.
He lives. Yeah, smoothly saving his life, though. That could have been really bad.
Oh. Okay.
Close one, though.
We're good. We're good. I don't know why I made that sound.
That was a weird sound.
But I was... Anyway, Contrax is 2 levels up over Zeri, and it's so miserable as a Rek'Sai. You feel rather useless. You're pretty much a vision bot at this time. And Contrax, you know, Mundo says he goes where he pleases, but he literally can pretty much go anywhere that he pleases on this map.
Just not into those 3 people at that time.
Yeah.
Later on, he will do that.
He just didn't want to.
Right, it didn't please him. Golden Goose exhausted. Youngman really wants in. Valkyrie's forward against
Oh,
the kill. Beautiful stuff right there. Making sure we got Triforce procs and the auto attacks. Takes him out. Beautiful play.
That crit at the end for about 380 damage. Oh,
yeah.
Golden Glue just goes down off that last shot. And you know he's trying to run. He's trying to wait for that cooldown, but the exhaust came up big there too.
That's why you take exhaust. You have the dueling power. You Valkyrie forward, you exhaust him to get away from the Chaos Storm, and it worked beautifully. Lod's still skilling at best that he can, but this game is remaining very, very close here, and seeing who can make the big plays is going to be a very big deal.
There's a lot of potential. These guys, both teams, Ember, they want to get that. They want to get that 3 points.
Uh-oh. 100 health left. He's going to live, but that was painful.
Yep. Righteous Glory for TLA. In the top lane, we have Zig with that, and that's going to give them the ability to start rushing into these fights and starting them. But I don't know how often they actually want to start these fights. They just want to go for that backline, lock up Golden Glue. Zig might not even be a peeler. I feel like Zig is going to be a diver.
I think so. I think absolutely getting locked down for... This is the cool thing about sort of a lot of these double marksman teams, is you tend to put them in teams where both marksmen have some decently long-ranged abilities. Lucian has Culling, Corki has his R, and any sort of lockdown ability allows you to land those essentially poke skills. It's a lot of the reason why back in the day people would run Trundle alongside Nidalee, is if you can slow them down, you'll land the Javelin. And it's the same sort of idea where you can use lockdown tanks like this in poke teams, not because you're trying to like keep your poke champions alive, but because you can give them offensive threat by making sure that their targets are going to be hit. And there's definitely a lot to be done here with TLA. Even Mundo can take meaningful damage. Here we go, another knockup onto Contrax, who pops his own ulti. Youngbin does have the package right now. It's got 20 seconds left on it. He's going to have to use that to run away, which will create a carpet of "you can't chase me." That's fine, because they want to go right into this one. Zig dives into the team, has to flash away, though, on the Maokai. Getting knocked up several times by Poppy and the rest of the team, and now Zig's going to go down. Not tanky enough for long enough, certainly. Now Contrax looking to go forward. Youngbin does have Valkyrie, does get away with it, but now Fabi's going to take a cleaver to the back of the head, and the team will keep chasing. A blue hit is going to happen from Lod. A great lantern, but Youngbin yet again gets slowed by a long-range cleaver. Golden will finally, Contrax will finally miss his kill shot.
Wow.
TLA runs away.
Only one person going down there, and it's the tank. Zig out of position, a little too far up. But if you're TLA, that's pretty much the best of the worst situation you could have possibly been in there.
Yeah. That was a fight that TLA wanted, though. They thought they could really go in and pick off Mundo, and the rest of the team just collapsed so quickly.
Picking off a Mundo is almost never something you think you should think that you can do.
I'm not saying it was a smart
Picking
choice.
off Ezreal, though. Oh!
Good hook into auto attack into Q into auto attack into auto attack, and down he goes.
We're just casting auto attacks at this point. Ha-pa-pa!
Only so many things they had to do there. There were what, like literally 7 skills that could have hit?
True, but the double BF sword's coming up big for Fabi there, getting all of that attack damage off, and being 60 CS up over his lane opponent, over Lod.
Yep.
Fabi's making a big impact in the Challenger Series.
If TLA is going to win, I think it has to be off of Fabi here.
Yes.
He's the one who's actually poised to kill Mundo, to kill this very tanky Poppy as well. And it's got to be Fabi doing a lot of work to make this happen, honestly. One Dragon picked up for Ember, good for them. 600 gold lead, they've tied the Dragon score, and this game is just incredibly close.
Back and forth here. You can see how both teams want this, but both teams are also adjusting to new members. Ember, Stunt looks like a great fit for this team. Zeri, there's still some questions about how he's fitting in with this team because they're a team that's used to having a ton of synergy.
Sure. Right now, though, TLA definitely have the option of winning this one. We'll see.
The option. Do I really?
There are some games where you're down like 15,000 gold, and it's like, okay, theoretically Echo Fox could throw, but you don't expect to win those kinds of games.
I mean, I guess the TL main squad made it happen.
That was the reference I made.
Yeah.
Have you now joined me in what I was saying?
It's always strange because I never know if you like make those intentionally or not.
If I reference specific teams, I'm almost always intentional.
Okay, cool.
I don't just say it to like mock a team like Echo Fox. Just they were the team that happened to have like the worst upset loss this season. It's unfortunate for them. I mean, I like the people, I like the team, but that's a rough game, and it hurts to lose games like that. And Solo and Golden Blue were people that were part of that game.
Yes, they were.
It's even doubly sort of relevant.
Yeah, they've had to recover from a lot of losses in the LCS recently. The Immortals won, the Echo Fox comeback won. This is the sister team, Golden Blue and Solo. They want some revenge for what happened to them in the LCS.
True.
This is when you get picked on and like you think you have the older brother against the ropes, and he comes back and you're like, you know what? Fine, beat up your little brother instead. That's what
beat up your little brother instead. I've never heard of that. I have beef with you. I'm gonna come after your family. That I've heard of, actually.
Yeah. Challenger got very dark very quickly. But Lod, he has completed his Muramana here, so he's going to have an extra burst of damage and have the Ezreal power spikes at this point. He needs his cooldown boots, though, and then you'll hit that really good stride where you're just constantly throwing out Qs and you become incredibly annoying.
Speaking of throwing out Qs, Smoothie lands a stun there. Stuns up Zeri, says don't do that.
Oh.
Lod with the red buff, by the way, is one of the most annoying champions you could ever deal with here. He's going to put the ult towards Youngbin. Has to Valkyrie Race. Still gets tagged by the corner of it. Yep. But that is a half-health Corki.
The wave clears here. TP came in from Golden Glue. And Golden Glue, his flash is very recently on cooldown.
Yeah, Golden Glue burned everything. He TP'd and flashed a second ago. I'm not sure what for, but he is here in the mid lane. Looking to make the siege happen, but good luck sieging against Lucian, Rek'Sai, and Corki wave clear. The entire team actually is in the mid lane right now, which means everyone splits up. Solo's been set down to the bottom lane to split push.
He fat-fingered his
oh, he did.
His flash as he was trying to TP. So
oh, ouch.
Unlucky. I gotta get he flashed a little bit closer towards his team so that the TP is not as far.
Yep.
Travel time. Doesn't matter.
Doing his best impression of Billy Boss. Going for that shorter range teleport.
But I mean, it happens. People fat finger abilities all the time. It happens in the LCS too.
With how much Golden Glue's been working out, like his arms are heavier than he's used to, and he just puts them in the wrong position.
He's got these thick hands. He's just been gripping so much.
From gripping all the dumbbells.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're swollen.
Confirmed. Working out makes you worse at League of Legends. No, that.
It's never been disproven. Actually, I think it would make you better.
It almost definitely makes you better.
So
physical health is actually a pretty important part.
Yeah, you want the dopamine in your brain.
Even more mental activities such as League of Legends. It actually does matter to be in good physical health. Today, someone might have learned, or already knew, whatever. But did you know?
Working out increases dopamine levels in your brain and allows you to concentrate and focus a little bit more.
There you go. Right now, Zeri focusing on getting ward control up alongside Smoothie.
They do have to watch out, though. There is a TP from Solo. Solo can find a good spot to come in for this fight.
And they're going to go right in on a Golden Glue. Youngman's got to be a bit careful. Will Valkyrie away from the Chaos Storm, and there's a big set of knockbacks. Zeri makes the first one happen. And the push in towards Stunt, who headbutts Zig into a turret. Now Solo alone to the front line, but a big three-man Poppy knockup could bring Zig to his knees, and just barely TLA are staying alive. Finally, one trades back. Fabi going in, getting a shutdown. It has to run. Lod has a lot of damage. One Q miss. That would have been a kill to Fabi. The turret's not enough. An ace for TLA. Barely could have been closer, but 5 for 1.
That was between Tier 1 and Tier 2 turrets. They were dancing between these turrets, some of them taking shots, but it's a clean ace. Not clean, but still an ace for TLA, and they only end up at a 1,000 gold lead here. Looks like they're going to go for Baron.
They're
Maybe.
risking Baron.
Ooh.
So Fabi does not have significant lifesteal. The rest of the team is probably going to be fine. Youngbin's healthy enough. Fabi will have to watch his health bar as it slowly wears down. He is losing health over time slightly to the ambient Baron damage, but this will drop in time. Zeri can keep taking it. Zig's getting healed.
Fabi.
Wow, Fabi took more damage than I expected, but it still will mean Baron Asher goes down.
More damage than he expected, too.
Yep.
Yeah, sometimes you just have to give yourself for the Baron, but sometimes you don't actually have to give yourself for the Baron.
Yeah. Well, Fabi's first death of the game will not be tracked as a kill from Ember, but it will, you know, increment that number by 1.
Baron gets the shutdown. Next time, he's coming back way stronger. But this TP in is actually really good, but the package sections off Golden Glue to the left, and there's no way he can get back to his team now because Zeri comes in from the side. Zig is now here. Great TP in from Zig and Solo both, actually. Solo tries to salvage the situation, and they're all in a choke point here, and Laud can just pretty much keep throwing Qs down this choke point, and then Fabi goes forward, but then he flashes.
That heal was a really big deal, and then he expects Fabi to keep walking downwards. If that Q lands, Fabi dies for sure.
That was so close. I'm actually not sure if Dangerous Games saved Fabi there or not.
He was, I guess
close.
maybe.
Close.
I think he leveled up as well, right?
Yeah, he's taking a turret shot, and it looks like he got a level up and a Dangerous Game at the same time, so maybe saved him.
Might have been.
Yeah. So Youngbin with the aggressive play, actually helping his teammate out there. But with the Baron buff on, TLA, they have the top turret in their sights right now. It's only Solo defending it. Not a lot of wave clear on this Poppy, especially against these Baroned up minions, and it's double marksman. Almost said AD.
Nice.
Double marksman.
And those champions are very good at knocking turrets down. So, Triforce IE on Youngbin. S3 for IE Zeal on Fabi is going to be a lot of attack damage on these turrets. No rapid fire cannon, though, which actually still makes sieging a bit difficult because two-headed turret puts you in range of Victor's damage. And actually in range of like Solo Flash R, for example, if you wanted to go really tricky about this. So minor concerns, but Youngbin 1v1 against Solo, honestly, with the Baron buff, not going to make that too difficult. You see Ember wave clearing as best they can, but still losing ground in mid lane, down to half HP.
Smoothie can hook Laud. Ooh. He ends up hooking him. There could have been an opportunity, but they need this minion wave. They have good wave clear. Golden Glue, though, he'll be able to actually stop a lot of this siege. Despite it being a Baron buff, it's really hard to get in on a Victor's wave. Yeah, get in on his turret.
Yep, Victor and Braum, I think, are like the two, I would say, actual best turret defending champions in the game.
Anivia's pretty damn good, too.
Anivia's really good. I just don't think she's quite Victor tier.
Well, she can, like, wall off places, too, or, like, cut the minion wave in half.
I mean, she's super good, right? She's like top 3 mages, I'd say. But, like, Braum legitimately makes you pull turret aggro.
It's true.
And blocks the damage from the turret.
You know what's fun? Is that Braum actually beats a Victor, because he absorbs the laser, too.
That's true. As long as he can tank the damage, but he usually can.
Yeah, usually E, and you'll just take the laser and just stop it from going through.
Very, very true. Well, Midland getting cleared pretty easily. No progress to be had for TLA, and the Baron buff is timed out, so only, I believe, 1 turret was killed as a sort of payment for Baron going down. Fabi's sacrifice nearly in vain.
Yeah, they
top lane tier 2.
That's true.
Mid-outer was
Top lane
gone.
tier 2. They got the mid-outer right before they went to the Baron. So.
Condra's looking for a way in. Ember now looking to play aggressively now that Baron buff is gone. Only a 4,000 gold deficit. That is moderate for 28 minutes, but certainly not unbeatable here. Nice hook from Smoothie.
Yeah, just try to get some damage on this turret. Moving their double ADs
a lot of damage. This turret's gone.
They're constantly moving the double ADs around on TLA's side so that they can get to these turrets, and it's just checking for weakness. Are they a little slow to rotate to this side?
Yep.
Is Ember lagging behind? Did they not put their Victor here fast enough?
Yep.
Then you're able to take the wave pretty much no problem and take the turret.
And when you're in a situation like this, it really depends on what the enemy champions are, because there's 2 factors here. There's the wave clear power of Ember squad, and also their catch potential.
Yes. Because
as you're going back and forth, you actually can't ward literally everything. So people can sit in pockets of fog of war. If there's a Lux can catch that Corki on a rotation. Otherwise, he's taking a long way around, and he's slower than the Ember squad. If he takes a shortcut ever, light binding dead, and suddenly that gets really, really difficult. The only real engage tool from Ember here is the Alistar. Everyone else you can kind of see coming, and they can't really flash into you that easily. Solo kind of can, but it's just not as good. And so TLA have very few things to actually have to respect as they go back and forth between these turrets.
Surprised we're not seeing more walling off of choke points from Golden Glue with his gravity field.
Oh, yeah.
I think that you can actually stop rotations by doing that, or actually if somebody's lagging behind, you cut them off from the rest of the squad. So
Yeah.
I think it's a great tool that's being slightly underutilized right now, but there haven't been too many opportunities for it.
Sure.
But we'll be looking out for them in the future, seeing if he can make the difference with it. Package is up, though, for Youngbin. He doesn't have it on just yet. He's clearing the top wave.
Yeah, this is something you want to pick up when it's the correct time. I think one of the first
Well,
mistakes...
he needs to run away.
Yeah, he's going to run up to the north. We'll talk about this in a little bit. He's going to run right into Lod, right into Golden Glue. This is not a good thing for Youngbin. This is going to give a bit of room for Ember here. They've knocked down the mid laner. How much can they get? Because right now their bot lane's already being pushed by the rest of TLA.
Ultimate from Ezreal coming through. How many minions is he going to kill?
Oh, he knocks back some minions. That's kind of cool. They have to walk back in, but look at this. There's no one here to defend. This will be a turret picked up, and at that point, you could say worth it for Youngbin. His death got his team a turret.
Yep. You end up actually not hitting all of the minions there on solo side. You can hit pretty much as many minions as you want in a line with the Keeper's Verdict. I do it all the time. It's the Poppy wave clear. One of your teammates dies across the map. You don't want them to shove. Minions, get out of here. Like, you don't even care if you hit the other people. You just have to get the minions out of there.
Well, Solo will do everything that he can on Nox's Poppy. And it will be killing a couple of minions away. So yeah, talking about Corki real quick, he's talked about the package spawning. One of the rookie mistakes I see a lot of new Corki players make is they'll just pick up the package every single time on respawn.
Yes.
And the thing is, it lasts on the ground forever. And it only gives you a minute of power. So it's essentially, you have to basically place a bet on, will I use the package for the next minute? Because there's no benefit to picking it up otherwise.
Yeah, and it makes you faster out of combat, 40% faster, and you'll have home guard at this point in the game.
Yeah.
So even if you back pretty much right before a team fight starts, you go, hold on, let me get the package, you'll make it there.
Right. I mean, it's sort of like the equivalent of popping elixirs, but instead of costing gold, it costs you an 8-minute cooldown. Well, 6-minute cooldown.
Speaking of wait and base and home guard, Zig looking for the TP. He's looking for a flank here. He wants to have access to Golden Glue so they can blow him up. Because if Golden Glue is gone, the threat to your AD carries or your marksman is nullified.
Yep.
Package picked up.
There we go. Corki says, I'm going to go head towards the mid lane here. And here's the TP in. They're going to look for flanks on all different sides of the squad. The Maokai's coming in from the top right side of the jungle. And just the threat of Maokai and the threat of Corki is enough to push Ember all the way off that dragon. They know better than to fight for that one.
Yeah.
Down 4.8k.
They have vision control of the Baron Pit, though.
They're trying to trap people in front of the Baron Pit. And in fact, they do plenty of damage to Zeri at the start. Ezreal comes across. Here comes it back to the back line. And now how much time can Youngbin buy? Lod is chasing, forces the flash to get him away. But now Zeri jumps in onto Lod, but Lod's going to do enough damage. Contracts holding the front line for them. 1-3-0 so far to Ember. Contracts again holding the front line. Play from Smoothie. They really want in on a Youngbin, but Golden Glue overextends, goes down. And now Solo gets the chase down, trades mid laner for mid laner. Now it's Smoothie and Zig holding up a lot of the damage, but Solo is killing absolutely everyone. Now Stunt can set up onto Smoothie here. Pulverize would do it. Contract's going to change for the cleaver. He's going to miss that one, but it's still taking so much time. Contracts gets the kill, and it's a 4-for-2 to Ember.
And that's the problem with these compositions against each other. Youngbin wants to dive in, and if he can't kill Golden Glue and Lod, and Zig is not making it to them, you're never going to kill Contracts too. Contracts was zoning Fabi the entire time. He was soaking the damage. You don't have enough damage if Youngbin is going after Golden Glue and Lod for Fabi to do anything to this guy. There's just too much in terms of stats that Contracts is able to soak up.
And the thing is, I think even despite how big Contracts is, there are ways to play DPS check in this one. It's called getting an Executioner's Calling on one of your auto-attacking champions and just playing who's got bigger numbers. Because Corki diving in and getting essentially soloed is one of your two marksmen. He's got an Infinity Edge and a crit item.
Yeah.
This guy does a lot of damage.
Yeah, Fabi went for the Last Whisper instead of the Executioner Calling first. So he's just looking to get through that. But watch this. Youngbin says it's time to go. He goes deep, and then both damage dealers peel off to go deal with him. And Zeri goes after Lod, but Youngbin is no longer there to actually return any damage. So Contracts is running around. Stunt has the ultimate on. You can't do damage to Stunt. Solo is trying to peel backwards, and then Contracts is just soaking as well. So they kept Youngbin dove by himself, and the entire team of Ember collapsed onto where Youngbin was.
Yeah.
And then Zeri decided to dive in. He gets picked up because of it, and Ember ended up getting an ace.
It's really rough. Like, I understand the thought process, right? You have a Righteous Glory Maokai. That's pretty much guaranteed lockdown. You have Zeri, who's got plenty of tank stats and, you know, Alacrity, Boot, Swifties. Like, they're quick. They can get there, except that they didn't finish the job, right? They didn't actually finish off blue build QSS Ezreal.
Yep.
Double Marksman team with a Maokai can play tank the front line. That is a playable strategy. And with a 5,000 gold lead, you probably win that DPS check.
Oh, yeah.
They went for the maybe potentially better game plan. I can't argue that it couldn't have worked, but it didn't work, and the dive horribly backfired.
And here's the thing: is it's still TLA 4,000 gold ahead of Ember.
Yeah.
So that was a fight that Ember needed to win to stay in this game. They have some Baron control. Scuttle's gonna go away. He's throwing contracts. Nobody believes you. He's an actor, but it's a bad one at that.
Trying to make it look like he was throwing cleavers at Baron. Didn't happen. Nothing to see here. There's no tabs. TLA, again, they are the team with the lead. But right now they do not have control over Baron. They're trying to get it back. And Solo's actually on the wrong side of this fight. He's going to jump through onto Fabi to try to get himself back with his team. Ezreal tags only a couple people. Double man knock up there.
Oh,
And
Fabi
a
down.
big burst goes in, and wow, Fabi just got absolutely one shot. Now in on towards Smoothie, who's got Iceborne Gauntlet slows in the brain, and a double kill comes through for Golden Glue. The burst was too much to deal with, and Ember have a 5v3 on the map.
Solo with the Poppy play there. This is one of the big reasons that you take Poppy. When you're able to get the heroic charge down to a 4.8 second cooldown or around a 4-second cooldown, you just hit him into the wall, 2-second stun. Initial stun didn't happen on Fabi, but then afterwards, Keeper's Verdict is a 2-second snapcast stun, and then he gets the stun afterwards with the second heroic. Right now, Zeri, he's trying to find a way in here, and Youngbin dove. I don't know.
Youngbin just dies in the side of the Baron pit. Zig wants to fight them. They're trying to just like stop the hemorrhaging and stop the bleeding and stop the Baron, but that's not going to really do much of anything. Baron is still going to be an easy take right here. Zeri getting pushed around. Golden tries to get the burst, but Zeri's still around. They're going to stop damage until he dies, and now they've got that one done properly. And TLA, by trying to stop the Baron, just gave away more kills, more gold, and now Ember's tied.
Exactly. It's even right now. And, oh, man, if Ember was able to play from behind with this composition and being down 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 gold before the first ace came out for them, they're definitely going to be able to play while they're even here. Mortal Reminder is not out for Fabi just yet. And this just seems like a suicide mission. Golden Glue is actually able to get a lot of damage onto Youngbin
Really nice
before
stun.
he even gains control of his champion. And the entire time, Solo's just toying with Zeri over the wall, smacking him back and forth. Like, these cooldowns on Poppy, and there's nothing that Zeri can do about this. Just the entire time. It's like, hey, going back and forth. It's actually quite silly. I had no idea what was going on up there.
That was funny, though.
Oh, it's actually a Lord Dominic's reminder here for Fabi. No mortal reminder for the Mundo.
Yeah, so Fabi wants the selfish damage, and it will make Fabi do more damage to champion. I mean, it's better against Solo. It's better against Stunt.
Yep.
It's just not quite as good against Contracts. But TLA, I really think they need to play DPS check. And honestly, the Armor Pen helps you, but the Grievous Wounds helps everyone on your team. And I think optimally against big self-healers like this, Mortal Reminder is the right choice. And because they are playing DPS check, I think to now optimally play this game, and now the whole itemization, like, get your, micro advantages is now a very important discussion to have, and I think there could be some better choices here. This could be very important. As Ember with Baron buff are looking to siege, and they want the bot lane tier 2.
There's so many tanks on the side of Ember. They could pretty much brute force their way with this Baron buff onto this turret. You have to see this. Packages up as well for Youngbin. Might be one of the last plays he makes of the game.
Here's the push in towards the bot lane inhibitor. Zig wants in. He's going to go and find Golden Blue. Package comes across as well. He's going to look for Law to the side. They're going to try to one-shot him, and they do pick him up. This time the dive works for TLA, and Golden Blue's next. Already a 2 for 0. This is what this comp looks like when it actually works. Youngbin will go down, so Ember trying to take some kills. Smoothie also drops another double kill for Solo.
Tanks.
It's a 3v3. Fabi is going to be an easy one to pick up. Now a triple kill for Solo, and the tanks are tanky enough, and the tanks aren't big enough for TLA this time around. So Zeri running away. Zig in the front lines, kind of the only one keeping the base alive at this point, as Ember keep pushing forward. A stun against the turret. His own base betraying him here as Solo drops the turret dagger one last time. Zig just refuses to die as they slowly whittle down these turrets, but the turret might be just enough damage to buy some time, and Stunt will fall down. A 3 for 3, all said and done. Top laner and jungler alive for both sides.
Oh, super sloppy here. Zig does have TP. If Zig is actually able to get home guard and TP in, he might be able to make a play here, but no, they're just going to be able to clear the minion wave, and they're content with that on the side of TLA. Too many tanks. Too many tanks.
Yeah. 3 tanks on each side, 2 damage dealers in the mid lane, and bot lane carry roles.
Yeah, Ember's tanks are tankier, though.
Well, Ember's tanks do more damage.
That's true.
TLA's tanks are there to be tanks, and outside of Alistar's, Ember's tanks are there to kill things. Which is why when you dive the back line and expose your AD carry, you lose the fight when you trade kills.
They get both damage dealers off the field here. TLA able to pick up Lod with Youngbin and Zig, who actually got pushed towards Lod by Solo. Solo gets Fabi out of the fight with his ultimate, and then they kill Golden Glue. So 2 people are down before 1 person goes down, but Contrax is able to, with the movement speed, to get in there. But Contrax just walks straight at him, and then stun comes back.
Headbutt into the wall, walk forward, pulverize.
Oh. It started off with 2 members, both damage dealers of Ember going down, and then 3 members of TLA go down just to the tanks. It's a lot of damage from this Mundo and the Poppy.
So this is the game where I talk about my favorite item in the game, which is now Hurricane.
Ooh.
Hurricane is the most underrated item in League of Legends, I think, right now. You're fighting 3 tanks. They're all going to be in melee range. Guess what item gives you bonus damage when you're fighting 3 people all in melee range?
Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Hurricane!
Oh, I was going to say Static Shiv.
Oh, that also does. But I really...
Sunfire Cape.
Okay, you know what? We're done here. Iceborne Gauntlet. We're just gonna keep moving forward. Being Victor also counts.
Oh, that's my favorite item.
Hexcore. Hurricane's an amazing DPS check item, which is what TLA needs.
Just rapid fire cannon right now. People really like that burst.
Yeah.
It feels the best initially.
I know it feels very good.
It's got that visceral feeling.
Like
hard to give up.
Yeah, I know. I know it's hard to give up. It feels really good, but it is actually pretty crappy for sustained damage compared to its other counterparts.
Oh, yes.
Well, here we go. Bot lane in Hib fight, round number 2. This turret is 1 hit away from dead. Solo can walk up and right-click and it will die.
He's got a ranged attack, too, if he really wanted to.
Will they find a stun on a Zig, though, who's popped his own ulti to get the damage
Stun.
reduction? Big stun from Stun, but he went in a little bit too hard and dies for free. The turret is still not dead. Someone hit the damn thing. There you go. Picked up there, but it's already 1 for 0 in favor of TLA. Zig and Zeri got out. Ember have to run away.
And there was an Ignite blown there from Smoothie onto Contrax during his ultimate, so he wasn't getting that big burst of healing and the sustained healing from himself. But you saw what it did to Contrax there. It made him vulnerable, so not having a Mortal Reminder here is very questionable in my mind.
Yep. Frozen Heart did come through, by the way, Smoothie.
Yep.
Picked that one up.
True.
Iceborne Gauntlet not exactly important on Thresh, so a couple attack speed slows will help. Honestly, Poppy, Mundo, and Ezreal all care about that debuff.
And we're shortly approaching the area where everybody has 6 items, and then the gold just doesn't matter. And it's all about what champions you picked and how you position and play the map and the team fight. So no longer about what advantages you already created for yourself. But we're not there just yet.
Yeah.
Still have half an item to go on Youngbin, as well as Golden Glue, who probably will just keep that QSS forever. I don't know. Maybe you could just turn that into a Mercurial.
I mean, you
give
might
yourself
as
some
well.
movement speed.
Yeah. I mean, the attack damage will theoretically be useful at some point. Smart choice by Youngbin, though, identifies that Void Staff is just straight better than Lord Dominic's Regards in terms of penetration items, or just way more magic than physical. And also going towards Blade of the Rune King, which is also, again, a very smart choice of lifesteal items to go for, in that he will be landing a lot of auto attacks and has to get through the tank somehow.
Yeah, exactly. It's a lot of tanks.
Rune King is the best way to do that.
Of course, Rune King not going to synergize with his Void
I think
Staff,
it's fine.
So.
Well, so my understanding is all the proc damage, like, because Triforce.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
it turns.
all that damage to half magic anyway.
I didn't know that about the Ruin King portion.
I assume it does. I haven't watched the numbers, but I haven't seen
Ruin King flat out says it's physical damage, whereas Trinity Force just said it gives you this extra.
I
right?
suppose you're right. It's something we could check and test at some point down the line, but I would have guessed that it would convert to magic, but maybe I'm wrong.
I mean, I guess actually, Trinity Force says bonus physical damage, so yeah, it's a mystery.
I think
One day.
the Corki passive. So I would bet that the Corki passive supersedes all damage types. He says, no, it's this.
Probably. You're probably right. But anyway, he has the package right now. It's been picked up on Youngbin.
2,000 gold difference. Youngbin loses his out of combat boost speed as he gets hit by a buckler. Here comes the flank in, and they want this fight right away. Zig and Zeri again to the front line, but Zeri just getting DPS checked down so quickly. Lod takes him out. Now Youngbin stuck in the front. He can't get the package to go anywhere, really, and this the team has to run. TLA forced to retreat, and Contracts and Solo cannot be stopped. The hook from Smoothie buys a bit of time, but Zig's in the wrong side of this one. 3 for 0 already. Make that 4 as Contracts takes one down. This could be the game for Ember. Actually, it's going to be an ace if Smoothie drops. This will be the game. Ember should be 2-0ing this series.
60 seconds on these death timers. Like you said, Freak, it's going to be game 2-0 for Ember. They're going to move themselves to 3 points, but even just as important, they keep TLA at 3 points, and they don't let them get any further ahead in the standings. We have a tie right now for first place. 3 ways.
We do right now. So Ember, congratulations. Looking, despite only having 1 roster substitution since their series from yesterday where they didn't have stunt, they had to play with West Rice, look a whole lot better.
I'm actually going to say something here because Ember, after their first week, I was sitting there going, this organization put a lot of hype around themselves. They were trying to get the community to be like, you know what, we're going to win it.
Yeah,
and
we're the guys.
Believe in it, believe in them. And they had the infrastructure, and they're building and building and building. And after week 1, it was kind of like, okay, it felt like they were just a lot of talk, and it might have been a lot of hot air. But they come in this week, they seem very prepared. Even though they're behind, they're able to come back against TLA, who were favorites coming into it. Granted, they do have a new jungler that they need to synergize with and need more time with. But this is a matchup that now you own the tiebreaker for positioning on Ember's side. So if they do end up tying and Zeri or whoever comes in the jungle position ends up making this team get off the ground, well, now they're jockeying for position at that top later on. So good matchup there for Ember to end up winning.
Yeah, 2 big storylines for me here. Ember improving very greatly. I think one of the big guys for that was specifically Contracts, who played incredibly well both games, getting Dr. Moon to both those. But on the flip side, TLA honestly threw that game away. It felt like they were so sure that they were ahead that they made terrible decisions about 7 times in a row. When they lost 2 people and Ember was doing Baron, TLA said, we're going to 3v5 you at Baron and give away 3 more kills. Is a call you should never, ever make in League of Legends. You've already, by getting 2-0'd, you have given up Baron. They are going to get Baron. You can either give them 3 more kills or you can not give them 3 more kills. And they chose to give away 3 more kills. Yeah. And they kept bleeding kills away. And that's really heartbreaking because TLA definitely had, I think, the ability to make this a tied score and didn't want it.
Yeah, and also, when you compare your compositions, your team, if you're TLA, you kind of have a timer on it where you're looking at double marksman. You're like, all right, we're getting all these turrets. We're getting this large advantage. We need to continue to keep the pressure on because these tanks are eventually going to get to a point where they hit a large damage spike and they're able to dive. They're able to disregard our front line because there's too many of them for diving, that it becomes a big problem. And they didn't keep the pressure on, and they made those mistakes. That was the thing, is they gave away that pressure because when they made a mistake, they kept following up with another mistake.
Yeah.
Just let the first mistake happen, and you don't have to salvage it. Just wait for everybody to come back and then just try it again. So they're a little bit too antsy there, a little too eager to get back into the game or back on their feet when everybody wasn't on the same page again. So TLA, like I said,
rough stuff.
Really, really rough stuff. Too much action for that composition.
Sure. And to talk about sort of the structure of that team, right? They qualified as Team Liquid Academy with Dardoch, with Matt. Those guys got pulled up to the main squad to be shot callers. And then Dom came back in at TLA, and then Dom is gone. And so all the people that used to shot call in the Team Liquid organization have retired or are on Team Liquid Prime. And so I think that's what we saw in the mid to late game here is a lack of voice. But that was capitalized on by Ember. Ember did super well. They clawed back from a big deficit, some good team fighting from them. The tanks went to the right places. The fighters went to the right places.
And I think this is what the organization needs as well, because after that first week, people were doubting. People were questioning.
Sure.
Ember, with stunt on that,
win.
He looks like he's right for this roster. And it's not just a win for the players. It's a win for this organization now, showing that they actually came to play with their NA talent.
All right, well, we'll see how well Ember does next week around. But for now, we're going to take a quick break and move on to our second series between Team Dragon Knights and Dream Team. We'll be right back. Getting knocked up several times by... getting knocked up several times by Poppy and the rest of the team. And now Zig's going to go down, not tanky enough for long enough, certainly. Just barely TLA are staying alive. Finally, one trades back. Fabi going in, getting a shutdown. Has to run. Lod has a lot of damage. Smoothie also drops another double kill for Solo. It's a 3v3. Fabi is going to be an easy one to pick up now. A triple kill for Solo. And this the team has to run. TLA forced to retreat in contracts. And Solo cannot be stopped. The hook from Smoothie buys a bit of time.
Last split, after Ninja and Emperor joined to us, well, everyone and even us think, oh, we are gonna win every game, but that was not happen. So now we are not going to follow that situation again. So we practice more hard than last time, and we are going to make 2-0 this week.
Welcome back, everyone, to the North American Challenger Series. I am Dominic Sater-Romer, taking over the desk for our final matches. With me is Mr. Aiden Zyrene Moon.
You're quite tall.
I really am, but there's an easy fix to that. Hold on, let's. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice. We're continuing the action with game number 2 between Dream Team and TDK. You just heard about Seraph talking about the importance of not buying into team expectations and just focusing on their game. And so far, his prediction is on course. Right now, the series stands at 1-0 for TDK. Both teams drafted double AD comps, and for the first 3 quarters of the game, Dream Team was keeping pace with TDK. But after grabbing a quick Baron at the 30-minute mark, TDK took a step ahead of their opponents, out-split pushing Dream Team, and eventually took their victory 10 minutes later.
And that's pretty much no surprise to me. Seraph is pretty much the split push god from what I've been hearing, but TDK were a team that had high expectations for themselves with talk of making it through Challenger without dropping a single game. But of course, they actually lost their first game and lost the way of getting that type of title for themselves. So, of course, partly due to the fact that the team was thrown for a loop. They spent 3 or 4 months in Korea practicing and scrimming with Ninja, but he was then banned from competition. So TDK, they then brought on Do It, and they're making it work, but they just haven't had the same amount of time to synergize with him in the mid lane. So that's been something that's been holding them back a little bit, but they still have Seraph, they still have OQ, and they look like their carries are pretty intact.
Yeah, but meanwhile, Dream Team are sitting at the bottom of the standings after an 0-2 start to their split and looking to make a statement win.
Yeah, in a season where there's only 10 games, like I said before, it becomes incredibly difficult to rebound from a 0-4, and it doesn't leave much wiggle room at all in the standings at that point. Dream Team, they did make a roster change, and this week are starting Frostbite's former bot lane duo of TM8 and Hakuho with their synergy intact. So they have a bottom lane package that's arrived from Voyboy, apparently. Now, like I said in the last matchup, we're actually going to see a lot of Frostbite former Frostbite members. And it's funny because Frostbite versus TLA, there's actually more Frostbite members now in Challenger than there were TLA members that won. Of course, some of them got brought up to LCS, but who really won those qualifiers?
You got to ask that question, but let's check out the teams as they prepare to slug it out. On the blue side for Game 2, it's Dream Team. In the top, it's Churong. In the jungle, it's Shurnfire. Mid is Pekin Wolf. AD carry is TM8, and support Hakuho.
And on the red side, it's Team Dragon Knights looking to make it back into the LCS. It's Seraph in top lane. In the jungle, it's Kez. In the mid, it's Do It, OQ at AD carry, and Bishu making that role swap to support.
Yeah, so from that first game, I don't know if you guys got a chance to really look at that graphic, but in a 40-minute game, there were 10 kills. Typically when you see double AD carry comps, especially from both teams, you expect a lot of action, but really, it was just skirmishing. Nobody wanted to overcommit for the entire match.
Yeah, you pretty much get into a point where you have turret sieging potential, but if there's enough wave clear on both squads, we have double ADs, nobody's really engaging. At that point, you're kind of just, like, I think I said this once a couple of years ago on the analyst test, where it's everybody's playing with archers. You only brought archers to a fight in a war. So everybody's just shooting at each other until eventually somebody dies. And it takes so long to actually end a fight that way. So they did run a double AD composition with Quinn in the top lane. They ran Lulu in the mid lane, and then they had AD carry Ezreal for OQ, which is actually the only thing I've seen him play. I've only seen him play Ezreal at all. And I want to see more out of him. Of course, the Lulu, I think, is fantastic with double AD compositions. I was so surprised that in the last set that we were playing, Lulu wasn't picked or banned in one of those games. And they both ran, or there was an double AD composition. I was pretty much, my mind was blown at that. Like, pretty much you take Lulu with
a double
up.
AD, yeah. But no chance that we saw that. We could see it in this game. As you can see, picks and bans. Quinn, Fiora, Ryze taken away. Gangplank, Graves, and Poppy, the old GGP from Team Dragon.
GG. WP, you don't get 4 bans. So, nothing there. Corki, of course.
Yeah, Pekin Wolf, he played well in the last game. He kept pace with Do It's Lulu the entire time, and he was able to put out solid harass, but for the majority of the game, it looked like he was using his packages defensively more than offensively.
Yeah, Pekin Wolf is a player that really always liked Italy. He liked the poke mid laners. He went to Xerath. So Corki's just another type of champion for him that does that. He's never struck me as the guy who's going to jump into a fight, jump all the way into the back. So using the package defensively doesn't really deviate too much from his desired play style. And he's pretty much the guy who's going to peel, jump back, and stay safe.
Yeah, some solid play from Pekin Wolf. We'll see if maybe he can turn it into a win this time. Team Dragon Knights, they picked up their first 2 champions in Kalista Alistar for OQ and Bishu, and he took it in game number 1 to great effect.
So he's going to play something different than the Ezreal this time.
Yeah.
OQ is going to be playing on the Kalista. Of course, when I said the Ezreal, I mean, the new season patch, it's all I've seen him really play. It was Blue Ezreal when it became popular. So I have seen him play, of course, LCK and all of that on Najin. So he's played other things. The Kalista, of course, great champion for him, alongside the Alistar for Bishu. And I think Alistar is a great support for both support players who are veterans and new players. It's one of the things that High will take as well, right, in the LCS on Cloud9, because you want to be able to survive as long as possible, and if you're making a mistake, being not that punished for it is pretty much what you want when you're new to a role. Yeah. So being able to dive, having 2 tools to do it, and this is saying Team Dragon Knights, they want to start fights very often.
Yeah, we'll see how that works out for TDK's bottom lane, as once again, Massacre decides to pick up Lucian as Schernfire returns to the Elise he was on in game number 1.
Actually, Schernfire had Elise banned against him, I believe, last time. No, actually, he didn't. He got it one time. He went 1-6-3 previously, and then he went 1-1-1 in the most recent game. So he's had Elise twice, but he's lost both times that he's had it. So Dream Team right now, they're looking at an 0-3 start right now to Challenger. And Schernfire, young guy, he came out here, I believe, from Australia. I believe to go ahead and play.
Yeah, he's been playing reasonably well for his team. He just hasn't quite been able to land the cocoons that he was looking for. Meanwhile, Team Dragon Knights, they decide to pick up Lissandra now, and Zach, blast from the past coming at you.
I mean, Kez was known for Evelyn, Elise, and then Zach was like his backup.
Yeah.
So his champion pool doesn't seem to have progressed too much. He can play things like Elise, like Mundo still, but he's pretty much a defensive player, but I want to see what he does with this, because all 4 members of TDK have a way to start a fight and engage. Yeah. Lissandra is one of Seraph's best champions. Even before it was meta, back on the CLG days, when he first came over here to North America, everybody's like, this guy has such a great Nidalee, Yasuo, and Lissandra. It's like, well, none of those are really meta top laners right now, so Lissandra being meta really helps out Seraph in that top lane.
Meanwhile, Dream Team, they're going to be the ones to secure Lulu this time around.
And double marksman.
And Braum. So it's double marksman, Lulu, and Braum.
So you have somebody to protect you from wave clear like Victor. You have the double AD composition. You have 2 protection champions for it. But then you also have Elise in here. And Elise can fill a disengaged role when you get a Rylai's Crystal Scepter and you throw out the Volatile Spiderling. You also have pick potential and catch, as well as being able to roam and have early pressure. So if you can get your lanes a little bit ahead, you hit the Trinity Force power spike a little bit earlier, you can group up earlier, you can punish people. So overall, a very good composition for Dream Team. But TDK, this composition is not going to let a double AD composition fly.
Yeah, it's so tricky because, as you mentioned, there are so many ways into Dream Team, and Dream Team did have that problem in game number 1. Every time they tried to force a fight, it just didn't quite work out for them. TDK were able to kite it out with Biju's Alistar, and it just really seemed like they had the game under control. But we want to know what you think. Hit us up on Twitter with your series predictions. Tweet at LOL Esports with hashtag DTWin or hashtag TDKWin. I'm excited. It's good to see that TDK, they're able to pivot away from the double AD carry strat in game number 2.
Yeah, when the Corki's picked up, you pretty much say, okay, well, they got blue side first pick Corki, one of the best picks right now because you can flex it, but also it allows you to run the double AD composition. Really, really great there. But TDK, they're able to pivot. They put Seraph on an engaged champion, but they don't just have Seraph on this team anymore, right? They also have OQ, who's another threat. So they have both sides of their map covered with a really great player.
Yeah, and Seraph actually thinks a lot of OQ. Seraph says OQ brings a lot of strong qualities that should help his new team.
OQ bring for TDK is he's really good mechanical player, so we usually winning the bottom, and he bring for us new strategy, and also he's really good mindset for. He's really good mindset player.
And it's really great when you have a player on your team that has such a good mindset, because Seraph also now strikes me as one of those players. He has a really great mindset. He's been subbing in for Team Impulse. He's 2-1 with them, I believe. And the game that they lost, he was getting really fed on Ryze in the top lane. So Seraph has been having impressive LCS performances, but he was put on a team that was in one of the worst situations. They have to take subs. It's short notice. Seraph, he hasn't played with these guys before, and he's still making the best of the situation and shot calling with them in English, helping them out. So he doesn't have a defeatist mentality. He's able to make the best of any situation. And I think that's a really cool thing about Seraph. And I think that's also something about him that makes it so great, because Seraph strikes me as the player that I'm actually going to say this with like pretty much full confidence, that he is one of the best split pushers in North America right now, and he's one of the best of making the he's one of the top players at making the best of a bad situation when your team is behind, because he's able to split push his team to victory. I can't tell you how many times I've seen Seraph win a game by himself because he knew when and how to put pressure on the map when his team was behind.
And that's what we saw in game number 1. Seraph on Quinn. He didn't exactly have the best score at 1 and 3, but he was 120 CS ahead of Churong on that Maokai, single-handedly pushing down inhibitors and inhibitor turrets. So we'll have to see if he's able to do that again in this game. As you can tell, everyone sitting comfortably in lanes as everyone is in their native habitat.
Yeah, and Seraph just understands the concept of, I don't need to go through your team to win the game.
Yeah.
I can go around your team. He's really good at flanking. He's really good at split pushing. I think he's just become more of a complete top laner, and it's been great to see since his days on CLG when he first came over here.
Some very confident stuff, and hopefully TDK will be able to ride that wave further forward as everybody takes some defensive positions and just decides to farm it out. Churong taking just a bit of harass and missing a few CS here and there, but it is a little tricky to lane against Lissandra a bit while the junglers clear out their main camps and look to head around the jungle.
Yeah, and you can see the bot lane is actually quite important. OQ has been punishing TM8 really hard, and he's been denying a lot of minions. They got the level 2 power spike, and Bishu took WQ, so TM8 has to respect that. So he's been giving up this CS, and that's why you see that lead right now. So he's going to try to catch this wave and get as much of it as he possibly can here. But it's still going to be a lead for OQ early on.
Quite unfortunate. TM8 actually did give up first blood in game number 1. OQ and Bijou went for a similar strategy, rushing level 2 before all-inning TM8 and killing him for first blood. And seeing some similar aggression in game number 2 sets him just a bit defensive to keep it safe as the wave is pushed, and he doesn't want to take any chances this time around. Doesn't want to give away any sort of first blood to earthly shenanigans.
Yeah, it was first blood around 2 minutes.
Yeah.
And then the next kill for TDK came at 20 minutes.
Yeah.
So they were just scaling. I have a feeling, though, on this composition that when people start hitting level 6, you're going to see a lot of fighting. Nice Cocoon.
Yeah, Cocoon finds Seraph. He's taken just a bit of damage, but casually waltzes away, not even going to burn a flash.
It's not even that much damage either.
Bishu, however, will eat a stun as Hakuho looks to trade it over. Alistar's nice and tanky, though. He's going to soak that no problem, and we did see our first gank of the game in that top lane with Surenfire trying to look for Seraph.
Yep. Kez is going to start making his way towards that top side, though. Clear out his Krugs. Zach, very good ganker, especially from Fog of War. Like, even if you see him, sometimes you just can't escape him, too. So, Kez,
Situation.
want to see what he does with the bubblegum, Zach.
Yeah, in game number 1, he played Poppy. He relied almost completely on disruption.
Yeah.
It seemed like his sole purpose was to keep people off of his carry.
Yeah, well, that's what you need to do when you have a Lulu double marksman composition.
Yeah.
If you're Poppy, that's all you need to do. Your win condition is keep at least one person out of the fight, maybe 2 people, depending. So you're just disruptive. That's all you need to do. Peel, disruption, then it's easy game.
Yeah, seems like that's what worked. This time around, very disruptive champion on Zach. There's really nothing as satisfying as jumping into a team and just getting a quick E-tap for a quick AoE bounce. It really feels good to
I
provide
don't know,
that
man.
much.
I've seen some Lulu wave clear. I've seen some satisfying things in Challenger.
Ooh. Might have a chance to see it again as Churong shoves Seraph into his turret.
It's Shern Fury.
Yes, Shern Foray.
It's Keys. Keys clearing out the ward.
Do-ite?
Nope,
Mid lane?
it's do it.
Hey.
Anyway. But yes, yeah, Pekin Wolf, you learned that this week.
I did. I was calling him Peckinwolf.
Yeah.
It's a hardy.
Yeah, it's named after a Pekingese type of dog that he thinks looks really silly. But Sternfire, clearing out the Scuttle Crab, it also looks kind of silly.
Yep.
Especially when it's shaken. But this is kind of cute, too.
It's so scared. It just wants to wander around.
But then you never kill it, actually.
Oh, Surenfire's
just
actually going for an
burrows.
invade right now.
You beat it into submission.
Oh, okay.
Give me some vision! And that's how the
And-
Scuttle Crab do.
The Scuttle Crab submission.
True facts about the Scuttle Crab.
Sitting in an old leather armchair. Uh-oh. Looks like we might see a gank from Schernfire. Cocoon finds Bishu, getting just a bit of damage. Flash is used, and OQ dashes forward, getting a lot of Ren stacks onto Hakuho.
He's gonna try to wait for... they're actually gonna fall off, though. That minion that was near him actually didn't have enough HP to withstand just taking one shot.
OQ continues to shove forward. With this wave now at his back, Elise is clearing Krugs, but they don't want to try any action despite the fact that Kez was down there. Bishu is going to be tagged and walk away. So looks like we're seeing a bit of a repeat from last game. Everyone's taking their time, very patient. They're content to sit back and scale. And it sort of begs an interesting question for Dream Team. They tried it in game number 1 to little success. Now they've got a similar composition with the double AD and protection. What's different this time around? How can they make it work this time?
Well, they have their double AD. They have what they have the Lulu now for Chirong. So he has a safe lane for himself. He's not going to get too far behind of Seraph, who had 120 CS advantage last game. So really just destroyed him with that Quinn. There aren't really any great matchups to run into Quinn at the moment. So just applying a lot of pressure on that champion. So now Chirong has a much safer laner. Something that can actually deal with the Lissandra. He's going to go for a Frost Queen's Claim, so he'll also have some peel on top of his peel and protection for his carries. So I think that that's going to be a little bit of the difference here for the team. Of course, I want to talk about the teams overall. As Dream Team last week, they went 0-2, sitting at 0 points. Now they can only get 1 point out of this.
Yeah.
But if they get 1 point out of it, they keep TDK at 2, and they keep the standings rather close with 2 teams at 3 points. Then they have TDK at 2, then themselves at 1 in that hypothetical situation. Or if they give it over, TDK jumps up to 4 points and first place. So TDK, they really want to jump out to that first place spot and get ahead of these other teams, especially since TLA and Ember are now even after their first matchup there.
Do it looks like he might be on the receiving end of a gank as Schernfire wanders down. Gravity Field zones Elise away, and with Kez to back up, no action breaks out as everybody continues to farm it up. We're seeing Pekinwolf actually open up with a bit of a CS lead on this Corki. Missed that one, but that's okay. He's still got a lead.
Do it look like he missed both of those minions with his laser. They didn't kill them both. It's
Oh,
sad. No, they're so close! Oh, it's tragic. It's tragic.
And now all the minions are hitting the wrong one. That's
Tilted.
yeah, blue buff now passed back over to that Corki. Farming so well. And everybody else seems to be pretty even. Once again, OQ, as expected, getting a minor lead over Massacre as he just shoves him over and over again.
Yeah, but of course, this is intact synergy here for Hakuho and TMA. Despite both of them being new to Dream Team, they have worked together on Frostbite for multiple months now, going up against OQ and Bishu, who also have some months of experience. But of course, Bishu only has months of experience, not years of experience on the support role.
Yeah, we're seeing Dream Team now take the Rift Herald. In game number 1, they actually managed to take it 3 times over the course of the game. So we'll see if they're able to do something similar.
Who did they give it to before?
Schernfire.
Every time?
Interestingly.
Every time?
I think Pekinwolf had it once, then Schernfire had it once, then Massacre had it once.
Okay. Well, right now they give it to Schernfire, and one of the reasons that you give it to your jungler is that it decreases your back timer, so you get back fast. We'll talk about that in a second, though.
For the knockup combo, it's a bounce house. Teammate finally hits the ground, but he goes down to first blood. Bishu is the one who secures it.
Hey, level 6s come out, and you see immediately a dive. Kez jumps in, and then they throw Bishu in, too. And they just use everything they can. They're going to try to do as much damage to this turret as they possibly can here. And it's going to be hard to get them off. They have this gigantic minion wave.
Yeah, looks like this turret is about to go down as TDK take a quick lead with that first blood. And the first turret of the game is... They're not trying to reset. Oh, they're just getting extra gold for Oki.
Yep. Making sure that he gets all of the local gold here. Boop. Worth a kill.
Yeah.
345 gold going over to OQ there. Kez. Oh, yep, it's so far. It's so far now. And then Kez they're able to get pretty much put him in the bounce house there.
Yeah.
Threw the Callisto ulti at him. Bishu then used the Q. So TMA didn't really stand a chance or really get control of his character again to even flash. But now they're trying to cut off the mid lane. Schernfire and Pekinwolf.
Yeah, we did see a recall from Do It. And And now this wave is being shoved into the turret. Surnfire takes some damage, but Kez is able to keep it standing, and Do It finally makes it back in time. So he should be able to keep it alive with his 2 for blue, second upgrade on that Victor core.
Yeah, 2 for blue. Yeah. That helps me remember all the time.
We've got thematic cohesion between
Seraph's actually being collapsed on in the bot lane. He's still going to be fine, though. Surnfire really doesn't do too much damage.
Lots of damage to Surnfire. And Seraph, wow.
Yeah, Seraph, he wants to get to this bottom tier 1 so that he can defend it, but he's being collapsed on by 4 people. They're just going to trade top turret. If Seraph goes down here, though,
could be trouble as he takes a few auto attacks from Chorong. The rest of TDK, however, are on the opposite side of the map, and once again, the teams are trading turrets. Bottom tier 1 is secured for Dream Team evening it up, but TDK on the other side look to take that tier 1, the top tier 1 and answer, but Dream Team are pushing forward looking for a tier 2 right now. They've only got 2 minions left. It's secured. OQ again gets the local gold, but this tier 2 takes a lot. Here comes Seraph. Oh man, and he's able to dissuade any further pushing.
Yeah, TDK, although they're up in gold slightly after that, they lose a lot of HP on that bottom tier 2. And there's the package.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Nice gravity field to force the second Valkyrie out of Peek and Wolf. And that's just going to be an easy cleanup here for Do It on this minion wave. Not going to be too much damage going out on the turret just yet.
Yeah, might be looking for the turret, but is not able to secure it. Kez clearing out a pink ward, trying to zone Peek and Wolf back as Seraph roams past, heading back towards the top lane. Once again, OQ farming to his heart's content. Peek and Wolf opening up with a pretty big CS lead in that mid lane now. Doesn't have Triforce yet, but he's well on his way.
Oh man, double pink wards. Like, keep putting pink wards around Peek and Wolf because there's just so much engage that you have to worry about onto this Corki. He has cleanse, but you have to worry about the Lissandra clawing in. You have to worry about even OQ showing up, Bishu from behind, or Kez from Fog of War. It's just, now these wards are getting cleared out constantly, and TDK are putting in their own pink wards. So the fear that this is going to strike into Peek and Wolf is that the focus is now on this mid lane. TDK has both side lane turrets, tier 1's down. This is the lane that they're going to be looking at next.
Peek and Wolf continues to shove, Do It, holding it as best he can. Seraph might be the recipient of some more action. Bishu comes to try to save him. The knockup is going to land. Bishu jumps in to try to keep him alive as Seraph zones everyone out to buy time, but that's a big minion wave. He jukes on the far side, looks for some more action. Chorong even joins the battle as well. Seraph is low. The full culling botting block, but Chorong is able to keep him alive. They both end up going down. A double kill for Surnfire.
And that's a really good turret dive there. They had the numbers advantage. Kez was nowhere to be found. Off on the side, just not there yet. And that's going to be a turret going down and 2 kills going over to DT for nothing.
Looks like OQ's he's trying to answer with that bottom tier 2. As
he's actually going to get this, though.
Are making it in time. It's pre-20 minutes. No home guard going to be on anyone. The tier 2 is secured by OQ.
Yeah, tier 2s are paper if you get the tier 1 super early in the game, because you have to wait until a certain time for resistances to start stacking up on these turrets. So if you take the tier 1 very early before it gets resistances, you unlock the tier 2. If you continue to push, you're rewarded. And that's going to be another Rift Herald going over. And now I get to restart my statement.
Yes.
So Elise can do this and actually hit the eye because the Spiderlings will tank it. And then he hits it in the back.
Oh, he missed that one.
That Spiderling didn't go to the backside.
The Spiderlings are dead.
Get some resets on the Spiderlings.
Oh no, Surnfire.
Oh, babies.
He's trying. Oh, you can do it, Surnfire. I believe in you.
The little ones will hit it in the back too.
Oh my gosh, that's so cool.
Yep. The little one just like pulls out a dagger and shanks it in the back. Like, oh, my eye!
Oh, I thought we were about to watch a replay.
we are.
This is the top lane.
Oh, yeah, they're not that trolly. Seraph, not 100% sure on that choice, actually. Surnfire had red buff. If Seraph had waited and then ultied Surnfire, Surnfire could have died there. But Bishu goes down, so does Seraph, and Kez just not there yet. And so many members make it out with so little HP, and Chorong helping them do that, helping keep them alive. But TDK, they're still in this, 1,000 gold down. Dream Team, though. Oh, right into it again!
Again, he's able to read the dash. Oh no, TM8 burns his heal, but he's gonna go down. Kez with the sneaky kill.
And a nice follow there. Kez just stepping up his game in this game. I realized after I said it. Don't worry, I saw that look.
Stepping up his play.
Wow, hey, thanks for the swords.
I'm just trying to help you out. I'm looking out for you.
Thanks, man. Yeah, I
with,
appreciate it.
With Massacre dead, that means TDK put some pressure on the mid lane. They're not quite able to break through the quirky wave clear, however. They decide to back off, and this could be an answer from Dream Team as they push forward. That turret's so low health.
Yep. So close to going down.
If I were to do it right there, I would be spamming Laugh to try to bait them into diving in.
Oh, why would you do that? Seraph's top lane. Seraph's looking for a flank, though, eventually. He's got his TP up. Chirong doesn't have his. So you want to bait somebody to this top lane. And Seraph knows this. Seraph knows he wants to push waves, flank with the TP when he gets the opportunity, lock up somebody. You see this ward that's in the middle of the lane. If they shove up to try and take this turret, you bet there's going to be a TP on that ward.
We're going to see if that is the case. The turret is shoved deep.
Oh! Glad you didn't take the bet.
I was thinking, I was like, $5 or
No, nobody took that bet.
no, nobody.
But still,
We didn't check.
it's an opportunity, and the rest of the team actually backed off there. Kez went to go do his jungle, and OQ went to go towards the wolves. So they pretty much seeded the turret. I guess the ward wasn't far enough back for their liking for him to actually TP in onto it.
So that does bring it to 3-3 in turrets. However, Dream Team do have about 1,000 gold lead. A lot of that is going to be on Peak and Wolf. He does have a pretty moderate CS lead over Do It. But again, these teams are playing very patiently. They're trading one objective for another. Neither of them really seem committed for the solid 5-on-5 action movie team fight.
Yeah, no igniting somebody and walking away because there isn't even an ignite on Dream Team. It sucks.
No cool guys.
Yeah, cool guys don't look at explosions. You're not going to have that this game. I mean, I guess you could Corki, rocket, and then turn away. That'll work. I'll take that. I'll take that. Yeah. Schernfire, though, I wanted to talk about the Rift Herald and how you give it to the jungler. So what it allows you to do is it gives you extra movement speed. You run into lanes, gives you movement speed for a gank, gives you movement speed for traversing the jungle. It makes you faster than the enemy jungle in backing and then running to a different lane. So it actually increases or decreases your time between ganks substantially compared to the other jungles. So you're basically out-rotating him by gank, back, and then gank and back. And you do that with that timer in that short amount of time that you have, and you try to be as active as possible. Try to affect as many lanes as you can. There are situations where you do want to put it on other champions, but I'm a jungler, so I'm going to tell you to give it to me every time. I smited it. It is my buff.
You know, there's a reason they changed it.
It's my buff.
Last hit.
Anyway.
Uh-oh. Wave to push it forward. But it doesn't look like TDK want to follow.
Yeah, Pika Wolf has the package, so you don't want to jump forward at all.
Yeah, he still got it for about 35 seconds.
Kez
going
off
down
on the
to about
side.
30 now.
Kez off on the side looking for a flank, but I believe they spotted him with a ward, so not too sneaky.
Not very sneaky indeed. Giant pink bubblegum man is not quite able to. Dragon just now spawning. Kez is waiting in the pit, but the rest of Dream Team are split, except for Schernfire.
Oh.
He's going to spot that Zac, I believe. Yeah, he's playing around with the vision right now. Kez is so deep in enemy territory. All of Dream Team turned to collapse on him, the package as well. It's not going to hit him, but he's taking some damage from Peak and Wolf.
Yeah, he just walks away.
Yeah, a little late on the Spooky Ghost there, but Kez now joined up with the flash on his team.
Oh. Schernfire flashed Cocoon, but Seraph already had a claw out to take. So that's a flash for nothing. And that's going to be Dragon, but they're going to give up some mid lane turret damage? No, they're going to go for a fight here.
Yeah, looks like
Pick
Dream
back
Team
and forth.
want to try to get in. There is no package. Bishu takes a little bit of poke as the Dragon is secured. Seraph and the
Looking for
Cullen
an
goes
engage.
in. There they go. There's two of them tossed in. Hakuho's in the front lines trying to keep him up. Bishu goes low. He goes down. Kez dives onto Massacre. He gets popped into his cells. And now Seraph is chasing forward. The carries of TDK are untouched, and they're chasing further. That slow finds Peak and Wolf. So far, it's 1-for-1. The flash laser's not enough to get the kill.
Okay.
Seraph is kept alive. Kez rejoins the fight. He drops to Peak and Wolf. And now it's finally a 2-for-1 for Dream Team. They're going to continue to chase this, but TDK are running for their lives.
Yeah, the peel back there, and that's why the Lulu double marksman composition is so good, because you enable them to continue fighting. They're much more durable than you think they are going to be with just what they have on themselves. The shields come out, the wild growth comes out, and you also give them movement speed, so they're much slippery, much more slippery. Words are sometimes so hard.
Yeah, so now that's a 2-for-1. TDK are able to take the Dragon, but Dream Team managed to net an additional kill. Blue buff passed over to Pekin Wolf on the way out. Here's a breakdown.
Yep, and as you can see here, Kez, he's going to try to follow up after OQ throws in Bishu, but Bishu has already taken so much damage before he ulties. Look at that. He ulties with 200 HP, and Seraph ulties himself instead of locking up a primary target. In this composition, I don't think you can be afraid of locking up the Lucian or locking up even the Lulu or the Corki. Locking up a primary DPS dealer instead of yourself, I think is very beneficial. So, Seraph, he's used a couple ultis on himself, one on the dive, one here. I don't always think it's the best move for that team fight because you really want to be able to catch one of them and then just continue from there.
Yeah, speaking of catch, Kez takes a bit of poke from a Cocoon and some trades with Hakuho and Massacre. 22 minutes in, and Dream Team are the ones who have themselves 2,000 gold lead over TDK. They're grouping up around the Baron right now. Might be trying to skirmish as they're trading vision left and right.
So the last game was about 1,000 gold back and forth until the 23-minute mark. And that's when TDK started to get their lead. So we're going to see what happens in this game. DT, they do have many ways to get out ahead of TDK.
Yeah,
but TDK are going to hit some strides and items soon.
Do it with no summoner spells. Forced to take the long way around as Dream Team zone him away from this turret. OQ's there to catch it, however. The Korean communication working well for TDK as nobody's getting left out. Nobody's miscommunicating, at least that we can see.
Or, well,
or here.
I see communication, yes.
Yes. And it seems like TDK are trying to be defensive. Blue Trinket. Oh, they might try to turn on to Bishu here as the Death Push is unsuccessful.
Seraph. Not really doing too much on the map at the moment, whereas Chirong is split pushing in the bottom lane with TP up. They both have TP though, because of course he does get the Raptor with the smite. Schernfire has an Abyssal Scepter on this Elise, so a decent amount of magic penetration. Gonna benefit himself, Chirong, and Pekin Wolf. But Bishu, even more wards. This is really risky.
Yeah, Baron's at half, and TDK are all grouped around it. They're buying time for Chirong on the other side of the map right now. He's pushed to the tier 2, and TDK can't make up their minds.
Yep, remember when they got this turret really low? Now it pays off.
Yep.
A play a long time ago now puts them at a 3,000 gold lead as Dream Team follow up on it. Dream Team, they have yet to get their first win in the Challenger Series. They are actually one of the teams that are perceived to be on the weaker side of Challenger Series, with TLA, Ember, and TDK being pretty much the top half of what was expected. And then Apex came in with this great team on paper, these LCS players, these LCK players, and then Enemy and DT are kind of the teams that are on the outside looking in right now and need to make a statement for themselves. Of course, TDK did drop a game to Enemy, and you also see that Dream Team, they are poised to take one as well off of TDK. So TDK, they have great expectations for themselves, but they could be falling short in this Challenger Series with all the competition that's rising up.
And you talked about how important this win would be for Dream Team, not only for their confidence, but for keeping the league even. The fact that TDK, a team that we perceive to be strong, is 1 point away from Dream Team, if Dream Team are able to take this, really speaks to how close this Challenger split is going to be. Once again, everyone is grouped up around the Baron as Seraph split pushing in the bottom lane. Chirong looks to do the same in the mid, and I feel like we just saw this 2 minutes ago. Everybody just fighting for vision around the Baron.
Yeah, it's actually DT are trying to force a Baron play a lot. They're basically saying, this is our objective. We never want to be the ones to check you doing Baron because you have so much engaged that you could just be baiting it and then fly out of the pit. So they want to be at the Baron pit first. They have double AD. If you don't answer them correctly, they'll be able to take it on DT's side. So Dream Team, they're just staying in the right spot, in my opinion. Keep control of this objective.
Chirong heads bottom to answer the slow push of Seraph, clears the wave, and Seraph heads top to prepare what I can only assume is going to be another slow push.
Yeah, it's
pull Chirong around the map.
Gigantic wave towards Seraph right now. He's going to pick that up and jump out to, what, 20 CS lead now for himself?
Yeah.
Of course, package picked up for Pekin Wolf. So now, go to Baron, bait it. and try to look for a fight if you're Dream Team and you want to push your advantage, but make sure you can take this fight accordingly. I think that Baron might have already been started up.
Yeah, Chirong being a nuisance brings Kez to half health
for the
before he
collapse.
groups with his team. This very well could be as Baron is brought to half health.
Same with Shrinfire. Shrinfire's low.
Yeah, Okez tries to pull the trigger, makes it into the back, finds Shrinfire and Massacre. He's buying a lot of time, but he's going to be popped before he can get anything off. Bijou with a huge knockup. Shrinfire and Hakuho are low, but they're fine. Here comes the late teleport from Seraph. He's buying time, but is it going to be enough? It looks like it might be, as Hakuho is dead. Do It is chasing down Massacre. The laser brings him low and nets a double kill. Peek and Woof is split. He goes low. Is he going to be able to escape? No, Seraph can't get in. He chases forward. He is able to nuke it, but Shrinfire gets the execution shut down. It's going to be a 3-for-3 trade.
It's just all over the place right now. Chirong, he couldn't get to his AD carries. He was sectioned off, and he couldn't protect them. So they were in a choke point, and then everybody from TDK just funnels through the choke point and forces their way through. And Do It, just, that was a gigantic skirmish. It was all over the place. Two on one side, two on another, one person chasing another. Oh, man, Kez did a great job in engaging that fight. But once again, it's another overreached fight. TM8, though, stayed very focused and was able to take out OQ in the midst of it. So that was a big play because it could have been turned around, and TDK could have been a team that actually walked away with the victory here. And you see Chirong, he gets separated from the team, so he can't actually get to his AD carries right now. He has to walk all the way around, and then Kez dove in. Now he's in a bunch of blobs. Do It is trying to deal with Peek and Wolf behind him, and then TM8 locked up, but he gets healed. He gets so much healing, and then Do It make sure that he can actually take him out. But TM8 had already done the damage and already killed OQ. And a lot of this is just Chirong not being able to be a part of this fight. And Seraph right here, picks up the kill, but gets the counter kill because Chirong comes back in, and Do It had just run off to the side and wasn't able to actually pick up anybody else besides TM8.
Yeah, and that's sort of what we saw in game number 1. The two teams going blow for blow, trading objective after objective, trading kill after kill, though it was a relatively low kill game. But in game number 1, it was TDK who were the ones delivering the first punch, and Dream Team who had to answer and were a step behind. This time, however, it's Dream Team who are the step ahead, and TDK who are trying to answer. Shrinfire is going to be knocked up and locked up. The CC chain is brought down, and he's shut down by Bijou. No, not Bijou. Do It.
Yep. Do It with the pickup. I mean, Bijou not a mid laner anymore. You would think.
It's Reflex.
Yeah. I mean, he played in the LCS as a mid laner for a little bit.
Yep.
So I don't blame you at all. And yeah, I think that's the person you want the kill on right now. You want to be able to get this Victor to a point where he will be able to blow up both marksmen, no problem. He has the Ludens, too, for that upfront burst. So just looking for more ways to accomplish his goal. I do think that Shrinfire with the Abyssal Scepter is a little bit of a missed opportunity to have another slow from Rylai's. But he's just looking for the magic penetration. It does benefit 3 people on his team, which does give you a lot of bang for your buck. Normally, you're just getting it on a mid laner, and maybe it helps somebody else. Maybe you're running double AP with a top laner. But since he has kind of double magic damage with the Corki and the Lulu, he also is a magic damage dealer.
Seraph gets chunked out by Chirong, who's split pushing. Seraph doesn't have an ultimate, so he's got to back away for now. The rest of TDK are going aggressive. Chirong's the one with teleport. Seraph can't join up if his team gets engaged upon.
Yeah, Seraph with the early distortion, he always does this to try and make teleport plays. That's how Seraph plays League of Legends. He likes to have that lower cooldown teleport. So it's up in 45 seconds for him. But he's still getting chunked out again by Chirong. Chirong just has this level lead over him.
It is a 2-level lead. Though they are now even in CS, a lot of that CS was given to Chirong solo, whereas Seraph was typically with his team. Again, he recalls to try to group up Kez. He loves taking this route to try clearing it out.
I've seen this like 6 times.
Yeah.
Eventually there's going to be a montage of just Kez walking up walking up that bush around the red buff as Zach, just sauntering through. Kez, oh, he makes it out every time, though. So only one time he's been caught, and that was when he jumped down the mid lane and he didn't have his passive up.
Yeah, once again, Dream Team trying to fight over vision near that Baron pit. Don't want to take any chances, and as you said, be the ones who are set up and prepared that TDK have to engage upon. Do It with a quick recall. He's going to pick up a needlessly large rod. That gets him far away from the Baron as Shrinfire and Massacre might be trying to sneak it. Blue Trinket will spot it, and Kez is over the wings. You don't want to you don't want to take any chances with Zach right there.
Dream Team just seem okay with getting one of their members to half HP before a fight by attempting the Baron, and it might hurt them. They keep doing that over and over again. TP up for Seraph now, so that advantage is gone, but they still have that level advantage for Chiron, who's pretty much going to continue to split push. 300 CS numbers coming up for the top laners and the mid laners here. Everybody's hitting those breakpoints where these 80 carries are paper.
Very scary situation. Luckily, Lulu, Braum, and a lot of mobility will help keep Dream Team in this. Dream Team currently at a minor gold lead, about 3,500 gold over TDK, but we're starting to get to the point where that gold lead means less and less.
I think we're pretty much at the three item point right now. This gold lead, I actually do think just 4,000 gold, like if it jumps up to 10,000, it still means a lot.
Yeah.
Package picked up for Corki. Peek and Wolf, they're looking for a fight here. They have already taken Scuttle. They have control of this area now for TDK. And Seraph's in the base. Depends. If he sits there, it means he's going to look for a TP play. All right, he runs out of the base. He's going to go clear this bottom wave. He still has TP. He's looking for a TP play. But, oh, man, Chiron, he just has so many items right now that are just great. He got the Rod of Ages really early. It's already 10 stacked. It's going to be so hard to do anything to these 80 carries. He has 580 AP already. And here goes Peekin.
Yeah, they're trying to collapse onto Seraph. He takes the claw. Peekin Wolf tries to read it. Seraph is buying time. He's got flash, but will he waste it? Zanya's stalls it out even more. His team is trying to catch up, but they're just not able to make it in time.
Yep, there you go. And Seraph, 1 minute on his respawn timer already, 50 seconds. He's out for a long time. They could start up a Baron, but he's the one who is TP. But Chiron, he's just going to go with the split push. Split push with Chiron. You have the TP. Level 18 Lulu. He is just so fed right now. Like, you wouldn't think it, but the fact that he's Lulu and he has these items and he got them early, he's going to take a turret, no problem.
Yeah, the turret goes down. Dream Team are trying to force TDK out of position.
Oh, they're playing this so well.
Yeah, they're starting the Baron right now. Bishu is waiting around the pit along with Kez. They chunk it down to half, as you mentioned, content to trade their health for what could be an inhibitor, but it looks like Charong has to back away. They pull the trigger now onto the Baron. It's healed up.
Well, they know that Do It is bottom. Do It doesn't have a TP, and Charong's just going to run away, lead him on a merry chase. Oh, wait, there's no way to stun him.
Oh, the flash knockup. They found Bishu. He gets pulled away by the Fates Call. They're trying to set up a bounce house. OQ is doing what he can, but the Unbreakable is soaking so much. He goes down to a huge crit from Peekin Wolf, and TDK clean this up. Shurnfire is going to go down here. TDK make it look easy here.
Oh, my God. I'm sitting there going, he doesn't have an interrupt. Well, Victor ulti interrupts channels. So he interrupted the TP from Charong, and that's what made that fight. There was no time for a gravity field. He just throws out the ultimate. Do It is the hero of that fight, despite not being in it.
Amazing play from TDK and incredible game knowledge to know his champion that well. Baron now being started with 3 members still dead. This could be TDK's into the game, their way back in to this game. They're up now in kills with this Baron secured. Should bring it just about even in gold.
Oh, man, that is so good. That is so good. It's like Charong's going to make it there. They don't have Gravity Field, but... Or Gravity Field's not going to have enough time, but look at this. Charong, he's already here. Bishu might have to give up his life.
Yeah, he's very low health. Does not have his ultimate. Charong and Hakuho chase that poor Seal down. You can't kill him while he's a Seal. That's just mean. They can't go clubbing.
Oh,
They gotta be friends.
Man,
I meant out to
ruin my day. No, I'm just kidding.
Here's the silence cancel.
Yeah. It's not even a silence. It just interrupts channels. It's a part of the ultimate. And this is just such great communication because the turnaround, they were banking on Charong being there in the middle of that fight. And, oh, man, Do It. That was huge. He could have won the... I think he may have just put them back in the game. And here's another fight.
A fight breaks out. Do It's dancing around once again. That's going to be Dragon secured by Dream Team. Their second of the game, but Do It is chasing forward. Hakuho gets junked.
Do It does get all the Spiderlings, but that's going to be top lane turret. Charong, he's going to be able to take another turret in this split push here. And Charong is doing a lot for Dream Team in this game. CS advantage. He has so much kill participation. He's only missed out on 1 kill in this game. Highest on his team is a top laner. despite not having TP, he's still applying pressure on this map.
Yeah, and that one kill that he missed out on was OQ dying to Peekenwolf at that fight we just saw. He would have been there for that if it weren't for Do It. Do It, the guy. Just ruining Charong's good time.
Oh, that was amazing. And it's one of those interactions that you don't always immediately think about, but when I saw it, I was like, that's what happened.
Yeah, snap decision.
Because Roots will interrupt it, but also that'll interrupt it too. But how many times does a Victor...
Bates call, Bishu eats a shield to his face as TDK push onto this tier 2. They're not able to take it down just yet. Solid wave clear from Dream Team.
Trying to catch out Kez. But yeah, I was about to say, how many times is a Victor near a teleporting target? Right? Almost never.
Yeah.
He's not played top lane, sometimes in the mid lane, but mid lane TPs are used very differently because you walk all the way back. But that was awesome.
Very solid play from TDK. Red buff being contested. Looks like Massacre wants to secure it.
But yes, Dream Team now have the Lich Bane on Charong, so Charong's split push is going to be even better.
Uh-oh.
You have to watch out for
trying
that.
to pull the trigger here. He's the one who's able to pop the stun. Pop onto the neutral monster.
Okay.
Uh-oh, Seraph takes a bit of damage as Peekenwolf goes forward.
That's a
Seraph
cleanse.
is so low. He tries to get in, but he's not able to. Cleanse and Wild Growth keep Peekenwolf alive.
He wanted to ulti himself immediately. He wanted to pop that E, and boom!
Oh my gosh. Dashes onto a laser. He was like a cat right there. Look at the laser. Oh, God. 38 minutes in, even in kills, 5,000 gold lead for Dream Team. And with Seraph dead, this is Dream Team shoving forward. Baron buff, not able to get too much for TDK.
It's so strange, because when we see Seraph in the LCS, he's doing so well. And then we see him in Challenger, it's like, Seraph?
Question mark?
Well, what's happening? But it's actually been a consistent theme. I don't think he's had an outstanding game just yet.
Yeah, tier 2 is taken by Dream Team as they continue to pressure forward. Seraph is up in 13 seconds, and Dream Team don't want to take their chances. They take the turret, and they get the heck out of dodge.
Yep. Seraph has yet to have a game in Challenger where he has more kills than deaths. 0-5-4 Lissandra, 2-4-3 Fiora. Then he had a 1-3-0 Quinn game. Now he has a 3-4-2. So, Challenger just doesn't seem to be the place for Seraph right now. He's doing great on TIP in the LCS, but oh man, Charong is really making his day really rough. It's actually incredible.
I think it's revenge for game number 1. He was like, you 120 CS lead over me? No.
No, not like this. But now Charong, like I said, Lich Bane, full item build. And Seraph, if he's ever in range of these AD carries, he's going to get destroyed. And it's no wonder he's been ulting himself, or at least trying to. He's just afraid of the crits and the burst. And it's only going to get worse. Seraph's not going to get too much tank here.
Yeah, TDK escort half a minion wave to that top tier 2 turret. Peekenwolf takes some damage.
Yeah.
But there's so much wave clear. There's so much poke. TDK, don't pull the trigger on it.
Well, TDK, they have a lot of engage. It's so hard for them to actually get a fight that they want. They can get a fight, but it's not always the one that they want, and you have to choose wisely. You can see Kez 2 levels down on Surenfire. You have to wait a little bit longer here. OQ, he does go for Hysterics in his build so that he's a little more durable and he can withstand some more shots. And I don't think Hysterics is actually that bad on Kalista, because Kallista's Q and E are both total AD ratios as opposed to bonus AD ratios. So you still get the bonus attack damage from it increasing your base damage on your abilities. And it also makes it so that you're durable, so you can have more time alive so that you can stack your spears. So despite you not doing as much upfront damage, if you're alive a little longer and you can get the E, it could equate to more damage at the end of the fight.
A dangerous game for OQ. With the incredible amount of damage Dream Team can put out, he's going to have to play safe with Bishu and Kez trying to keep him alive. Charong once again split pushing.
He does so much damage to these turrets, though. You can't leave him alone.
Oh my gosh, he powers through it. Flash gets him away from the Fate's Call, happily traded by TDK. But Charong is still there.
Yeah, Kez is off on the side, and I actually love what Charong is doing, because despite it being a Lulu in a double marksman comp, you usually think, oh, we want to be 5. We want to have the Lulu here to make it so we're all buffed up. He's applying split push pressure, so that this team of TDK can't just engage and they have to have somebody answer. So it's really cool how he's trying to divide the team back and forth. Now Seraph in the top lane, you get to shove up the mid lane, shield him, and oh, there's the ulti for do it.
Yeah, Chaos Storm to clear the wave. Thought he might have caught DT out of position, but Dream Team are still safe. As they run away, Kez charges up the elastic slingshot, and even a teleport from Seraph with Home Guard.
Yep.
Doesn't find the way in.
Nothing comes of it. They're actually playing really well around Seraph, bullying him, making sure that he can't get these TPs onto the back line. Now he's shoving away bottom. They're going to lose this turret in the mid lane. TDK's base is broken.
Yeah, the quick shove, the inhibitor falls. This is the inhibitor turret falls. Here comes Kez and Seraph from the side, and the inhibitors, they're still standing for now, but Dream Team don't look like they're done just yet.
No, Dream Team, they could actually go for shoving top lane. That turret's already chunked. They can go for the mid lane with 4 members here. But Seraph, so you see Seraph try to run around from the side, and immediately they peel back, but Seraph has to deal with this bot lane wave. So as he goes to deal with it, DT's going to walk up again.
Yeah, they're
trying to get this turret.
slowly whittling down the health. OQ gets chunked to about half, but he's healing it up rather quick with his Blade of the Ruined King. Kez takes some damage on the side as Bishu gets pulled as well. Again, Bait's called to get him to safety. He finds Massacre, knocks him away. Let's see if he can get him out. He flashes to safety. Hakuho is buying a lot of time on the far side, and Dream Team's carries are untouched. Kez gets back into the back line. Do It goes down. In the meanwhile, the Schernfire, Kez forced to flash over the wall. It's a free kill for Dream Team, and they continue to push forward. Seraph goes down. They could be trying to end this game as they look for an inhibitor.
And they take the first inhibitor of the game, but they might be getting even more of this. They're going to get a second inhibitor here, and they have a minion wave down the mid lane. There are 50 seconds on Seraph, 45 on Do It. This just might be game, Dom.
2v5, they're continuing to pressure forward. Pick and Wolf gets caught by the turret. Kez is keeping himself alive. Even Schernfire gets trading out. The minions spawn in time. TDK, they're managing to hold on, but there's 30 seconds before Alistar's back up. 30 for Do It. This is a scary proposition.
Yeah, but the minion waves, they clash sooner than that.
Oh my god.
TDK.
The Nexus turret goes down. Kez goes in. They're able to drop OQ. It's all up to Kez right now. He goes down. This is going to be Nexus turret number 2, and Dream Team are on the Nexus. They are going to take this win. 1-to-1 split between Dream Team and TDK.
And TDK, once again, 1-1 split. They wanted to not drop a game, and they've already dropped 2 in 2 weeks. They sit at 2 points, but Dream Team are finally on the board with their first win of Challenger. They were big underdogs here. They brought on a new bottom lane. It had synergy intact, but their strategy ended up working here. And Dream Team, they get that 1 point. So they're not too far behind the rest of the teams. We have a couple at 3 points right now, Apex, Ember, and we also have TLA up there. But then we also have now 2 points for TDK. And then 1 point for Dream Team. So everybody is pretty much a 2-0 away from each other. And this is just shaping up to be very competitive between all of the teams. You cannot underestimate anybody in this tournament.
Yeah, and the fact that Dream Team, that was their first win after 3 losses in the Challenger Series.
Yeah.
Bringing it together with a patient win. I believe that was a 44-minute win by the time it was all said and done. These guys, the perseverance, the persistence, 0-3 against, I believe in week number 1, it was Team Liquid Academy. They went 0-2, then they lost to TDK, and now they've taken a win. This is huge for Dream Team.
Yes, Dream Team, like I said, they were underdogs here. They're former Astral Authority, and they switched up a lot. As soon as they qualified, they got a new mid laner in Peek and Wolf, who had already qualified with Coast previously, so he's been through the Challenger circuit. And then they got TM8 and Hakuho, who were on Frostbite, who failed to even qualify for this. But TM8 was part of Imagine last year, and they just look like a squad that's not great on paper, but in practice, they seem rather good.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. But for an insider's perspective on that match, we want to welcome Peek and Wolf. Peek and Wolf, man, that was an amazing game on Corki. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you very much.
The fact that you guys were able to take it after the 0-3, how does that feel to finally be able to get that first win of the split?
Getting the first win was great, but even in all of our other past matches, normally we can get an early advantage, and from there we just had some missteps and miscommunication, but so far we've never been stomped. So, I mean, we always are able to potentially win a game, but we just make a few missteps, and we're definitely improving.
Great. I want to ask you a little bit about yourself here, Pekin Wolf, because we saw you last qualifying for the LCS on Coast, and now we're seeing you back in Challenger. So what's happened with you in these last few months from qualifying and doing really well to now being on Dream Team and having to get picked up last minute and then come up with the team and a new roster?
Well, after Team Coast didn't qualify for the Challenger Series, I was looking for a new team, and I joined this one. And after a long story that I'm not even going to get into, I'm on this new roster, and I feel like we have a lot of talent inside this roster, especially because I think we are the pretty much newest team here to actually form a roster. The other teams have been together for a pretty long time, and considering we can take games from TDK, who was considering, I think, boot camping in Korea or something, if we can take games from them, we could take games for anyone.
Yeah, they did end up boot camping in Korea, so you guys get that one win off of them. And so last week you played against TLA, and things really didn't go your way at all. And how did you guys bounce back from that 0-2 defeat last week?
Well, the defeat that we got, I mean, during the games, we just misstepped during the mid and late game. The first game, we had a pretty big advantage and were able to probably close out the game, but we just do pretty much mistakes that are new team related. We've been playing way less than any of the other team for team synergy and that kind of thing. TLA has been a roster for a really long time, and now that they have Harry Abs, we had to also go against Dominate, which was harder. But we definitely could have won those games, and it was just the mid game and our new team communication that made us lose those.
Very solid. And I got one final question for you. After you guys barely able to make, you snuck by in game number 5 of the qualifiers. This is your first win in your 4th game. What's your expectation for the course of this series? I mean, you guys are clearly coming together with some powerful plays.
I think if we keep on steadily getting better every single week, we're going to definitely be a contender for the playoffs. I think that it's not going to be easy. I think the other teams are still going to be really strong and hard to beat, but definitely we can see some 2-0s if we play our game.
So what do you think is going to be the biggest factor in your team improving? Are you guys going to go have communication? Do you have a coach that's going to help you out a whole lot? What do you think is going to help you the most?
Well, we already have a coaching staff, but we're probably all going to we're not all together yet, so when we're all inside one house together, it's going to be really good and have a nice schedule for everything. That's going to make it a lot easier because right now we don't have that, and we have less time to actually be playing and practice.
Very solid. Well, we're looking forward to see how you guys improve over the course of the season. Pekin Wolf, thank you so much for joining us, and good luck with the rest of the season.
Thank you, guys.
All right, well, we're going to go ahead and step away from the Rift while first place Apex looks to keep their hold on first place against the likes of NME. The Challenger Series coverage continues in just a bit.
They prefer enemy, not NME.
Oh, okay. Enemy versus enemy. Looks for some more action. Charong even joins the battle as well. Seraph is low. The full culling botting block, but Charong is able to keep him alive. Sharkfire and Hakuho are low, but they're fine. Here comes the late teleport from Seraph. He's buying time, but is it going to be enough? It looks like it might be. OQ is doing what he can, but the Unbreakable is so much. He goes down to a huge crit from Pekin Wolf. Nexus turret goes down. Kez goes in. They're able to drop OQ. It's all up to Kez right now. He goes down. We're back here in the Challenger booth and gearing up for our final match of the night. Game 2 between Enemy and Apex. In Game 1 of this series, both teams started on a slow burn, but Apex were able to generate a small lead off of pressure created by Eve.
Yes, Eve, the jungler coming over here, played for Samsung in the LCK. In 23 minutes, Apex took decisive control of the game from a mid lane team fight and Baron pick. They forced their advantages for the rest of the game, and Apex took the Nexus just before 30 minutes.
Apex's new lineup flexed their power in Game 1 with Chris, Keen, and Xpecial, bringing a wealth of LCS experience to the lineup.
Yeah, and last week, Apex played with subs, so this will be the first opportunity to see those guys playing on the team. Chris, Xpecial, and Eve. And between the three of them, they have, Keen instead of Eve. Between the three of those guys, they have 226 games in the LCS. But it's not just LCS experience benefiting the team. Police made promotion for the LCK, and Eve played in the LCK with Samsung. So between these guys, they are no strangers to the competitive scene and high-pressure games. And despite such a stacked lineup, Apex has sort of flown under the radar, right? But they are definitely looking like one of the teams to beat. The roster was announced a little late, so there wasn't as much hype as, Ember, TLA, and these other teams like TDK coming in here. Apparently Apex was like, oh, by the way, guys, our roster's pretty damn good.
Yeah.
Like 1 week before Challenger started. It's just like, whoa. Like, hype doesn't catch up that fast.
They were trying to slide it under, but we'll see how they're able to do.
Rosters travel faster than hype. You have to get
Rosters faster than hype.
Yeah.
You gotta line them up together. But Enemy, on the other hand, they're an organization with LCS experience. It was one of its new players, Obvious, who's having a big impact with his Poppy game.
Yes, Obvious, after my heart. Played in Europe, of course, Obvious. He is an import from over there, and he qualified for the European LCS, and he's looking to make his mark in North America. If you go down the lanes, on paper, you would think Apex would win every lane in this matchup, but if Obvious, if he can turn in another solid game and affect these lanes, it could help Enemy overcome Apex's experience advantage in their real-life players. I'm real-life level 18.
Well, let's run through the teams real quick with a look at the lineups. On the blue side, it's Enemy. Starting in the top, it's iKennyU. Jungle is Obvious. Mid, Wolfie. AD carry Otter, and his support, Trance.
And on the red side, it's Apex. Chris in the top lane, King of Challenger. Eve in the jungle from the LCK. Keen in the mid lane. Police at AD carry, and Xpecial on support.
I'm excited to see Apex. They did win game number 1. That puts them at 3-0 so far. And they've already netted 4 points for themselves. If they take the second win, that's going to bring them to 6 points.
And way ahead of everybody else.
Yeah.
And it's actually going to be very hard to catch them because that's 4 games down, 6 to play, which means if they are 3 points ahead of everybody, well, there's only 9 more points for a lot of other teams to potentially even pick up. So those are going to be divided amongst other teams.
Of course.
But it'll be very hard to catch them if they do 2-0 here because nobody else is 4-0.
Yeah, and that's 9 points if you 2-0 the other teams. That's difficult. We're seeing
so hard.
People traded out. Dream Team just ended up taking a win. We're seeing some really interesting turnarounds. But now we have entered pick and ban. Wolfie Zera taken away, as you can see, along with Syndra and Poppy.
It's happened. The day has happened.
Yes.
Somebody banned Xerath away from Wolfie. And they banned Syndra on top of it. So they're just going, all right, what are your champions? Boom, boom, boom. Get him out of there. He had to play Lux last game and went 1-3-1. He's played Xerath every single time it's been available for him. He loves that champion. He's basically Xerath one-trick or ranged poking champion one-trick, I guess. Is this a stylistic choice for him?
And it was banned in game number 1 as well. So Apex, they clearly have Enemy's number so far. Now the other bans are going to be Victor, Corki, and Rise taken away from Apex. Yeah. We've seen Keen play Victor, I believe now 3 times. And he's done exceptionally well on it.
Yeah, Keen loves playing Victor, right? He's one of the people who brought it in after Kuro was playing it. He was a great adopter of it, and he really just thought this was a champion that had so many good lane matchups. But right now, there's so much available right now. Lulu is up. You still have Fiora up. You still have Tom Kench up. There's a lot here that you can be taking for your team.
Very solid.
Graves is up.
I mean, we've got to see.
Quinn.
Alistair, Graves, get that double jungle going on for Apex. But the first pickup for Enemy is going to be Callista, and with Corki banned away,
Gangplank.
You're just going to
Gangplank
keep
is
going.
up. Like, this
Oh.
actually, in my head, this is quite insane because when you go for the target bans, even on red side, and you go Xerath, Syndra, you banned exactly the same thing here on Apex. So they said, obvious, you're good on Poppy. We're taking that away from you.
Yeah.
Xerath for Wolfie, no. Syndra, we're even going to make you dig deeper for that. And they still like put all these power picks on the table, and they take Nidalee, Fiora, just because they want Chris to split push the entire time. They don't want to have to wait for a Gangplank. They want him to be able to just dominate this matchup.
Well, in game number 1, Chris did go 3-0-9 on that Fiora. So we'll see how enemy decide to respond this time around.
I think that Chris historically has been the best or second best top laner in Challenger every time he's played. He's qualified for the LCS 3 times.
Wow.
Velocity, Coast, and then Velocity, Curse Academy, and then Coast. So he's actually been there so many times. Actually, Coast twice, I believe. Yes, it was Coast twice because he was with Impaler. Gravity,
That's right.
Gravity was alongside that. The other thing is, though, is St. Vicious, this team on Apex, he's actually played with 3 of these members before on a team, right? He played on Curse Academy with Keen. He played with Chris as well on Curse Academy. And Chris and Keen have actually played together before. And then he also played with Xpecial. So Saint pretty much just said, you know what? I played with all you guys. I liked you guys. Let's get them all together. And then, of course, Apex created.
This team already has a strong repertoire. These are players who've been playing in the LCS before. They're players who've qualified before. We're expecting a lot from Apex.
But they're great individual players, but their jungler and their AD carry are Korean, and their English is not yet up to par. Of course, they're taking lessons, so the communication is still going to be a little rocky. It's going to be a little bit resemblant of what Energy has going on in the LCS.
Yeah, Keen, of course, translating for Eve. We've already gone through a couple picks. Rek'Sai and Bard picked up for Obvious and Trance. Meanwhile, Braum Lucian picked up for Police and Xpecial.
It's a great combination. Xpecial was always a very good Braum player, so...
Dream Team just won with it.
Yeah.
Very solid for Apex as Enemy look for their final 2 picks. Apex saving on to their last pick for Keen in the mid lane.
Yes, you always want to give Keen counter pick. I mean, how much would... How
The
many
guy
times...
took Hecarim into Zed.
Yes.
Who does that?
I mean, he took Urgot into Zed.
Yeah.
He took Jarvan into Ezreal, right? Like, Keen has such great counter picks in his pocket, and he just has such a great mind for what works in the lane that I think that you should always give it to him. Remember what Curse Academy turned Gravity's win rate was when they had red side and they could counter pick for him? It was insane. Remember going through the LCS, it's like, when are they going to lose a red side game? And then they got to the playoffs and they were just like, okay, side selection. Let's not take red side.
Yeah.
No red side this game.
Enemy
Blew my mind.
Yeah, we'll see what he's going to take. But I just...
Oh, what?
That's a Vel'Koz and a Singed. I just need to pull you off of the Keen train for just a second.
I'll jump off that.
We can hop back on in a moment.
No.
But what is it?
It's a Vel'Koz icon and a Singed icon. Even though Gangplank is up, they want to take Singed into Fiora. It's really risky. I wonder what iKenneU has in mind. He might be going for a cheese strategy. We'll have to see what ends up happening here. But Wolfie, I mean, it's once again another poke champion that has a little bit of wave clear, but it's the same pattern that he wants to play. He wants to have that team fight range. Wolfie is basically, if I can be 1,000 units away from you at all times, I will play the champion that allows me to be 1,000 units away from you.
Looks like the answer from Keen is going to be Lulu into that mid lane. A lot of protection for Lucian and Chris.
Yeah, the Lulu is good. The Lulu alongside Lucian is actually incredible. Lulu-Lucian is a fantastic combo. He has so much mobility, dodging skill shots, as well as getting a lot of damage off with the help picks. So this is a great combination. It's hard to kill him. They have poke, siege. They have an ability to split push. They have team fight. And Apex also has wave clear with the Lulu, rounding out the composition. A Victor would have also been nice here too. But the Lulu gives you ways to catch the Vel'Koz too. You can catch him with the Glitter Lance, you can speed up somebody on your team, you can speed yourself up, and you can polymorph him and interrupt his ultimate. So I actually think that Xpecial is going to save his ultimate for every single time that Wolfie ulties.
Well, we'll certainly find out, but we want to know who you think is going to take the last win of the night. Tweet your picks with hashtag enemy win or hashtag APX win to @LOL Esports. There's a Vel'Koz and a Singed. What season is this?
I don't know.
Is this season 6?
I think it's season 6.
Yeah.
The best season of all time.
Best season
All
of
time, all
all
time.
time.
Stop
We
you right there.
loaded onto the Rift. I'm gonna let you finish, but season 6 is the best season of all time.
Well, season 6, hasn't progressed enough for me to make that claim just yet, actually. There have been some great seasons. I mean, hey, what if season 6 just like blows up in our faces, right? And it's just like,
In
whoa!
what way?
I mean,
How? Hold on. Let me just stop you right there.
Okay.
What can happen to make season 6 bad right now?
a lot of things.
I'm all ears.
You start with 30 wards in your inventory. You place them infinitely. Boom!
That's amazing.
No, it's not.
That's incredible.
No, you ruin it all.
Think of all of the vision. Think
I'm
of all of the
thinking about it.
invades.
I'm hating it.
That's so much action early on. That's amazing. And then you don't get any other wards for the rest of the game.
No.
And you have
no.
that one
See,
stack.
now you're throwing your own twist on it.
That's exactly.
You're trying to make a bad thing
and
a
it's
good
getting
thing.
better.
Stop it.
And even if you recall, every time you recall, you get 30 wards. You just have a line of wards behind you. Season 6, best season all time.
Oh my god. You're worse than Freak. At least Freak listens to reason.
There is no reason in League of Legends.
Actually, you'd be quite surprised how the spaghetti code works.
Well, speaking of spaghetti code, we've got the flying spaghetti monster in the mid lane. Wolfie.
True.
Tossing out the Vel'Koz. This is awesome.
It's a grade A transition.
Yeah.
But yes, watching the Singed in the top lane, I also want to see how Obvious does in this jungle without Poppy. Last time he played, Poppy went 2-1-9 and pretty much dominated the game. And then Rek'Sai, he didn't have as great of a performance against TDK last week, went 2-2-5. So Obvious looking to dig deep, come with a victory here. But Chris, oh man.
Yeah, you don't trade with that.
Well, Chris is also an enormous bully and challenger. It's funny because Chris has always been the guy who's too good for challenger, but then when he makes LCS, it's always he can't seem to split push in the same way, or his team just doesn't have the same type of advantages that he would normally get, and then try to close it out. So too good for challenger. He's going to try to prove it again and qualify for the 4th time for challenger, for LCS, which I think might actually become a record of actually qualifying. I think he might hold that already.
Uh-oh. Eve with level 3 takes Scuttle Crab, looks for a gank in the top lane. Can he use
Just auto attack. Get that red.
Ghost is traded. Kenny has Ghost on Singed. He's going the wrong direction. Eve catches up with him quite quickly.
Wow.
Okay, that's an interesting direction to choose. Dodges the spear. He's buying a lot of time, but first blood goes to Eve.
Wow, so Eve, actually, that was pretty sweet. He ended up pouncing and then smiting a minion at the same time. And what's cool about that is that when you end up killing a unit in Cougar form, it reduces the cooldown of your pounce by like 1.5 seconds. So he jumped and smited a minion so that he got a lower cooldown on his pounce, so he could jump again. That's pretty sick.
Yeah, Kenny Yu, in good old-fashioned Singed fashion, teleports back to the top lane the moment after getting killed.
Yeah.
And Chris is pinging like, yo, this guy's got no Ghost, he's got no TP.
Yeah, and the fact that he had Ghost pretty much made him a very easy kill being pushed up that far. And Chris, oh man, he's already well on his way. Apex is a squad that they have the most points out of any squad already at 4. Nobody's past that point. Everybody's at 3, 2, and 1.
So this is Apex's chance to really sling ahead of the competition.
Yeah, it was a strange week for TLA. It was a strange week for TDK, where they just didn't seem to have it all together in these matchups. So Apex, if they can prove that they're going to be more consistent, then they'll jump out to an early lead in the entire series.
Exciting week for Apex, as they could be taking a strong lead in this. 4.5 minutes in. We're not seeing that much excitement after that early gank.
Well, I mean, it's 4 minutes, right?
Yeah.
Give it some time.
It's
People are
season
walking
6.
back to lane. Oh my god.
I'm expecting more.
Season 6 is now letting you down because your expectations are too high. That's how it can become the worst. You expected
You ruin
so
your
much.
own expectations. Kenny Yu, wow, he's shoving so far forward. Does he have a ward? Oh, he's got a pink in the river, but Pink from Chris is going to be in try. Make sure that there's no vision from Singed. Chris might be able to... Yeah, he's catching up in CS just fine.
I think it's just short in AD to actually kill those casters in one shot. Just barely. But yes, Chris, a little bit down in levels at the moment. Kenny was able to pick up the experience by using his TP. So Chris trades level advantage slightly for TP. See if he can make a play with it and actually benefit off of that.
Trance looks for some action. Xpecial does the same. Police
Trance.
goes out. Oh, and he's going to. Xpecial with the ignite. A quick heal. Honor's joining the battle as well. The Penguins are going down the slide. Police flashes the wall. Anyway, he's still alive. Hit the Dragon. The Dragon's going to finish him off. He's got no flash. Eve, yeah, he's starting it off right. Trance goes down. Otter's going to be tagged. Takes a quick cup of cocoa for some safety while Keen looks for some damage onto Wolfie. Ignite as well. Here comes Obvious. Keen suddenly too far forward. The laser. He doesn't get out of range. Wolfie kills him. Eve tries to buy some time. He's going low as well. They could try to dive it, but he leaps to safety.
Oh, so close. Down bottom, though. That truly was a magical journey.
Yes.
I like how when he went in stunned, he didn't turn into a penguin. It was so good.
Bard leading the way for the Penguins to follow. This is so beautiful.
I mean, maybe he's just on ice and he's slippery.
Oh, and he is a penguin. That's amazing.
He's half penguin.
Oh, man, and Police flashes the wall.
That's
He's not
so
able
good,
to get the kill.
The heal right then. Trance would have died and blown his flash at that moment, but Eve is still there to pick it up, and Eve picks up a kill. This, though, by Wolfie, rather good. Realizes that he can, flash, ulti.
Oh, I see.
And then Eve just walks up right then. And he's like, oh, well, I guess I'm channeling right in your face. Might as well.
Yeah. Eve, a little bit of mistiming there as Wolfie, 1 minion away from level 6. With his jungler in lane, he's able to get it in a timely manner and get that kill. Kenny Yu on Singed continues to farm up. Gets 2 out of those 3 minions as Chris, still with his teleport, not making any plays with it despite all of that action in the bottom and mid lane. And Kenny Yu, despite that death, he's caught up in CS.
Yep. Kenny on Singed, just going to run around the map. Pretty much cause as much havoc as he can. Chris, though, yeah, it is quite curious. He uses TP to jump into any fights, but he would lose multiple waves because Kenny would just proxy the waves and pick them up despite not having TP. So we save it.
Hey, gang, as Eve finds Kenny.
Yep, pretty much ulti and coast away.
Oh my goodness. Singed is awesome. I love that champion.
You know what's great about this? He's using the Samsung skin against Eve.
It's just like icing on top of the cake at this point.
But of course, Eve joined after
Yes, yeah, that.
2015, or I guess December 2014. And then 2015, he ended up
Just a few months away.
Yeah, the team actually didn't do too well. They ended up, I believe, getting last place and then 7th place, so never making the playoffs. But Eve, still rather good performer. See how he does in NA and Challenger.
Currently with both of his teams 2 kills. Picks up the Runic Echoes along with the Warding Smite.
Yeah, we call it the Smite Stone.
Yeah. I knew it. I had it, but I didn't have it.
No, it's Tracker's Knife.
Smite Stone.
Yeah.
Oh. Kenny looks for Chris.
Ooh, waited for it.
Yeah, Obvious. Coming for a gank. Doesn't quite find it. As Chris holds on to the riposte and continues to CS. It's a 1,400 gold lead for Apex. Oh, Chris pulls the trigger. The grandest challenge that has ever been. I love that he laughs when he does it too. Red buff stolen by Eve. Apex are just a bit of a step ahead.
Watch out for Wolfie.
Oh, and the Bard catches it mid-pounce. Style point
perfect.
gets caught with the knockup, locked against the wall. He doesn't have flash. Apex lose Eve.
That was perfectly timed by Wolfie. He got the knock-up right then. That was well played. This Vel'Koz for Wolfie, he's still looking very proficient on this champion, despite it being one that's a little esoteric to the professional scene.
And a very unique pick for Wolfie. 1-0-1 with Sorg Boots first as Dragon is being secured. I like how they wave. Oh my gosh. Obvious is going to be able to secure this dragon while Chris continues to trade with Kenny Yu, but this might not be a trade he wants. Let's see if he can time the riposte with the fling properly.
Oh, he's getting...
Does he have it? Oh, he is able to and lands the stun. Chris coming up huge.
Oh, man. Chris getting kind of the reverse BM. They're just serving it to each other back and
If
forth.
Singed laughs when he flings, then Fiora should laugh when she gets the riposte.
Yeah.
I think that would be appropriate because it's really hard to
If
land.
it's a design, I'd ship it.
Ooh, lots of
Eve
damage
running
on the
through.
trance. Fate's call pulls him away.
Nope. Luckily, it doesn't go back in.
Yes.
Makes a good decision, but Nidalee coming out of the brush with Boots 2, Runic Echoes, and the brush buff from Nidalee. That was scary.
Came out of the jungle,
Pretty
man.
much charging at you at what would be a move block speed. Like,
Yeah.
that's Rek'Sai tunnel speed.
Tricky situation, but simply an ultimate use from Otter is going to secure it while Keen gets his own blue buff along with Swifties and a Dark Signet to keep him sustained. Signet? Signet? Signet?
Seal.
Dark Seal.
You're making it too complicated.
Yes. Just like Season 6.
Yeah, it's cheaper now. So it's only 350 gold, I believe.
Yep.
But it's a rather good buy. It's comparable to a Doran's Ring in many ways. AP, it can grow. If he thinks he's going to get a lot of assists, then it's a good item. Speaking of items,
There are many.
did you know?
Oh boy. No, hold on. Do you know?
What? Yes, I do.
You do know.
I
Okay.
do. So
I
in
just
our
don't want to
game-
go down the freak path.
In our game, we have boots, swords, bows, fists, gauntlets, arm guards. We have all of these items. We have chest plates.
Oh, no. Chris gets flung over the wall.
Ah,
Gank attempt from Obvious
Talk
and
about that
Kenny. They're collapsing now as Wolfie takes a spear to the face. Looks like a lot of damage is being traded now. Keen and Eve are going to zone Wolfie away, but that leaves Chris all on his own. Eve takes a bit of laser and forced to flash out. Kenny Yu, can he catch up? No, he can not.
you're proud of that one.
I am so proud.
You should be proud of that one. Eve making his way towards bottom lane. Just pretty much strolling along. Look at that, 500 movement speed when he's in a bush. It's too much. But auto attack on the turret.
Yeah, they're going to look
Take
at
it
this
down.
tier 1.
Fast
Eve
rotation.
so fast around the map.
That's so smart, though, because what he's doing is he'll run through a lane, and it was what I was talking about with Rift Herald as well. When you sit there and go, well, I have more movement speed than the enemy jungler. So he's got like 100 more movement speed than Obvious. Well, I'm just going to run through these bushes and make it to a place faster than he could get there. And as a jungler, it's a game of seconds. It's a game of moments where if you're a couple moments ahead of him, well, your gank gets off first. You get to blow somebody up before they even get there. And then they have to back off the turret bottom because there's no defending that.
Oh, not a chance. But in our game,
Yes.
let us return.
Oh, yes, okay.
Back to whence we
they're,
came.
they're gonna like put Lucian top, and Police is gonna be able to shove out that lane. But yeah, as I was saying, did you know? In our game, we have boots, we have swords, we have bows, we have axes, we have fists, we have arm guards, we have chest plates, we have mantles, we have capes, we have cloaks. We have no pants. Everybody's in their undies in our game. You're 6 items and you're running around with no pants.
Oh,
Money cannot buy you pants in League of Legends. They are not for sale.
Oh, man.
The other
Maybe-
day, it was like, what's going on?
Maybe, I don't know. Why are there no pants in our game?
I don't know.
I've got nothing. Whoa! Neither does
He
Police.
needed
He goes
some.
down. Yeah. Oh, and special. He's caught between the flying spaghetti monster and a hard place.
You know why there's no pants? Because you had to replace them very quickly against his Vel'Koz. That was so much damage. Police did not expect that to come out. And that means enemy get push advantage on the bottom side, and they might get 2 turrets here just for that push in the top lane.
Yeah,
and they're going to start closing this gap a little
Keen
bit.
is on his way with his Swifties, but the turret's down to half health. He's able to make it there just barely in time.
Not greedy, but they're going to push up mid lane.
Yeah, the
and
mid
they
tier
already,
one.
they already have a rotation coming here. And Wolfie's pushing top. So they're just simultaneously putting pressure on all 3 lanes, trying to make it so that you have to allocate people correctly on Apex's side.
Yeah, Enemy went 1-1 last week. Let's see if they can get a duplicate this time around as they shove forward. They're not quite able to bring down the mid-tier 1.
Yeah, chipping away. Chipping away is fine. You don't have to get it. This is gold that will eventually come into your pockets if you play it correctly. The Bard rotations will come through, and Wolfie does have to be a little careful, though.
Yeah.
But he does have obvious cutting off the path for him, and that's going to be a turret in the top lane. Out of all the 3 that were checked,
Yeah, they're able to take it out. Obvious, as you mentioned, zoning a special and Eve to try to keep them away from that vital AP carry. The trade, however, from Apex, as they're now in the mid lane, looking for the mid-tier 1. Bard ulti buys time. There's 2 minions. They're just like, we want to hug the turret. Oh, no. Special. They're going down. Turret is going to be dropped successfully by Apex. 3-2 in favor and a 3,000 gold lead when it's all said and done.
yeah, Apex, their experience is showing. TP to the top lane from Chris. Just trying to get out of there and catch that minion wave. Ooh.
Yeah, Kenny Yu also has his teleport and ghost. Could see a window of opportunity knowing that Fior's on the other side of the map, but Enemy decide to sit back and just recover. Don't want to take any chances in this one. Chris, 30 CS ahead. Keen, about the same. Working on that 30 CS lead himself. Interestingly enough, Keen down 15 CS.
Yeah, Police with that 30 himself, and then about 15 for Keen, yeah, behind. Wolfie's been doing a good job for himself, picking up these waves, 2-1 and 0, 2-0 and 1. And Wolfie's actually had, despite the performances of his team, even on Frostbite, Wolfie has actually been a very solid poke player.
Yeah.
I'm quite impressed with him. It's just kind of, the saying, unlucky. Yeah, he's... You know who Wolfie reminds me of? Is Arc Second last year.
Oh my god.
Arc Second was a good player, but could not come up with wins. No matter what happened, he would have just a great score. He's a poke player. He's playing Xerath. He just couldn't win a game. Because poke was just, his team would not be able to play around it correctly. They wouldn't be able to close games correctly. And it was just really difficult with his champion pool, despite when he would even get fed.
Yeah, quite unfortunate. But we'll see if that streak continues for Wolfie. As Dragon is traded for Rift Herald. Kenny Yu,
I think they saw him,
yeah, gets knocked up. The stun locks him down as well. He gets chunked down to 300 health. Apex dives, and they're looking for Kenny. He's juking around. He's not able to get it. They turn. Special survives. They're able to get the shutdown goals. It's 2 kills. They could be looking for the tier 2, but Enemy on the other side. This is a base race indeed. Recall's going out, but this inhibitor turret is taking so much damage. Can they make it there in time? They're not even going to try to answer with the tier 2. The inhibitor turret is stolen.
Wow, they traded members of their team 2 for an inhib turret. And Police, I don't know.
He doesn't have enough mana.
I don't know if he's actually going to be able to take. Actually, no,
Okay,
he'll be able to take this. Okay, yeah. The minion wave, slow attack speed turret. Yeah, picks it up, so they go even in turrets. But Chris, whoa,
Window shopping right there.
sometimes you gotta alt tab as you're running back to lane.
You gotta make sure your playlist is right.
Get my hype music on.
The volume.
I gotta carry this game. So where's my split push playlist?
Yeah, Chris, he's died 1 more time than he did in the last game.
Yeah. Chris, man.
I was looking for a stat like infinitely more times, but
Infinitely more no.
I don't know that that's how that works.
Chris, man.
It's undefined, really.
Yeah,
There's no way
true.
to define it.
That's true. That's true. But yeah, if you are going to change your music, make sure that you are dead. So he did it afterwards.
There he goes.
The War Song album can wait, Chris. Give it a moment. I know it's hype. I know you want to get your split push on. But just wait.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. 4,000 gold lead now for Apex, as they're turning on their Get Hype playlist, invading now this blue buff. 19 minutes in, even in turrets, but they've got a bear inhibitor in the bottom lane and a split push singed. Kenny Yu is the happiest guy in the world.
Is he?
I would think so.
He's like 30 CS behind, and his team's down in gold.
Is it possible to be unhappy on Singed?
Yes. It's when your team is flaming you for proxying.
Yeah.
And you're like,
Getting up
I'm doing what I need to do to win this game. And they're like, report him for feeding. But it's like, no.
He is half of his team's death.
It's true. Report him for feeding.
Yeah, confirmed. But again, he is continuing to split push against Chris. While the rest of enemy are grouped up in the mid lane, interestingly enough, Obvious responding to Police's pressure on the far side of the map. Chris continues to tag around, looking for that true damage. Not quite able to find it.
Yep, and he has the Ravenous Hydra. Sometimes you'll see people swap over to Titanic or go the Titanic build path, but it's perfect in this matchup because Cinch is only going to do damage over time to you. So if you're just healing back up and you trade and you just heal back up again, then Ravenous is the one you need to sit on and get that advantage there. Obvious is trying to split push.
And when they're looking for it, Chris manages to push a minion wave into the turret bottom after zoning Kenny Yu away.
Split push.
Enemy aren't able to break down this mid-tier 1. Keen with blue buff, so much wave clear, they could be looking for a collapse on that vital ward for Apex. And they find it.
It didn't see it coming.
The ward goes down.
Or maybe it did because it's a ward.
Ooh, it's special. Takes a Tempered Fate. Along with a spear. Knockup finds him as well. He's continuing to be tagged. Trance goes a bit too deep. Oh.
That Q looked like it didn't stun Special. Looks like he just absorbed it. So the projectile didn't go through him.
Yeah,
Well,
he had Unbreakable up.
Unbreakable was up. Yeah, it's funny because it hit him, and then it looked like it was going to hit the wall behind him. It put the target reticle for that, but it actually didn't. So,
Uh-oh. Kenny Yu joins up with the rest of his team. That's 5 members of enemy. They escort the wave forward. Culling is used to try to clear it.
that's going to buy time. Chris with the flank. Is he still going to take this?
Oh, man, he is indeed. Blade of the Ruined King finds him slow. He's knocked up and locked up. He's doing a lot of damage. The bounce house keeps him standing. Police kiting around the far side. Laser's not going to bring anyone down. Special split this time. He's going low, and they're not able to bring him down quite yet. Finally, Trance is the one who gets the kill this time around.
An enemy get 1 kill. They're going to get pressure on this mid lane turret as well. But only losing 1 person for Apex, that's pretty much what they could have hoped for in that situation after that TP.
Yeah, they're slow to pull the trigger on this turret. They don't want to take any chances. Finally, it goes down. Chris is looking for the flank on the far side, but Apex don't pull the trigger, and enemy get out scot-free.
Yeah, that was a TP that I think you cancel at that point. Your team wasn't going to be able to back you up, and enemy, yeah, they really had collapsed way sooner. So they blew a lot. Keen threw out his ultimate onto Chris. Chris tried to do everything he could to survive. And then Special's the one who pays for it.
Chris stealing away this red buff, and as you mentioned, Special with his first death of the game. We're seeing some big item buys from Apex. Hand cannon and a BF sword now for Police. Luden's finished, along with the Athens. And Rod of Ages and another needlessly large rod stacking up for Apex as they are getting closer and closer to a very scary late game. But Wolfie, he's just kind of scoffing in the face of that late game.
Yeah, Vel'Koz's late game is actually nothing to complain about.
Yeah.
It's quite good. He'll just be able to rip through people, and he has that base true damage too when he gets the stacks. So the ultimate in a choke point just wrecks an entire team.
Dragon now being started. Enemy have 2. Police is in the front line. Cullen gets dropped. Obvious is in the pit. He's able to snag it. That's Dragon 3 for enemy, and Apex are D9.
Ooh. That puts the 5th Dragon win, 5 Dragon win conditions on enemy. A couple of minutes here. Just need 12 more. So we're looking at about a 35-minute 5th Dragon if enemy are able to come out with the next one. Chris, though, going top, hasn't gotten too much of a split push lead over Kenny. Kenny is extremely fast with his item build, and it's hard to catch this guy. I also love Dead Man's Plate. Dead Man's Plate. So Dead Man's Plate is an item that you lose the movement speed when you get CC'd, or
Chris so good at that riposte. He's going to flash, but Obvious not able to catch up with him. Lots of pressure onto Chris, but he gets out.
Yep, Chris gets out. Kenny, like I was saying about Dead Man's Plate on Singed, you only lose the momentum when you get CC'd or you auto-attack. And Singe doesn't want to auto-attack. He runs in circles. He actually just runs to do his damage. So he keeps the movement speed bonus of the Dead Man's Plate pretty much the entire time he's laughing and running around.
Or he'll bonk you once and then keep running.
Yeah, that's true.
Just a bit of bonus.
A little bit faster. If you ever catch him.
5-4 in favor of enemy.
Yeah, 2,000 gold. That's all it is right now is 2.6k. And enemy, they had a rough start. They went 1-1 against TDK. And Otter came up big again for the team. And Otter's having another game on Callista where it's all he's pretty much played right now. I don't know if he actually got it last game. No, he didn't. It was taken away from him last game.
Yeah.
And given to Police. So Otter will pretty much play this every time he can, and he's rather good on it, despite being down 50 CS. It's a great champion. Oh man, looking for the angle.
On. They're getting a lot of damage. Tempered Fate locks both him and Eve into a very dangerous situation.
Oh, the double stun.
Special goes down. There is a stun in the back. Police flashes. And he's going to be able to get out for now. Kenny Yu doesn't have teleport. He joined the old-fashioned way. Keen flashes and dashes to safety.
That was a really nice fling, and then Wolfie was ready with the stun, with the knock-up, causing the flash to have to be burned.
Uh-oh. With Xpecial dead, enemy are grouping up around the Baron, though Apex are grouped up in the mid lane. Could look to contest it.
Gotta watch out. There's the ultimate from Kenny. Keen has no flash.
Yeah, Obvious is chasing forward. Keen knocks up to buy himself some time. Goes for Kenny Yu. He can't catch up, and Keen gets to safety. Though this wave is being shoved, Otter takes a huge chunk, but he could look for this tier 2.
Yep, Chris getting some poke there. I mean, the backline is all there.
Kenny's
Oh,
overextended.
Kenny!
He gets chunked down. He goes down.
They killed Kenny.
They did indeed. Kill for Apex. It's a 1-for-1 in the grand scheme of things, but now with all 5 members back up, it's Apex who have got the momentum.
Yep, Apex with those 5 members, like you said, looking to continue to run them down. They have the movement speed, but they're going to have to back off here after the poke. Xpecial, though,
Yeah, he
looking
could be looking for the flank. They see him with the Rek'Sai, with the knockup. He's 1v3. Here comes the long-range culling to try to bring down Obvious. He makes it over the wall in time.
Stuns will not stop you if you're already tunneling. Only displacements will stop you if you are Rek'Sai and have already used your E. But that looks like a Baron. It's going to go down really quickly, but there's the Tempered Fate.
Oh, it finds Chris and Baron and buys enough time for Obvious to use his ultimate. Dashes forward, and the Baron is dissuaded. Trance with a huge ultimate.
Trance's ultis this game have been quite good, and so have his Bard stuns.
Yeah.
It's not really reflected in his score or how well his team is doing, but he's having a lot of successful moments on this champion. His magical journeys have been pretty fun too.
Yeah, with that Dragon 3 move speed, they just move so quickly and get to the tier 2 before Apex can respond. It goes down, bringing it to 6-4 in turrets, favor of enemy. Though, Apex still have the gold lead.
Yeah, it's getting smaller though. It's 1.8k right now.
Tricky situation.
Smaller and smaller.
Police and Xpecial put a bit of forward pressure out. Wolfie, he's going to soak all of this CS quite happily on that Xerath. 2-1 and 3.
Not quite Xerath.
That's yeah. Velcoms.
I know, right? They're just like energy. They're just energy. That's all he plays is energy champions, right?
Yeah.
No.
Uh-oh.
Got Syndra too. But Kenny, leading Chris around. Follow me!
On a merry chase indeed. Flings him back. Chris hasn't dropped the grand challenge yet. There it goes. Manages to pop 1, looks for 2. Number 3, misses the riposte, misses again. He's running out of mana. Kenny actually might be able to get out of this.
I don't know.
Oh man, a lot of damage is
low
finding
cost.
Chris. The flash is gonna get it. Chris solo kill.
Yep, sometimes you sit there and you go, oh wait, I'm sorry. Lunge costs about 35 mana, so, oops. It's 40.
Just a few steps away. Chris is able to get that kill with Kenny dead. That's a 5v4. Chris has teleport in addition. Apex rush towards the Baron. Obvious is going to answer. They could be setting up a death push.
Chris also has TP, so Chris could be looking for a TP here.
Again,
there it is.
Tempered Fate is phenomenal. Stalling this out. Trance,
TP.
no! It doesn't go over the wall. Oh, this is a tricky situation.
TP on the backside.
Yeah, they could be looking for the collapse here.
Oh, no, he doesn't go. He goes off to the side. Chris
Police,
is not going to engage.
Police is like, help. He's split from the rest of his team. Finally, he's going to be able to get around, but again, he's completely split. This means Apex can't dive in. Kenny Yu's back up as well. He's got teleport, and he's rushing towards his team to try to defend the mid-tier 2. Apex are collapsing upon it. It's move and answer from these two.
I gotta say, enemy's impressing me, though. Apex is a squad that has a lot of players that, people were asking questions, why isn't this guy in the LCS? When people were seeing all the roster reveals, like, all right, where's Xpecial? Where's Keen? Oh, wait, Chris got dropped from the Coast roster? Oh, he didn't get picked up by Energy? Oh, okay, like, why aren't these guys in? Well, enemy are holding toe-to-toe. After getting relegated, Otter comes back with this squad, 4 new members, and they seem to be synergizing rather well. In this game, they have to fight tooth and nail for this from a deficit.
They really are.
They're looking for 4th Dragon.
Enemy are grouped up around the pit. They've got a wave splitting in the top. And they're going to shred through this Dragon too quickly for Apex to answer. It's seeded over. It's a 6 minutes away from Dragonfly.
This reminds me of Enemy's early games in the season in LCS, where it was so close, and then it was like Bane, Otter, Kalista playing however he could, trying to pull the game out. They would have like 5th Dragon, it would be so close, and then no. The game would just get away from them just barely. And they're trying to reverse their fates. Trying to get back into the LCS here and turn it around. Have another shot.
30 minutes and 30 seconds in. Enemy are looking for their shot. They're hunting as best as they can.
I think their strategy is actually stop every Baron with Trance's ultimate. Make sure that you aren't taking any fights, and it's okay if you're disengaging. But wait. TP came through. Kenny.
Yeah, Kenny needs a stun. Obvious is going to find the knockup onto Keen. He gets flung back in. Knockup to try to stop by some time. Chris joins as well. It's a complete brawl for Enemy, and it looks like Apex are just kiting around the sides. It's absolute chaos right now. 2 members have finally gone down, and they're turning it around even more. It's just so much action, and Enemy are turning now onto Xpecial. They're bringing him low, and Enemy, they're able to turn it around.
Yeah, Otter, they weren't focusing Otter. He was just kiting away, kiting back, and they were peeling for him. And now this might be Baron going over to Enemy with just Police and Keen up, and they have to deal with this mid lane wave. Despite not having the jungler obvious here, he'll be up in 30 seconds. If Baron is still going down by then he can ulti in and it's fine. But they have Kalista. Kalista's going to be able to rend this at about 2k HP, but you have to watch out. Can Keen get a Glitter Lance and kill Trance and Kenny? Because that could be it.
Keen is looking for it.
Watch
Kenny
the
is so
damage.
low. Oh no, he gets it.
He read it too early.
Otter's dead. It's working out. Then Baron. It's secured by the poison. He gets the poison steal. Oh my God! Enemy get the Baron.
And they have it on Wolfie. Wolfie has it. Oh, so the Baron buff lives on. Oh.
That was amazing.
Season 6. Kenny's so low. Police just gets the Lulu speed up. 200 HP. 57. 14. The auto.
It was in the air. Oh my God. Kenny just made Singed viable again with that. That was incredible. Baron secured for Enemy.
Hey. 05 Singed gets to be like, who you reporting now?
Oh my gosh. Oh, I love this game so much. Uh-oh. Deathbush, they look for Kenny. Get some revenge for that Baron steal. There's the Fates calling special. Makes it over in time.
Ooh, flash. Oh,
Stun tempered Fates. They're going to try to block him down in
Into
time.
the pit, everyone.
Is chasing Police forward. They're going to have to settle for Xpecial as Police walks away.
I mean, selling for Xpecial isn't that bad.
Yeah. He's a great guy.
That's pretty good. Yeah, he's a pretty good guy. Chris, though, he is going to have to duel Wolfie.
And Baroned up minions.
Yeah. Wolfie's the one who has the Baron buff, so not having him in these pushes is actually a bit of a problem. But it's about 3 minutes until Dragon comes up, and that'll be 5th Dragon for Enemy. So Kenny kept this game alive
with a post-death Baron steal.
Yeah.
Never thought you'd say that, did you?
Posthumous Baron steal, yeah.
Yep. First time for everything. 34 minutes into the game. That was so cool. Chris split pushing on the far side. Kenny's actually a bit late on the recall.
Man, I love how like things that are ridiculous are cool to you, and that's why now I understand why you loved LPL so much.
It's amazing. It's awesome. This is the coolest.
Chaos everywhere. It's awesome.
Because there's so much going on. It's trying to pick apart what's going on in the chaos. It's the difference in styles. I don't even know. Chris looks like he might want to try tagging with Kenny once again. So much true damage. He scoffs and Kenny use armor. Oh, he's got flash. Once again, he gets it and manages to get the solo kill. Kenny, you would teleport. Oh, he's going to be able to get out of this. No, he dashes forward. He's way too deep. Is he going to go into the fountain or lead them on a merry chase indeed? The rest of Apex are in the mid lane. He's buying a lot of time. Riposte, he's dodging so much. They need to finish Chris off or defend against this push. Tempered Fate is stalling out the mid tier 2. Chris is doing so much work. He's finally locked into the bounce house. That Riposte has like an 8-second cooldown right now.
Oh my god, is he going to make it out?
He's running. He's going to have to run through a turret right now.
No, I think he's going to make
flash. He's dashing this slow. He's trying to save him. They're avoiding so much. He finally goes down, but that was 2 turrets just for Chris.
Oh, Chris, he just barely doesn't make it out of Trance.
Oh, Trance is low down. He goes so low. Wolfie doesn't have his ultimate, and Apex know it. They're grouped up, but they don't mind. They're doing so much damage. Police kites forward. It's 80 carry versus 80 carry, and they decide to let the other go.
Back up. Let Zeta breathe. It is so close. Oh.
Whew. Hold on, I need to change out my air canister. My backup oxygen.
So it's actually become a larger lead for Apex. They were able to pick up multiple turrets off of that. But now, the TP comes out from Kenny. It's 5th Dragon. Despite not seeing the timer in your top left corner, here comes the Dragon.
Yeah, the Dragon just spawned, and enemy are in the pit. Apex is a bit slow to the draw. They're pinging it now, down to 3,000 health. This is Dragon 5 for enemy.
An enemy might stop Apex from having a 4-0 in the first 2 weeks, and off to that gigantic lead, they might make Challenger really close in the standings.
You continue to push forward now with that Dragon 5. Apex have all 5 members alive and grouped up. Spear finds obvious, but he's nice and tanky. He soaks it, an enemy emboldened with their buff. Push forward, Tempered Fate. It's going to find Chris and Special Trance. Ooh, doesn't quite get the stun. Just a microsecond too soon.
Trance, they have to back up. They have minion waves pushing towards their base. They're not on the table for a little bit longer, but
They have a bear inhibitor bottom.
Yep. That's actually, yeah, quite interesting that they haven't pushed out that wave, but it's the opposite side of Baron, so it would be really hard to get to, and if Apex get Baron, trading an inhib for it might not be worth it, so we'll see.
Don't want to take any chances giving away that Baron.
Yeah, and you want 5th Dragon, so you pretty much just want to fight, and if getting a fight means you go to that bottom inhib, then it might be worth it, but you give up control of this area, and then when this area is completely black in the Baron pit, there's pretty much no reason to face check it. You have to wait on blue trinkets at that point, and they only have 1 on the side of enemy.
And that's what we see from them right now. Timely recalls from just about everyone. Yes, they have that 5th Dragon, but they don't want to take any chances.
What? Trance? Why? He has Eye of the Watcher? No Frost Queens?
Cyrene's flipping out, man.
No, it's like I've seen the other ones. I think this is the first Eye of the Watcher I've ever seen. But it's probably because people are now at the point where they're like, okay, Frost Queens has been nerfed like 3 times in a row. It's 6.2. Slot efficiency is also important in having those 4 wards early.
He's got 2 slots open.
But yeah, I mean, so many slots. But nothing that matters more than this 5th Dragon buff on enemy. 5th Dragon doesn't help you with stopping sieges being broken. So the wave clear and the poke is still a problem. This Dragon, though, if they can start a fight, if they can engage on their own terms, enemy, they want to go
forward. This is a lot of damage. They're trying to force Apex off, and they succeed, but they need to burn the inhibitor or take some kills. Tempered Fate, it finds free. No, Eames obvious. He's going to get out first. They're a huge knockup from Special is buying time. Kenny goes down. Trance is already dead. Otter's kiting as best he can. He gets the kill. He's still alive. He's finally going to be shut down by police. And Wolfie, he's 1v4 right now. Does a lot of damage, but Keen is not going to let him get away from this. It's 4 versus 1. Wolfie, what are you doing, man? Get out of there.
Oh, everybody is so low on the side of Apex. They lose the inhibitor turret. Here's the TP for Chris.
He's looking for the kill right now. He's going to have home guard onto Wolfie. The slow finds him. The riposte is not going to be enough, and Wolfie goes down. Ace for Apex. Baron has spawned.
They're going to get this Baron here, no problem, and all 5 of the 5th Dragons are down. Apex are going to start closing this game out with a gigantic gold lead now. 6,000, it's going to balloon to about 8,000, and they'll get even more, and it's so hard to break that siege and the split push that Chris has now created for himself. The game has been exciting.
Yeah.
But this might be the nail in the coffin here for Enemy.
This could be the tipping point. Well, enemies still have
Eve.
4 dragons. Yeah, Eve, he's
right.
Flirt's got danger right there, but he's got smite. Should be able to secure it. There he goes, finally getting the pounce. But again, enemy, they've got 4 dragons. If they can hold on for another 3 minutes.
Oh, it's going to be hard. This is an overextension, though. They don't have flash Rek'Sai knockup, so they're just running back. They're just taking all this damage. Trance runs forward. Eve actually Zhonya's, and it saves him a little bit because the Tempered Fate comes through, and it only hits 2 members of enemy's side. So it was actually a Tempered Fate that hurt Enemy because then the rest of the team of Apex could reposition around those members and take them down and get in a prime spot where they could return damage without anything coming back on them. So that Tempered Fate has been the worst one of the game, and it was in one of the moments where you needed the best one.
Quite unfortunate for Trance. As you saw, he just set up double Magical Journey to escape from Apex's pressure. With Baron buff, Apex now have control of the map. They've got a slow push bottom. They've got a slow push building top. And they're shoving forward with Baroned up minions of their own. It's still a few minutes before that Dragon 5 is up, but Apex, they might try to end this out beforehand as they shove forward.
Yep. Pushing it up, seeing if they can do, looking at Otter's build. I don't agree with the last Whisper here because it's bonus penetration, and how many armor items are there? There's nothing on Fiora, 1 on Nidalee, nothing on Lulu, nothing on Lucian, and there's 1 on Xpecial. So that last Whisper is penetrating about maybe, I want to say 30 armor on 1 person, and then maybe 12 on
Wait,
the
did
next.
enemies just get the fast track to the mid lane?
Yes,
they did.
they
They're on the
did.
inhibitor right now. Apex are coming in from behind. They're going to try to break through this too quick,
This is
but
an
they're all
all-in.
split around. This is a dangerous situation for enemy. They're taking the Magical Journey to safety. Luckily, Apex are funneled into a choke right now, and they can't engage, knowing that Vel'Koz has his ultimate.
Wow, so Kenny blows the Ghost, and Trance with the Magical Journey gets them out. That was a sneaky, sneaky inhibitor take.
Oh, but Apex managed to find their way through the mid first. They're going to look for this mid inhibitor in answer. An enemy, they can't quite make it in time.
Well, you can use these super minions to buy some time. You always have Tempered Fate to use on it. And they caught Chris.
Oh, they caught Chris indeed. Will they be able to get it? He's going to riposte, but will Kenny be
Oh,
able
the
to get
stun!
it? Kenny goes down. He's got to be able to read that from now on, but obvious. He's chunked out as well, and Kenny is dead. Dragon just spawned. It's 5v4.
Oh, even, like, he's just going to spam W when he gets out of it. Oh.
Oh, Apex aren't done yet. They've still got Baron buff for
Yeah,
another
they're-
20 or 30 seconds. They're looking for this middle inhibitor. The turret goes down. Wolfie's trying to keep it standing while the rest of his team is recalled, but the inhibitor will drop in answer.
That's going to be that inhibitor going down. So now both inhibs in the mid lane on either side are down, and they're looking for more here with this gigantic minion wave in the bot lane. Apex, they're looking for more.
Yeah, Baron buff has just fallen off of everyone. They're trying to keep the turret standing. 5 versus 4. Wolfie doesn't have his ultimate for another couple of seconds. The turret goes down.
Police!
Chris pulls the trigger. They're looking for Otter. He's too far forward. He goes down. Obvious is going to drop as well. Double kill for Police. This could be Apex's chance to end the game. It's 10 seconds before Kenny gets up. Currently, it's 5v2.
Oh, and that might be the game right there. Looking for some more blood as they take down these turrets. The Tempered Fate's not going to be enough, though.
Yeah, it's buying time, but it's just not enough. Nexus turrets are falling simultaneously. They crumble. They're on the Nexus. Apex from the jaws of death. They're looking to end the game. Police drops the Nexus, takes the win. 43 minutes in.
And Apex go 4-0 in the first 2 weeks of Challenger, undefeated, and go up to 6 points, 3 ahead of the next highest team.
Yeah.
Apex, that was a bit of a sloppy game there for them. They were thrown for some loops, but at the end of the day, they all were able to come together against a 5th dragon. And, oh man, Police looks great.
Yeah.
He looks like a guy that you can pick Lulu aside, up next to and be 100% fine and confident that he's going to be able to help you carry this game. 12, 2, and 4, 100, or I guess not 100, 80 CS advantage over Otter. And in that last fight, he E'd forward to just burst Otter. He had had enough of what Otter was throwing out there. He was like, you know what? I'm just going to get in your face because you've been hopping around way too much in these fights. Otter was the person that they weren't focusing in the early fights where he got triple kill, and that was how they got back into the game on the side of enemy, was Otter was kind of not checked. Then he was able to check him, and that's how they were able to come up with it. A lot of great performances there, and I think also on top of it, the guy next to him, Xpecial, 0-4-12 in this game. It may have not been the cleanest game from the team as a whole, but I think that this bot lane is something that over time is going to have to develop more synergy because they look like a force to be reckoned with in Challenger for sure.
Yeah, they certainly do. And speak of the man himself, joining us via Skype is Apex's support Xpecial. Xpecial, that was an incredible win, pulling it back from that singed Baron. How do you feel after that?
I actually feel pretty awful. I think I didn't play so well in that game, but I think overall as a team we played really well. I mean, aside from obviously the early game blunders, we came back from 5th Dragon, came back from Baron. It was a really hectic game, and it was the closest game I pretty much played in scrims and obviously in the Challenger series. And it feels good, but not great.
But does it feel good to be 4-0 after the first 2 weeks and 3 points ahead of the next team behind you guys? Because that's got to be a confidence boost coming into this split, especially since your roster wasn't really announced until recently.
Well, I would feel really good, but last week we didn't even play with 3/5 of our team, so we could easily have been, only at 3 points right now. So it's hard to really be like, oh wow, we really earned those 6 points, because in reality I was only here for 2 of the games. So I am just looking to improve a lot as a team. I think that's kind of our goal right now.
So what's it like playing alongside Police? Because from what I've been hearing, it's a mixed language team and not everything is completely up to scratch just yet. So what's it like supporting somebody it's a little hard to understand?
To be fair, I do have quite a bit of experience working with an AD carry that doesn't really speak English. But in this case, I think Police is a much younger AD carry and very willing to work with me. And the better thing is that we have a Korean coach as well, assistant coach in Bliss, who was on Samsung as a mid laner. And he's over here. We have Eve, who's kind of similar to Police, where he don't speak much English. But we also have Keen, who has been here for a really long time, speaks English pretty fluently and Korean, and he's able to help us both translate and just be a better bot lane. And we've been working really hard on that.
Yeah, with all of these communication sort of differences that we're seeing between the team, it's incredible that you guys are able to pull together with this cross-map coordination that we're seeing. Who's the shot caller? Who's the guy who's leading this ragtag bunch of players?
Well, unfortunately, I have to take credit for pretty much losing us the game. I think the calls I made that game were very subpar. In our first game of the series, we played the map extremely well, but the second game, I made some bad calls, and it cost us a lot. I think if I have more time to develop as a shot caller, and Chris and Keen have been extremely, extremely important in this role, because the way they communicate, they let me know information that is important to them. If they can split or not, if they can solo this guy, if they can pressure, if they have TP, all these things are extremely important that a shot caller needs to know. And they've been very helpful with that. And as long as I keep improving in that aspect, I think we can be a really strong team.
Very solid. Well, next week you guys face Dream Team. What are your thoughts? I
think Dream Team is like Ember. They needed some time to gel together, and this week they did pretty well. They went 1-1 against TDK, which is another favorite, and I think they're a pretty decent team. I think we need to work hard, especially this last game really proved that sure, we might be 4-0, but we still have room to improve, and we can lose.
Very solid. Well, we're looking forward to seeing that improvement. But Xpecial, thank you so much for joining us. It's great to see you again. Good luck with the rest of the season.
Thank you.
All right, with our 3 series complete, let's take a look at how these teams are stacked up. Apex is in first place with another 2-0 week, bringing them to 6 points total.
Yep, and then Ember is tied for second place with Team Liquid Academy, followed by Team Dragon Knights in fourth. Then rounding out the standings is Dream Team in 5th place with Enemy. So everybody has some points, but the spread, everybody from 2nd to 6th, there's 1 point away, 2 points away. But then, of course, out in that lead, we do have Apex.
Yeah, but looking ahead to next week, we've got another action-packed lineup of matches, starting with Dream Team versus Apex in our showcase match.
Then we'll bring you Game 2 between Ember and Enemy, followed by the final match between Team Dragon Knights and Liquid Academy.
Of course, tomorrow you can catch the start of our Week 4 of the European LCS. That gets underway with Elements versus Team Vitality.
After that, Giants will face off against Fnatic. Then it's the match of the week as first place G2 Esports takes on Origin. So be sure to tune in for that starting at 9 a.m. Pacific time.
Well, that's it for us tonight. On behalf of Zyrene, Freak, and the rest of the broadcast crew, thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you soon.
Well, good night.
There it is.
Or morning, if it's that time over there. Shout out to Europe.
Yeah. Anyway, he's still alive. Hit the dragon. The dragon's going to finish him off. He's got no flash. Eve, yeah, he's starting it off right. Trance goes down, and they're turning it around even more. It's just so much action, and Enemy are turning now onto it special. They're bringing him low.
Oh, he read it too early!
Water's dead. It's working out the Baron. It's secured by the poison. He gets the poison steal.
57-14.
It was in the air. He's dodging so much. They need to finish Chris off or defend against this push. Tempered Fate is stalling out the mid-tier 2. Turret goes down. Chris pulls the trigger. They're looking for Honor. He's too far forward. He goes down. Obvious is going to drop as well. Double kill for Police.
Yo, man, look at me, man. I got all the jewels. Look at my shoes, man. I'm sharp. Man, I look good. I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good. I look good. Come on. I'm in love with a girl that I call old school. Sipping on my brandy, I'm feeling brand new. Got the feather in my hat because I'm just that cool. You peeping at my alligators bent kinda slow. They peeping at me pimping cause I got all the game. And even if the day change, it's all the same. You rolling up the block, but you in the wrong lane. You hating on a brother, man, you must be insane. I look good. I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good. I look good. Come on. I look good. I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good. I look good. Come on. Joe said that I'm the best in the West. I got the girls singing, damn, look at how he dressed. No need to guess, just bless my finesse. I keep him in a mess, all up in this caress. Jeans, fitted, shirt, knitted. Man, she need to quit it, she already did it. She gotta be Latina cause she look mixed with it. She all up on me, so I guess she gonna get it. I look good, I look good,